And we are live. That is right. I know 1 minute late, but again, I'm not used to doing these lives. So, my question for everybody is Lomachenko trying to weight drain Devin Haney? That is the question. Now, the reason why I bring up the question is this, and this alone. Devin, like Tio, before he lost to Kambosos, has been claiming for a while now that he can no longer make the weight. He wants to move up to 140. With that being said, every day that goes by is one more day added to where he wants to move up. It's delaying him every single day. And the thing about it is, I looked at Lomachenko, I looked at Devin Haney, and on average, granted, you got to take away the 2020 period, they fight about every 6 months. So realistically, since they both fought in October, Lomachenko on the 15th, Happy New Year, Prodigal. Lomachenko on the 15th, Devin Haney on the 15th against Kambosos in the rematch. And then Lomachenko Ortiz was on the 29th of October. So they both fought in October. Okay? One in the middle, one at the end. Both normally fight every 6 months on average. Yes, Lomachenko's had a couple of layoffs. He had a long layoff before he got in there with Teofimo Lopez, where he lost. Then he had a long layoff getting in there with Ortiz. Moving away from the long layoffs, about 6 months, especially for champions, is about the average. What's going on, Lost? Sorry, I'm going to open up the panel in just a second. Let me just hit this monologue. So about 6 months is what these fighters normally do. This is what I look at. There's an issue when it comes to Devin Haney. One, the first issue. He's been saying that he wants to move up. He's been saying it repeatedly, notorious for saying it, that he can no longer make 135. That's issue number one. Issue number two is Ramadan, which starts in March, ends in April, which they're talking about making in May. However, again, that is about 6 months. But the problem is, how I look at it is, when somebody is fasting, they're not going to be at their best. They're not going to be at their peak. They're not going to be at their pinnacle. And especially if you're going to fight in May, that means you've got to train during Ramadan, which means it's going to be very hard to be at your best and not get worn down, not get tired, maybe even injury prone if your nutrients aren't right and you're pushing yourself, you're exerting yourself to your limits. So you got two factors I see going on with them fighting in May. One, you got a guy who's been claiming for a while now that he can no longer make the weight. You're going to make him wait 6 more months to stay at a weight that he's already saying that he can't make for the last two fights against Kambosos. Number two is you're going to have him running his training camp through Ramadan, so you know he can't train like he should be able to train because he can't put the nutrients to recover like he normally should. So his training camp's going to be worse. He could potentially get an injury due to not being able to eat properly. And then he already can't make the weight. Now, granted, fasting will keep your diet down. But again, if you're not putting in the right amount of food and eating the right way, it can hurt you. It can hurt you bad. So a May fight to me is very bad for Devin Haney. I think realistically, they both go about 6 months. What's doing it in March? Do it in March before Ramadan starts. Ramadan starts, I believe, March 22nd from when I looked it up, if I remember correctly. So do it before March 22nd. Do mid-March. That to me makes the most sense. That's 4 months. Actually, that's what? Yeah, 4 months. November, December, January, February, March. 5 months. That's 5 months. That's even better. I'm sorry. That's 5 months. I said 4. I meant 5. That's 5 months. They normally go 6 months. So why wouldn't you just fight in March? What's 1 month early? It's nothing. Then you got Devin Haney, who's not going through Ramadan. Neither one of them can say that, oh, I'm being overtrained, because they both fought in the same month last year in October. So they would both have that. There's no built-in excuse. You can't say Lomachenko was ring rusted. You could say that he was ring rusted when he got in there with Ortiz. However, he had his fight back. The ring rust is gone. The WD-40 has been applied. There's no more ring rust excuse. That's all been shaken off. All that dust is gone. So now, to me, as I was saying, this fight, in my opinion, only makes sense in March. If they can't get it done in March, then I'm going to tell Devin Haney this. One of two things. One, don't take the fight. Go up to 140. Look out for your health, because going into a fight in May is not going to bode well for you because of your religion. Or two, fight him, and then weigh whatever you weigh on the scale. Make no efforts to cut weight. If you come in 155 pounds, fight Lomachenko with 155 pounds. What does it matter? The belts don't matter because you're moving up, which means you're going to vacate. So if you know you're going to vacate the titles and you're not trying to hold on to them, then it doesn't matter if you have them or not. You've already become undisputed. You already defended undisputed by beating the guy who was undisputed. Well, actually, this was for the real undisputed because Kambosos technically wasn't really undisputed. So, because of the franchise BS. So, let's restate it. You won undisputed, you defended undisputed, and you want to move up. So, again, that's how I see it. Make the fight in March, or if you can't make the fight in March and they push May, then don't make weight. But I still think even a Devin Haney who doesn't make weight is still a hindered Devin Haney because of Ramadan. I don't believe a fighter will be able to train properly through those months of fasting in a training camp going into a fight. I just don't think he'll be at his best. And I don't want to see any fighter lose at their worst. I want to see fighters beat other fighters at their best, at their pinnacle. It means nothing to beat a guy who's half of what he was because that proves nothing. So that's how I see it. I think it's I don't know if I would say it's Lomachenko trying to delay it, but I think it's Bob Arum trying to play with it because he knows he only has Devin Haney for one more fight, and he's protecting his investment. And what I mean by that is, and after I say this, I'm going to open up the panel so people can jump on. He's protecting his investment by this. If Devin Haney is hindered a lot, he's not at his best, he loses the Lomachenko, that's perfect for Bob Arum. Why? Because Lomachenko is already showing that he doesn't move the same way. He's not as quick as he was. He's not as dominant as he used to be. He's already racked up another loss against Teofimo Lopez. Against Ortiz, it was a very competitive fight, which people thought he was going to blow him out the water, although we don't know how good Ortiz truly is. So you've got Lomachenko here. You can send him off losing to Shakur, and then Shakur becomes your next star. So that's what I think Bob Arum's doing. He's trying to play the tactical game of boxing where we get Devin Haney after Ramadan at his worst. We beat him in their minds. And then we throw Loma in there with Shakur, let Shakur get the torch passed to him. And now we got the undisputed champion in Shakur. And then we know Shakur can move up eventually to 140. That's what I think they're trying to do. But again, I don't like it. I think it's a bad look. And yes, I do believe if it's not Lomachenko, it's Bob Arum. They're trying to get the better of Devin Haney because they know Ramadan's coming up. They know he can't make weight. They know he's been complaining about making weight, and they're trying to get all advantages. And this is what I don't like about boxing. I didn't like it whenever Mayweather had hydration clauses. I didn't like it when Canelo was doing it, and I don't like it now. I never liked fighters taking advantage of situations so they get an edge. No, if you're really that good, beat somebody when they're at their best. So for me, personally, 4 months is more than enough time. You got 2 months. You had November, December to recuperate. Now you got January, finish your negotiations, go into camp. It gives you the rest of January, February, and then part of March to run your training camp, and then you go into the fight. So let me go ahead and hit this right here. We're going to drop the link and let people respond to what I have said. I'm going to hit this pre-workout because in the background, like y'all seen in the last couple of lives, we are going to start working out. All right, let me post this link and see what y'all think about what I said, or you put your 2 cents in on it. But to me, it's a bad look. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. All right. To the link. Yep, the link is posted. I'll let people click as I move this bench over. I see you, AJ, in the background. Give me 1 second. I'll start clicking people on as soon as I move this bench. All right, let's let AJ on and see how he feels about it. What's going on, AJ? How you doing?
Yeah, it could be better. but I'm holding up. But my bad, Tony. I think I might have been recorded saying "f you." I wasn't talking to you. I got something on my phone that is some bullshit, some shit I saw. That but I wasn't talking to you. In case you hear this back, and you heard me say I wasn't talking to you.
No, I didn't even hear you say "f you."
Oh, okay, cool, got it for sure. All right, but yeah, I'm in agreement. The fight has to take place in like at least a couple months, man. March should be the target date for this fight, and I don't think that Loma's trying to trade. It's like he doesn't plan fights. He just gets in there and does his job. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if anybody who's behind this is obviously Top Rank of Bob Arum. So it's like if it happens after Ramadan, yeah, then you could argue that trying to get him was weak. But I hope it happens before that at least.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you 1,000%. I think March is the best date. From my understanding, they have not signed a contract yet.
Oh, for God's sake. I mean, last Bob Arum said, he said the fight's pretty much done. They're just looking for a date and a location, more or less. So.
Yeah, but you know what happens if you don't have a date or a location?
It's not done.
Exactly. Ain't shit signed. It's all hopes and dreams and a miracle.
Yeah. Hey, personally, like the location is like between Vegas and New York. I personally don't care. I just want to see the fight because I don't plan to. I mean, not less for people if they plan to attend, but I just want to see it.
Well, I mean, I'll put it like this. Devin Haney, to me, has proven he is not a duck. He ducks nobody. He's willing to fight any and everybody who will actually fight him. So, with that being said, if this fight does not happen, I don't believe it's because Devin Haney's scared of Lomachenko. Because if Devin would have had his way, he would have already fought Lomachenko for the WBC title. There would have never been a franchise title. Lomachenko would have never vacated. So at the end of the day, I put this 100% on Top Rank by Arum, and regardless if Loma does what he says or what he's told, it still falls on him ultimately for the fight not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to a certain, just with one difference. Like back when Haney was interim champion, and Loma was franchised. Like that's when I was first kind of like really getting into before that, I was pretty much before like 2019, I was pretty much a casual. I know a whole lot more than I do now. I mean, but right. So I was learning about titles, and I didn't get this interim shit or this franchise shit or what was going on or who was the actual WBC champion. But I know. I mean, so long story short, like Teddy was interim champion, and I want to fully believe had Loma beat Teal, right? He would have fought Devin right after. I would like to believe that. It was only because the Teal fight, that was still a unification, and it was an in-house fight. And it was a unification. So I want to believe like if Loma had won that fight, he'd have fought Devin after. But I did not agree with the franchise shit now. Still don't. My mind won't change on that. It's like I don't know why Loma would even allow himself to be franchised anyway. I mean, it's like because plus like the fight was never really ordered by the WBC. Like, oh no, you have to fight Devin Haney or whatever else. And I know he was franchised before that could happen, and the franchises don't fight mandatories or whatever else. But regardless, it was never ordered.
Right. But so, the only reason why I brought that up, AJ, is because I already know how people have amnesia when it comes to their favorite fighters. Yep. And I know that Lomachenko has a cult following, just like other fighters. And if this fight does not happen, they will blame Devin Haney. They will say,
of course, yeah, exactly.
But they'll forget the fact that Devin wanted this fight years ago. It could have happened. But Loma was the one that vacated.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because that's why let me ask you: do you think if he beat Teal, he would have fought Devin after?
I think it's irrelevant of what I think he would have done because that's not what happened.
Well, no, but I'm just saying. But do you think he would have done that? That's all I'm saying. I mean, like, do you think he would have, or he wouldn't have? He wouldn't have. Or he would have went a different direction.
I'm saying it's irrelevant because we could say that, yes, we believe he would have fought him, but it's all hypothetical because just because we believe it doesn't mean it would actually happen.
That's true.
I would not think somebody would vacate somebody who they don't look at as a threat.
Yeah.
Regardless, because my thing is this. What did it matter if he fought Teofimo Lopez first or Devin Haney first? What did it matter? Because he felt like he could beat Teo, and Devin was there, and he supposedly believes Devin was a light touch, an easy person to beat. So What is the problem with taking a tune-up before you go into undisputed?
That's true. That's true.
Because you got to think about it like this too. At the time, Lomachenko, I believe he had an injury. He came off of it, right?
When
then,
before
before all of this,
it was
right?
in the Pedraza fight, right? I think.
After. But
yeah. Go ahead.
So it went, I believe, you'd have to check, somewhere between 11 to 13 months before he had fought when he got in there with Tio. Had he fought Devin Haney, he could have fought Devin Haney and then turned around 3 to 4 months later and fought Teofimo Lopez and still had the same amount of time. But because he did not fight Devin Haney, it drug on for over a year.
Yeah.
So that's where all his inactivity came from. Had he not had all the inactivity, then the fight would have happened. And then he went in there, ring rusted against Tio.
Well, I mean, partly the pandemic is to blame for that as well. So, because I think the fight was supposed to happen a lot sooner than it did. And when it did, it was in a bubble and wasn't on pay-per-view. But I think it was supposed to happen that Mayish or that spring or summer.
I don't know.
I think. I mean, all I know was pushed back because of the pandemic. But yeah, I hear what you're saying though.
Right, I got you.
Yeah,
but he still could have fought Devin Haney before he got in there with Tio.
That's true.
And then fought Tio after, and it wouldn't have been that much of a difference in time span.
That's true. Then it pretty much, when Tio won, that's pretty much what stagnated lightweight for a good while. We got a lot of games and nonsense. So, but you're right. I mean, I would have liked to believe that, Loma would have fought Haney after if he beat Tio. But yeah, we don't know. That's true. So,
right,
because he didn't do it originally.
And he vacated his title, which isn't a good look.
No, it's not. I mean, it's like I didn't like it. Didn't make any sense to me. It's like, why you want to be franchised? Or you could have just been like, okay, let me not get franchised, and let me just. I mean, because first off, like, let's just say he hadn't done that, he still would be WBC champion. So his fight with Tio would have been for undisputed. So therefore, I could understand him taking that fight and not fighting Devin because it's for undisputed. Like, all the belts are on the line if you're still WBC champion, but then it wasn't. So, now it's like
the problem. That's the problem. So here's the problem now. You have Teofimo Lopez and George Kambosos. They both have a stake to claim to say they were undisputed. Even though Devin Haney had the real WBC title, because I don't believe in the Canelo belt, aka the franchise belt. I don't believe in it because it's not like people try to say, oh, it's like the super belt. It's like the super belt.
No, it's not.
The problem. The WBA super belt exists in every weight class. The franchise doesn't. So it's not the same. It's not. It's a creator belt. We're gonna give this to a guy when
the WBC made up that belt to kiss Canelo's ass.
Right. Exactly.
That's it.
1,000%. That's it.
And then they started doing it for other weight classes, which I got annoyed about. They started at lightweight. Then they started at what the hell? Who'd they do that to? Shit. Damn. They did it at one of the lower weight classes.
Well, I thought they tried to do.
Was it bantamweight? Or no, wasn't.
No,
Sorry,
I thought they tried to do a super belt with Chocolatito and Estrada.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, 115. Yeah, that was it.
So they tried to do it with Estrada, so that trilogy could happen for undisputed. They tried to give it to Deontay Wilder. He turned it down.
He rejected it. So
right, and then the only people who had it was Canelo and Lomachenko. So it's not the same as the super belt. It's not even comparable.
No, I mean it's super. That's an actual. That's the real WBA world title. Whoever has that belt,
right?
Then they got that Reggie strap, which is nothing more than another interim title, really. So,
right. So again,
God, let's see what a mess they done made of this shit.
What's that? Say that again.
See what a mess they done made of this shit.
They made a crazy mess. Oh, what's going on, Dubside here? Let me shout out everybody that I didn't talk to. Let me do this real fast. I already said Prodigal, I be who I be. What's going on? Charles D. What's up? Lost Art, what's good? Dubside, how you doing, my dude? Did I miss somebody? I don't think I did. All right. He said, you got that secret stuff in that Gatorade. You ain't slick player, and then shows a syringe. Hey, I said it once, and I'll say it again, and I'll always say it. What's going on? Brian in the background. Let me add Brian. Look, here's what I've said before. I will take a steroid test 24/7, 365. You pay for it, I'll take it. When I pass it, like I will, I want $10,000 because I'm gonna pass it. So that's my offer to anybody out there. And if my channel blows up, to any other people who like to expose people, I will be willing to take an Olympic style testing, USADA, WADA, I don't care who it is, your mama, anybody who's willing to give me a steroid test, I will take it. And when I pass it, I want $10,000, but you will pay for it. That's all I got to say to that. Go ahead.
You ain't getting 10 G's, bro.
It's going to be contractually signed. And I don't care. I'm dirty. Like, you sign a contract with me, you better not own any motherfucking thing. I'll take you to court and make you sell your car, sell your house. You're going to pay me my money.
For $10.99, you can have your own franchise belt, the WBC Richard Suleiman. I get the premise. Here's my thing. I don't think either man are ducks. You know, so
that's not what it's about, Brian. What this is
I know the premise of what you're trying to say.
No. I'm saying this particular live, I don't know when you jumped in. I did the whole monologue at the beginning. Is they're trying to schedule the fight between Lomachenko, Devin Haney after Ramadan in May. Yeah. I'm saying that I feel like whether it's Bob Arum or Lomachenko, they're trying to get a significant advantage over Devin Haney by scheduling it in May.
No, I get that. I get that.
I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
My one thing, and anyone who has listened to me for the longest time has heard me say on numerous occasions, Lomachenko is limited out at 135. That's his highest weight. Even if you look at them side by side, right, you can see who clearly is the bigger guy. And it's Devin Haney, right? So he's maximized at 135. He went up to 140. He's completely out of his element, right? So, from that perspective, but no, I understand what you're saying. If it happens in May, they're trying to get the Ramadan. They're trying to make sure Devin Haney is as weak as possible. I don't think that would be Lomachenko's decision if it happened that way. I hope the fight happens in March. Like general, I do hope it happens before Ramadan.
Well, Sam, I was saying the same thing, Brian.
I wasn't in the chat then, so but that's how I honestly feel. But I don't think if it happens, I don't think it's a Lomachenko decision.
No, I'm saying that too. I mean, it's pretty much up to Bob in the Top Rank when the fight happens. Loma, he doesn't schedule when the stuff happens. So
I think he's the type of guy. I think he's the type of guy. When am I fighting? He shows up and he fights.
Yeah. He has a job to do.
But I don't see it. I don't. I hope it happens in March. That's where I am. Besides, I heard Bob Arms saying about it's pretty much done. All they got to do is find a venue and a date. So, but that doesn't mean the deal's done. How many times have we heard the promoter, all the deal's done, all we got to do is find a venue and a date, and then for whatever reason, the fight never takes place, especially this cross promotion, right?
No, it's not cross promotion. It's all Top Rank.
Oh yeah. Well, it's Top Rank, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot. Devin Haney moved to Top Rank after. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
he was with the Zone. Yeah, he was with the Zone prior to that. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is his last fight on the contract.
Yeah. So, even that, right? It should be easier to make. So I'm hoping that it gets done in March. So either it be wherever it is, right? I'd say Vegas would be, for a fight this caliber, I would say Vegas. It'd be nice to see it in somewhere like Madison Square Garden. you know. But I would say the MGM Grand Vegas probably this fight will happen, but hopefully not, you know.
MGM.
MGM Grand or Madison Square Garden would be the two games, you know.
Is the fight that big to be in Vegas?
I don't think the fight's that. Outside of the boxing purists, I don't think the fight's that big.
It's not going to be on pay-per-view, so
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know. I could see Madison Square Garden, but I don't know about putting it in Vegas.
Yeah.
Tony,
Yeah.
I got to dip. I'll be back.
You about to go?
I'll be back. Try to come back.
All right, my dude. Appreciate you hopping on the panel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, in the chat, I know all y'all got mics. I know all y'all can talk. Hop on the panel. I put the link in the chat. I'll do it again in case you missed it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk this boxing and workout at the same time, so the more people we have on, the better this will be.
Yeah. I'll do the same, man.
Say that again, Brian.
Anyone who wants to drug test me when I come back clean,
Hold
10
on.
grand.
What happened?
I'll do the same thing. Anybody who wants to drug test me when I come back clean, 10 grand.
Nah, Brian. I don't believe you're clean. You're on EPO, clenbuterol. You too damn big to be moving as fast as you move.
I have never taken any natural steroids in my life, and I will.
Start back. It was nothing. We good.
All right, my dude. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Well, they've had me back.
I've never taken any natural steroid. I've never taken any steroids in my life for any performance enhancement drugs.
I mean, we all know that people. We all know that steroids don't help because wasn't Ivan Drago, but juicer, and look what happened to him.
I must break you.
And Rocky whooped his ass anyway.
Yeah. You know, but on a serious note though, I want to. It's one of the fights I want to see in 2023. It's on my list of
All right,
fights.
let's switch gears. Brian and then AJ. If the fight happens, say in March, before May, because if it happens in May, my prediction is going to probably change. But who do you have winning, Brian? Then AJ, you say who you have winning right now.
On the last performance, Lomachenko, I got Haney by decision.
You want to go deeper than that, or just stick with that?
No. I just think he looked very average. And Jermaine Ortiz, good boxer, right? He had a lot of great traits, but he had a lot of traits that Devin Haney utilizes with movement and timing. He was a good boxer, and the fact that his last fight was also a 10-rounder, I don't think is good preparation for this fight coming up. I'm on about for Devin Haney.
Was it 10 rounds?
Who's last fight?
I thought it was 12.
Who's last fight?
The Jermaine Ortiz fight was 10 rounds.
No, that was 12.
No, it was 10. It was the first 10-rounder Jermaine Ortiz did.
It was 12. That was 12. That was 12. I remember. It was 12.
Yeah, I'm about to look at my score right now. I'm going to my community page because I know I scored it. I thought it was 12 too, but I could be crazy. No, it was 12 round, Brian. I had it 7-5. Yeah, it was a 12-round fight.
Was it 12 round? Oh, sorry. That was his first 12-round fight.
Yeah.
That's where I got confused. My bad.
No, you good.
My bad. But I just thought Jermaine Ortiz caused them problems. I knew they were sparring partners, and I can imagine a young man like Jermaine Ortiz being in the ring with Lomachenko day in, day out, learning every little thing he does. Trying to pick up on every situation. You know, like every bit of movement, every bit of timing. I could see him preparing harder than Loma would have prepared, you know, for Jermaine.
Right.
You know, so, but I was unimpressed, and I do mean unimpressed with Loma's last fight. I thought he could have done better. So that's my point of view on it. And you're only as good as your last fight, you know.
Right.
So yeah, that's the only reason I think it goes. I don't see Devin Haney knocking out Loma. Like, I've talked about Devin Haney's power a lot. I don't think he has natural power. I think he's got stinging power, respectable power, but he doesn't have that knockout power, and he doesn't throw enough punches for me to knock guys out. Because if you don't have that natural knockout power, right? Then you have to do it in work rate and accumulative power, and he doesn't throw enough punches for me to even do the accumulative, So that's why I think it goes the distance.
Right.
Devin's
So
a good boxer. He's strong on the inside. He knows when to hold. He knows when to grab. He knows when to utilize his jab. He steps to the side at times. He's got good head movement. Also, what Devin does is something that irritates me. Right? Sometimes when he's ducking down, he ducks to the same side all the time. So he's right there for the uppercut. He ducks down to his left-hand side,
right,
every single time. So he's up there for the uppercut. And if I'm a trainer on Loma, I'm saying throw your right uppercut. Just get it in there. There's a good chance you'll land on his chin. That's something that irritates me with Devin. That's something, and Loma's very good at utilizing the right uppercut. So maybe that's somewhere Loma can, But I think it goes to decision. That's just where I am. And I'm picking Devin Haney. I just think at this point, he's got a little bit more in his tank. And I think he'll just win rounds.
Okay.
And he can utilize, or he can limit Loma's, boxing. Because he gets in close, he holds, he grabs, he knows when to do it, he knows how to do it. So, so yeah, I'm at this point I'm picking Devin Haney decision.
All right, Devin Haney by decision. AJ, what you got on it?
Y'all probably disagree with me when I say this. Even though Loma didn't look impressive in his last fight, I was still, I'm not gonna, hold the guy to a cross or anything like that. I mean, there's several things to factor in. He was coming off some inactivity, the train, and he was fighting a guy in Ortiz who was very sharp, very good, much younger, much faster, probably stronger too, bigger, and because ever since Loma's got the lightweight, he's been pushing himself. He really has. To be against these much bigger guys. So based on that, I mean, he started off the Ortiz he started off sharp, but as the fight went on, the pace quickly caught up to Ortiz, and Loma just pretty much shut him out, dominated him pretty much after that, more or less. And based on that, that was the kind of tune-up he needed. After not fighting for so long and coming back from the war, that was I mean, because Tony was saying like pretty much the WD-40, man, that he's sharp again after that.
Yeah.
But so based on that, I think that I'm favoring Loma in the fight with Devin. I know he's getting up there, probably not as good as he used to be, but I still think he's got enough left to deal with Devin. Devin's not the biggest puncher, as we know, and he just seems to really do subtle movements and just really work behind his jab. And I think the pace that Loma's going to set and the pressure he's going to, build up on Devin is really going to catch out. I think that's something that he could really deal with. And because he fights at a really, really intense pace, and it's really hard for a lot of his opponents to keep up with.
Yeah.
Not unless Devin has another gear we haven't seen. But I just see I see Loma overwhelming him with pressure. Maybe with his footwork and angles, and I think that
work rate, yeah.
work rate too as well. And again, I think that just he may get a stoppage. He may stop Devin maybe late, maybe mid to late.
Yeah. Well, that's my one thing with Devin is his work or lack of work rate. You know.
I mean, just throwing your jab at a guy like that's not going to be enough to stop him coming forward.
Yeah, he tries to, he tries to be punch precise. You know, like everything precise, right? Hit, move, a little bit like Floyd, and I don't think he's as good as Floyd at doing that. He's not as good as Floyd also at notifying without, Devin's biggest weapon is grab and hold. Slipping under, and the way Loma itches in and itches in and itches in to range the distance, right? Is the jab, you are right, is the jab going to be enough, to stop Loma or to
stop Loma from coming forward? I don't think it is.
Twice enough, to do, because Loma likes to inch in, get closer, and then throw the backhand, throw his head to the right hand side, right? Move, and throw a bunch of punches after that, right? So, the left hand, right? So he likes to itch in, throw the left hand, pop, and then move, and change the angle. And I don't know if Devin's jab might be enough. I think Devin will have his punch output in this fight will have to increase for him, to gain Loma's respect. So that's my one thing with Devin is his punch output or lack of.
Because one thing Loma will do is he tends to hit fighters in the clinch. So if Devin clinches him, and he lets Loma get off, that's very dangerous. Because I think he actually dropped Nakatani when he did that.
Yeah, he did.
Nakatani tried to hold him, and Loma put him on his ass, because he didn't have proper hold of him. It's like the same thing could happen to Devin.
Yeah, Loma has a wrestling background as well.
Yeah, yep.
And Devin's very strong. Like, one thing I'll give Devin Haney, right, when he grabs you, right, you can ask George Kambosos, he's strong as fuck. What's the guy who rocked him? I forget his fucking name off the top of my head, right?
Linares,
right? You can ask him for a round and a half how fucking strong Devin is, because even when Devin was rocked, he was able to grab him and hold him, and just that tells you how strong Devin is on the clinch.
So let me do this real fast. I'm gonna play devil's advocate against both of y'all. So for the Haney winning because of the Ortiz performance, I'm gonna run this by you. So Ortiz, he's an unknown commodity, meaning we don't know how good or how bad he actually is outside of his performance with Lomachenko. That's when he fought at the highest. We saw what he did, but we don't know how good or how bad he rates against the other guys. He may be able to beat everybody. We don't know. It's a question mark there. However, here's one thing I will say. As you mentioned, he was Lomachenko's sparring partner. So all the nuances that Loma will bring in front of you in the ring that you're seeing for the first time, Ortiz was already prepared. He already knew what he was going to do because he's done it 1,000 times with him.
Yeah.
So he had a strategic advantage going into that fight that Devin will not have.
Yeah.
Number two, punching power. Ortiz, without a question, hits a lot harder than Devin Haney. It's not even comparable. They're in two different stratospheres.
True.
So you got to look at sparring experience. You got to look at unknown, how good or bad he actually is, which I'm saying he's probably really, really good. And the punching power difference. Also, because he was so experienced with Loma, he was able to turn with him versus getting turned on and not being able to find the angle.
Yeah.
That's the experience. Now let's go to the flip side. AJ, you said the pace, and Nyron, the pace is going to get to Devin Haney. Guess what? I disagree. George Kambosos in both fights came 100% at him nonstop for 12 rounds. It didn't affect him. Kambosos, while he may not be as, I actually think Kambosos is smaller than Loma. While he may not be as big, may not hit as hard, the one thing he does apply is constant pressure. So if Haney could go for 12 rounds against Kambosos and not get tired, he's more than likely going to be able to go 12 rounds against Lomachenko and not get tired.
Well, with Tony, we also know that you love George. So
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
but I'm not.
George beat the shit out of Tio.
I'm not
Yeah,
talking
he did. But
I'm not talking about fitness pace, right? I'm not talking about that pace. I'm talking about he just can't be punch precise. He has to, he has to let his hands go
No.
a little bit more to
I was
gain.
muddling AJ saying that Haney was
Yeah,
going to get tired against Loma.
no. I
yeah,
mean, just
yeah.
telling like what I mean by Loma's pace is like the guy's always in your face, always close to you, just never letting you breathe. You know what I mean? Just
So
always on you.
Right, but that's my point. Cambosis was always on him, and Haney did not get tired.
Not like Loma, not like Loma. Like yeah, George was there, but it's not like he was like the pace. That pace was different. I saw like like George just tried. I mean, like everything Devin was doing was just shutting George out. Really, he just kept him, controlled him with the jab. Really.
Yeah, but George never stopped coming.
Yeah. But I mean, I told you that well, we don't have to go over this again. But I told you that George was going to lose that rematch, and you don't want to believe me. But anyway, it's cool. But
you know what? For the first two rounds, George was looking good.
Yeah, but he still lost, like I said he would. I mean, he was coming out like, was he switching? Was he trying to switch hit? Or what was he doing?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah,
That shit looked weird. I mean, it confused Devin a while, but it didn't work. So yeah.
What he tried to do, right? He just tried to come out. He came out in the left southpaw stance, and then he switched back, and he came out in the left, right? And he would switch, hoping to try to confuse Devin Haney. What's he going to do next, right? But the majority of his attacks was orthodox, and he actually performed better when he was actually switch hitting because he was leading with the left hand, and he was throwing his left. He wasn't leading with the right hand, and he was throwing the left hand straight. And that was the couple of times he caught Devin in the fight. Was when he was southpaw.
What of it? So Tony, who are you picking?
I don't know. I gotta see when the fight's gonna take place.
Oh, I hate when you do this.
Okay, before March.
Because
Okay,
AJ,
March. And
like
March.
I discussed in my opening monologue, if this
And March.
happens after Ramadan, the very next month in May, I don't think Haney's gonna be the same fighter.
Well, Loma, of course, obviously after Ramadan.
Okay, March. On March. Who have you got right now? If that fight happens in March.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's not fair.
Okay. No, I get it. This is a tough fight to call, right? That's a tough fight to call.
But my thing is this. With Lomachenko's last fight, could it be age? Could it be ring rust? Could it be Ortiz was a lot better than a lot of people give him credit for? We don't know. We know fighters can get old overnight. Did that happen to Loma? I don't know. We'll know when he gets in there with Haney, because if he got old, he's going to look worse the next time out than he did the time before. That's what happens when you get old.
We can say the same thing about Beterbiev. Did he age overnight when he fights Yord?
Right, but
we don't know that yet.
The biggest difference in Beterbiev versus Loma is Beterbiev doesn't rely on his quickness and his speed and his agility like Loma.
No, that relies on his power mostly, for the most part.
Well, that and he sets shit up.
Right, yeah. And he sets up his shots.
The type of fighter that Loma is, they never age well in boxing. They're good when they're young, but when they start to age and they start to slow down, they never the same fighter because they rely too much on what you lose first. And that's the thing about it. So there's a lot of question marks around, is Loma the same fighter? Did he get old? Is Ortiz a lot better than what he was? But the one thing I will say is, I don't think Devin Haney has anything in his gloves but two bunny paws, and I don't think he can hurt Lomachenko. So
I 100% agree, and anyone who's known me for a long time knowing, right, that I don't think Devin has anything to do with power. And I've been saying that.
Like Loma might realize, okay, this guy can't punch. I'm just gonna have fun then, or just
yeah. I 100% believe that Devin Haney is a pillow fisted fighter, and I don't like using that type of, because people say that's rhetoric. I don't think that's rhetoric of I believe it's true. I've had people go, well, why are you saying that? You're just pushing freaking rhetoric. And I'm like, all I ever hear his father ever say is, we're going to knock this guy out. I can't remember the last time I saw that happen.
And how many times has he gone the distance since then?
Yeah.
You're like, no,
Right?
yeah.
Every time.
I think
has he even dropped anybody?
Yeah.
Like recently?
I think a part of that too is he's had injuries, and his father has shown he's had.
Like, I think the last guy he knocked out was Antonio Moran, and even since then he hasn't even put anybody down.
Yeah.
Well, the matter is it's either Devin Haney just doesn't have power, or he's cutting too much weight and he's sapping his power. We won't know till he goes to 140. But if he goes to 140 with the same type power, he's only going to be a one division champion.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with that. Right. I've never seen Devin hit with. Right, since he got those surgeries, I've never seen him hit with menace.
No, I mean, I was hoping actually, like in the rematch, he put more of a beating on George in the first fight.
He did fuck them up,
and I was hoping, like, dude, drop him once, knock him down, just do something. You know what I mean? Just put a stamp on it, and he still didn't do that. I mean,
like it's hard to do,
It
is. Especially when knockout's not your main goal. And I will say one thing about Devin Haney: knockout's not his MO. He likes to box. He likes to go to 12 rounds. He likes to show he's in shape, right?
No, I disagree, Brian. I don't think he likes to box. I think he has no choice but to box.
Well, that too.
Well, so what I'm like, what are the game plans going in for his opponents? Is he your plan to go the distance or what? That's what I'm curious about.
I'm gonna be honest. I think everybody's plan is to knock somebody out, but it's the question of, can you do it?
If you can't, then it's like, okay, well, I guess I gotta rack up the points now. Not everybody could do that either. Like, not everybody could just box,
right?
And, just kind of outpoint the guy.
You got to keep in mind too, AJ. Loma is a very slow starter.
He is.
Yep.
He is.
Yes.
It usually takes like the first 2 or 3 rounds to download data.
Yeah, it takes him like 3 rounds to download. And I thought with Ortiz, even though
can he afford to give up 2 or 3 rounds against a guy like Devin Haney?
No, he can't. No, that's his. He can't. But I think also at the same point, Devin has to show Loma, right? Because the one thing Teo had, right? We don't talk about it, right? At 135, guy had power. Loma in his own way respected that.
You said who had power?
Will he respect Devin Haney if Devin Haney hits him with a pillow-fisted punch? Loma looks at him and goes, "Is this all you have?"
If he can't hurt Loma, Loma's going to onslaught on him.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. And I don't think he can because, first, Loma's got a chin. Let's be real.
Yeah, he does.
He does. So
he does. I think Loma has to get or Devin Haney has to get Loma's respect early in the fight. So I do just for a point of view of.
Well, that could also be that could also be a bad thing because I remember when Linares sat Loma down in his back pocket, he got up and he took it to Linares after that.
Yeah. No, I'm on. Yeah. No, that's true, right? But Devin has to show, right? If you come at me, I do have something for you. You know what I mean? Like, either it's stinging punches, respectable punches, or it's accumulation punches. That's my one thing, right? I've never seen Devin really outwork anyone. I've seen him outbox people. I've never seen him outwork anyone.
But y'all want to hear something funny?
What's up?
Let me put myself on camera for this. All right.
Go ahead.
Just want to say, okay, so like, if I saw a T.O. female in public, I walk up to her and be like, hey, T.O., is that Regis right there behind you? This is T.O.
Hey, T.O. said he wants Regis. He said that's next. What's going on, 3 Pumps?
Oh, we gonna find out.
Yeah, he wants Regis, right? I don't think he's ready.
I don't think so. I
At
don't.
140 pounds, though, I don't think he's ready for Regis right now.
No, he's not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, like, I think we could all agree he don't beat Regis. He ain't beating Regis.
Look, there's only one fighter, one from 135, takes the core out the picture because he hasn't even
been at 135 yet.
He hasn't acclimated yet. Take him out of the equation. Out of all the guys at 140, at 135 that's moving up, only one's going to survive. That's going to be Ryan. Why?
Hello.
Why?
Yeah, but Ryan has that quick fire power that those other guys don't have.
Exactly. He's got the power.
He's got that quick. Any boxing coach will tell you, he's got that quick twitch. You know. No, Ryan's dangerous. So is you know, for me, right? I see him. I just see his chin stuck in there, and I think to myself, you're someone's just gonna hit you square in the chin. No offense to Ryan, right? Like I seen Luke Campbell put him on it, and I know it happens to fighters all the time. I know fighters that shouldn't put you on your ass. I know it happens sometimes. But I saw, of all fighters, Campbell put him on his ass.
Yeah, but
he came back. I know where you're going with this.
Let me ask you what's worse, okay? Getting put down and being able to get right back up and then control the rest of the fight, or getting buzzed, not going down and holding on for your dear life for 2 rounds straight.
That's true. At
least Devin didn't get dropped.
But he was fighting an old ass man in Linares, like a guy who had been inactive for a while. How long was Linares out the ring? A year?
Oh, maybe a year, like a year, something like that. Yeah.
A year. So, here's the thing, though. Linares, no matter what.
Here's the thing. I mean, like that's the. Yeah. Y'all may disagree. Like beating Linares, that's still a better win than beating Campbell.
Yeah, but no matter what you say here, no matter what you say about Linares, right? But do we say the last thing to go is power? Linares has power.
Yeah,
Linares was a power. In his heyday, was a power puncher.
Right, but he had no speed. He couldn't get his punches off. He was
but
you could see the ring rust in the
but
fight.
the majority of the fight, Devin shut him out.
But he was a power puncher. How you doing, Lisa Bills?
Hey, Lisa.
Hey, how's everybody? Happy New Year.
I'm good.
I've been up too late at nights, man. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Watching all kind of crazy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what y'all talking about? Devin and
just how the fight would play out and just whether or not the fight should happen. And well, we want the fight to happen in March, but
in March.
Yeah,
before Ramadan.
When is Ramadan? Is in May?
March 22nd.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what's the issue with Lomachenko?
No. What I initially opened up my video with was I feel that if this fight happens in May, right after Ramadan, that means Devin Haney's going into a training camp. For the 2 months he's in training is during Ramadan when he's fasting, which means he's not going to be able to train as hard as he's used to. He's not going to be able to eat. They're looking for an advantage to catch him at his worst.
Yeah, gotcha. And he may be a little weakened from.
He'll be weak. Yeah, he will be.
Then again, maybe not. Because I used to do Ramadan, so I know what that's about. It's like when you're getting closer to God and everything. So I don't know. I can't. He's young, so he can. I don't know.
That's the other thing. Yeah, he's young, right? He's younger than him.
Right?
He's naturally.
Brian, you've boxed. Like you've literally
boxed.
You know what it takes to be fight ready. And do you think you could do that while fasting every single day?
No.
That's
gotcha.
But then again, I did that, so.
I mean, we did that. I mean, you did that to cut weight. You did that to cut weight, right? Or...
I'm a one meal day guy.
Okay.
So, and I've been doing that since I was 15.
Yeah, same. I'm the
Okay.
same. I'm pretty much the same. I eat once a day, sometimes twice, but usually once.
Yeah,
Right.
And I still put on weight like a fucking Mack trucks with them. So,
But,
Brian,
but,
what weight did you fight at when you fought, Brian?
heavyweight.
Oh, heavy. Okay, got it.
You know?
but boxers, let me ask this. I mean, don't they eat a lot of protein, a lot of meat? But then again, I can't say that because some of them aren't. Some of them are what do you call it?
Vegans,
Like
vegans.
Muslim in
Yeah.
this. I don't know if Muslims eat meat.
Yeah, they eat meat.
Do they? Okay.
Some of them, yeah.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah.
They just don't eat pork.
They don't eat pork.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't eat pork. They don't
Okay,
eat
I
pork.
get you.
Well,
now.
it's not just pork. It's any animal with a closed, no, an
Byproduct.
open hoof. Yeah.
Yeah,
It has
yeah.
no
Any
any
pork byproduct, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it could be toothpaste. It's the Jiffy cornbread has pork byproduct. It's just certain things. Yeah.
I get you. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was meat. Okay. You learn something new every day.
They eat halal food or kosher.
Okay.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day, though. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, because I remember we used to do it, but I was a kid. I didn't know any better.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was a kid.
Yeah.
By the way, Lisa, what's your? We discussed our predictions for the fight. How you see it going? Who you got winning?
Which fight?
Devin and Loma.
Devin and Loma. I think I'm gonna say. I know Loma's gonna put it on the line for undisputed. I think Devin has a chance. It's the foot. Yeah, it's.
Devin don't have bad footwork either, though. That's the.
No, he doesn't. He's pretty fast.
Yeah, like
You know what? I'm
got
gonna
quick-
be honest with you. When
he's
I
got quick
first
timing.
saw, yeah,
You know.
his footwork is a little different now. But when I first saw him on, what was it called? Showbox.
Yeah.
His footwork was crazy. He was so fast when he was with Floyd Mayweather Sr.
Yeah.
Oh shit! He actually had Floyd Senior in his corner at one point.
No, he did for a couple of years. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his trainer. Yeah. He was super fast. I was like, whoa. But I don't know. I would pick Devin for youth, but if Loma come in there and put it all on the line, it's gonna be interesting. Because this
agree.
is undisputed. So I'm gonna say 50-50.
Okay, that's fair.
That's fair. I'm slightly picking Devin. But
I was right. I was rocking. Lisa, don't hate me. I was rocking with Loma.
Why would I hate you? I don't hate anybody for their
No.
boxing
I'm
opinion.
playing.
Oh yeah. Oh okay.
Yeah.
I don't take none of this that serious. People think I do, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm slightly picking Devin.
You'd be
Just on-
surprised. Like we give our predictions. People like, what? You? How? Oh my god! I'm like, bruh.
Shout out everybody.
Am I like that though, AJ?
No, not at all.
No,
I'm saying
not
Every
you,
time
but-
when
No.
every week when the predictions come out, do I blow a fit?
No.
'Cause I be low in there?
Lisa, of course not. Of course, I was just saying some people are like that. Not you. So
Yeah.
not you. Yeah, that's not you.
You know what my Achilles heel has been in this,
AJ.
and Bud. Those are
Of course.
two.
Of course, I know.
But Tony, you never knew why. See, there's a backstory to that.
So
Okay.
AJ,
And Bud too. There's a backstory.
By the way, what up, Prodigal? How you doing, man?
What's going on,
What's
everybody? How
up?
you
What's
doing?
up, everybody? What's up, IB and Prodigal?
What's up, IB?
What up? Happy New Year's, everybody.
Hold on,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
hold on. Wait, Lisa. Don't tell us yet. Hold on.
Mhm.
Are you taping?
Yeah,
You
hold on.
typing something in the chat?
Hold on. No.
Oh no! Wait a minute. He taping this?
No, he typing
No.
it. He typing it. He
All
typing
right,
it.
go ahead,
Oh,
Lisa. Tell us your story. Why Bud? Why AJ?
Oh wait a minute, why you typing that?
Read the
No, he's
message.
typing something. He's typing some. I don't know what he's typing.
Oh
Read the
no.
At the bottom, read the bottom.
Oh.
Now tell us your story. Lisa.
Oh God, why you do all that? It ain't that heavy.
You said you
The
was about to
reason
tell
why
us.
no, I was saying, oh God, yeah, you put me on the spot now. No, I said those were my Achilles heels because I knew that well, okay, I'll say for Bud, like Bud always, was everybody was like rooting for Bud and fine or whatever until he got to 147 and he hit that bump in the road and it was like then I started seeing people like really like they started creating like a rivalry and it got out of hand
Right.
and it really got out of hand and then people just like the trolling that went with it and everything and it just got really out of hand and people just not respecting the boxers whether it's Bud or Spence whoever you like but it still is just like people just went overboard with this. They really did. They
I
really
get
went
you.
overboard with it. It's just become like I don't even like really just like to talk about that fight anymore because if it happens, it happens. But I'm not gonna hold my breath for it. You know what I'm saying? I really am
Same.
not because there's too many great fights that's still in the works or happening or about to happen or we still have some undisputed fights that we would like to make that we would like to see. So like I can't like you know what I mean? Like boxing
I get you.
moves on. I can't let like allow two people to consume my life when it comes to boxing or
Right.
my or my channel. I'm not a content creator, but some people's content is just those two, and that's boxing is too big for that. It's too vast. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say I love boxing, I love boxing. I'm not just going to talk about those two.
Yeah, I get you.
You know,
Yeah, I
it's
get it.
just sad, man. Sometimes I think the fans have played into the fight not happening either. I hate to say it to some
They could.
degree.
Yeah, I'm
To
at the
some
point I don't want to
degree.
talk about that fight because um, it was meant to happen late last year. I heard
Mm-hmm.
content creators saying it was going to happen. The fight was signed and sealed. And I'm like, "Where's your source?" Content
Yeah.
creator actually give out a source.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The
you know,
content creators don't tell you when that fight is gonna. It's gonna happen when it's official.
yeah, right. And
When
Right.
you get that,
yeah,
when you get that
I'm
official.
like, yeah, I was like, "Where's your source?" One content creator gave a source. He said he knew a guy who saw the contract of Michael Buffer, one of the lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give the content creator's name, Punch Drunk. So he said
Good.
this fight's happening, blah blah blah. The date, and the venue, and all, everything's signed, sealed, delivered, all this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, and I'm like, even when he said that, I'm like, it's not happening.
Right.
Right.
When
Right. It's the same people who come
Yeah,
up with these fake fight dates time after time after time, and they have the most followers, and they lie to their followers the most, but yet they
yeah,
still keep their followers. I don't understand it because there's a few of them that come up with these fight dates, especially the Bud Spence fight date that was supposedly already signed.
yeah,
It's all
Mhm.
BS.
And like
yeah.
y'all it was even funnier. It's like these people don't buy pay-per-views.
but you know what, Tony? Some of them may have inside sources, so they may have got it wrong. It happens. You know what I'm saying? Like
It happens
I'm
to
not
me.
saying
I get
that.
it. I get
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Because
But
I know some of them probably. When you're working in that, you have inside intels, but that
yeah,
doesn't mean it's always necessarily true.
true.
But
Yeah,
with this particular fight, everything has been very secretive, and it's like so I know based on that, you're not gonna know until it's official from like what's his name, Espinosa, or if he don't say it's official, or you get it in ESPN news like or official statement, it's not official.
Yeah, but it comes out of what do you call it? The PBC or something like that there, or
Uh-huh.
Showtime announced it, or
Yeah.
whoever right? But my thing is, even then, I was like, I don't think the fight's happening, and he's like, we'll see. So
Right.
but
And
I
people
never,
was pissed
yeah,
people was pissed because that date was out there. People was trying IB, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah,
People was trying to book hotels. People was trying to get their stuff set up so they could get them days off.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? People got bets out here. You know how many bets is out here?
Yeah,
yeah.
facts,
Um,
facts.
yeah. A friend of mine said we were heading to Vegas. Me and Mark
Mm-hmm.
were going to head to Vegas if that fight was happening.
Yeah.
He was saying he knew someone he can get tickets for the fight if it was
Mm-hmm.
happening. So he and I were going to go to Vegas. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were just waiting on announcement, and I was like, I don't think it was happening. But
Wow.
you know, even then, I was like,
Wow.
I would love to go to Vegas. I'd love to hang out with Mark and a few other people might be going. And even
Mm-hmm.
then, I was thinking, well, the fight mightn't even happen. So
Right. 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 Right.
you know, but no, that would have been fun if it was. So
Yes. It's a lot on the line. You're talking about two undefeated fighters.
yeah,
Um, for all the marbles.
yeah. So
Welterweight too. Come on, man.
I don't
Can't
think
get no.
that will happen. I'm
Yeah, that's what a
convinced.
lot of.
I'm convinced they're never gonna fight.
The fight's dead. It's dead.
Yeah, I'm convinced
Mm-hmm.
too. I'm done talking about it too.
It's dead.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen either. If it do, I don't. It'll be at the end of this year if it do. But if it don't happen 2023, it's really over with. You might as
Yeah.
well close that
Mm-hmm.
It'll
curtain.
be like
That's the
way
thing.
down the
That's the
line,
thing.
like
That's the thing.
4
It's dead.
years or something down the line.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And
It'll
that's
be
if
past the
if
sell
that
by
and that's
date.
if Terrence Crawford's still in boxing. He might move up and try to go after. I feel like they both gonna move up.
Mm-hmm.
But what if they both meet at 140 though? I mean
Give me
154.
154. That's what I was
154. Yeah.
thinking.
What if they both move up to 154 and then meet up there? But
Mm.
you still got Jamel with all the belts, and I don't think he's moving up until his brother
No,
moves
he's
up.
gonna. Yeah. That's the
Mm-hmm.
plan because Errol Spence is supposed to move up to 54. Then Jamel is supposed to move up to 160, and then Jamal is supposed to be at 168.
Yeah. I feel like that's the only way that Errol
but I
might
heard,
Mm-hmm.
move up, but it's
I,
coming soon, I believe.
I heard middle last year Jamal was moving up to he moved up to 160, and then I heard he didn't, and I
Well,
heard he
because he
did.
still has his title.
But he
He
hasn't
still is
fought.
the
He didn't fight last year, did he?
no, not at all.
No,
He's been
Jamal
off for
didn't fight
like
last year at all.
Mm-hmm.
no.
Which
It's nearly 2 years off the ring. He hasn't fought.
yeah. No, I was going to say Sebastian Formella. Who was the guy he beat the guy who went
Uh,
12 rounds with? Forget
his
his name.
last fight,
Yeah, I was thinking
Jamal.
about. Yeah, I was thinking about Sean Porter.
Wait, what? What's the question?
Who was Jamal's last fight? Because he
Castano.
fought Lomachenko, but who did he fight after
Now
that?
you talking about Big
Castano.
Charlo? He said Jamal.
Oh,
Jamal's last fight.
Jamal. I thought
It
you were
was
talking
like
about Jamel at
Caesar
154.
Meta or something. I don't know who it was.
Shit, I
Yeah,
don't
he
even
ain't done
know.
nothing in like what 2 years?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
I
Yeah.
don't even know who the last guy was.
Lomachenko was the last proper fight he had.
Mm-hmm.
Korobov. Korobov was his last proper tear up.
Yeah.
Meaning that was the only person who gave him a real challenge. Everybody else since
Well, he
then
looked
has
terrible
been
against Korobov. My God.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's
Yeah.
what I meant by having
Mhm.
given a challenge.
He did actually.
Yeah.
Here's the thing
A lot
about
of
Yeah,
people thought
he
he
don't
lost that
look
fight.
good against southpaws, which I don't understand because Ronnie had Lara at the
Yeah.
time, so they sparred with southpaw.
But I mean, I realized one thing after Maul fought what's his face Montiel. Like when that fight was over,
Oh,
he
with
said,
Montiel, that was
I'm-
yeah.
no, I mean, but after that fight was over, he said, "Now I see why Canelo didn't want to fight him. He didn't want no parts of that."
Huh.
Talking about Montiel?
Yeah. After Jamal fought Montiel, he decision him. I said, "Now I see why Canelo didn't want no parts of Jamal."
Mm-hmm.
That's a joke,
And
by the
it's-
way.
I know.
There
And
was
make it
another-
so bad because Jamal is a good fighter. Jamal can fight.
Jamal's got a good jab, right?
Yeah.
Everything he springs off is from that jab. You know,
I mean, what Carlos Adames did to
Yeah.
Montiel, that's what I thought Jamal was going to do.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I thought he was gonna, because at the time, right, we were, right, and I was like, he's gonna destroy Montiel.
That's
I give
a
Montiel 6
mismatch. I
rounds.
was calling that a mismatch.
I was giving Montiel 6
But-
rounds, and I thought I was being generous.
Mm-hmm. But
You
you
know?
know what? That's what happens.
There you
because
go. That was
can't
his
show-
last fight too.
Yeah.
Montiel. I'm glad you said that. That was his last fight. Montiel.
Mm-hmm.
2021.
Oh,
2021. Yep.
Yeah, we're going on 2
But
years.
that's what happens. You're not
Go ahead.
showing the best of who you are because you're not the level of competition isn't challenging you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
that's
like
also
he's
PBC's fault,
regressed.
That's what I was going to say, Lisa, because like I noticed a couple things. I saw the Montiel fight, and even though Jamal pretty much dominated him, Montiel hurt him twice in the fight. He did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
Like hit him to the body, had him holding for dear life, and rocked him and buzzed him. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, there was another fight on that night, right? And I watched it instead of it was on another channel, and I watched it instead of the Charlo Montiel fight, right? I forget who was fighting, but I've only ever seen the highlights of that fight. I've never seen the full fight. So the Montiel Charlo.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Which one?
Yeah.
Or-
The Montiel
Montiel
Charlo.
Charlo.
There was another fight on that night, like on an Ankles ESPN or something like that.
Uh-huh.
I watched that fight instead, so I've only ever seen highlights of it. I never seen the full
Mhm.
fight.
Gotcha.
The real question is, who's supposed to be his comeback fight?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Suliecki? They were
Solecki.
revisiting that fight. They were revisiting that fight.
That was meant to be Selecki, and that got canceled. And here, I got an idea. Keith Thurman.
Oh God.
That's hilarious. Well, you know what's crazy right now? Do you know Danny Garcia is number 8 in the WBA rankings at middleweight?
Stupid.
Oh my God.
I don't know why.
So he's moving up again?
He's trying to fight Laura. He wants to chase Laura because Laura has
hell,
the
fuck,
regular
man.
strap.
I'm not trying to see that.
Oh.
So that's what they're trying to set up.
Are
Right.
they just trying to see if Danny Garcia is knockoutable? Because I think Lara knock him out. I don't know about that, but because he hasn't been knocked out in his career, but
I doubt Laura can do it at this stage because Laura's faded
think-
himself. So
Yeah. I think Laura got a chance of beating him.
I think Lara beat.
Too slick. He's
I
still
think Lara beat
faster than Danny. Danny's slow as shit.
Look, Danny was decent at 140. He was never good at 147.
every time he stepped up, he lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ashley
Knocking out
Theophane gave him
Americana
a
is
hard
not
fight.
impressive.
But listen,
Danny's prime was 140.
people give Danny
Yeah.
more credit than Terrence. That's what's so crazy.
Nah, because
when you
Danny
ask
never
them-
ducked nothing though.
No,
More-
but listen,
more
when you
credit
ask
for what?
people what makes Spence so much better, they always name Danny Garcia. It's that's impressive.
What?
Oh, because he was the unified, he was unified champ, right, Garcia?
At
He took
140,
Amir Khan's
yeah.
belt.
Shit. He knocked out Amir Khan.
Everybody.
And I think he
Who didn't knock out Amir Khan?
beat Devin Alexander too.
Yeah, that's a good win.
Here, the local Breeze knocked out Amir Khan.
Yeah, that's a good
I
win.
still think
Danny.
Breeze
Danny lost
Prescott
against
knocked out Amir
Mauricio
Khan in one
Herrera.
round. Breeze
British
Prescott stopped him.
Prescott, but I'm just talking about the local Breeze knocked out Amir
The
Khan.
Matiste fight was a good win.
That was.
Yeah,
That was.
Yeah,
that
well,
Yeah.
He still lost to Herrera to me. He definitely lost that fight.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst robberies I've ever seen.
I know.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
and Puerto Rico as well.
Yep.
Yeah, that wasn't a good look. Yeah.
Yeah. I would have thought they would have tried to give it to the home fighter who actually spoke Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Mm-hmm.
I don't speak Portuguese, but I was told it was funny as fuck from people who do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't speak Portuguese. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's just I don't know, Danny. I don't know at 160. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Seem
I mean,
like he
Sergio
moving through
Martinez
them
is
weight
undefeated
classes.
now.
He moves up to 154 and has a fight against a guy who's not a natural 154 pounder. Now he's moving up again.
Yeah, to
He's
160.
gonna get knocked
Well,
out.
because
He
they're
wanna get
looking at
knocked out.
Lara. They're looking at Lara as like, because he was 154 like what 2 fights ago. So it's sort of like, you know,
Mhm.
okay, maybe I can move up to 160 and try to relieve him of
Yeah,
that.
and Jose Benavidez wasn't shit. That wasn't nothing. I mean, it was a good, warm up fight at 154. But I would try to get a couple more fights before you talk about moving up.
Yeah.
I think
I agree.
he think Laura shot or something. I think he think Laura, old now or something like that. That guy still can box.
He's been knocking
Mhm.
everybody out that he's been fighting. He's been KOing people more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got to stand in the pocket and fight you now because them legs is gone. They're not what
Yeah.
they used to be.
So he has
Yeah.
a high chance of knocking Danny out.
That's the
Yeah.
that's the one though.
Yeah, I noticed those legs. He had to fight. Well, Jared Hurd cut the ring off on him, so he made him fight.
Well,
Yeah.
Jared Huge was fucking. He was fucking huge.
Yeah.
And he knocked him out last minute too. That was like literally like saved by the bell. Like Jared Hurd won that fight by like the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, where the hell is he at?
No one knows.
Nobody knows.
Damn.
Yo, I like
That
Jared
shit
Hurd.
funny as hell.
I like Jared Hurd a lot too. Like this dude, I don't know if he still does, but he lived with his parents for the longest. Like this dude was a world champion, still living at home with his wife. Like
Mhm.
I like the dude. Like I like him a lot, but
Hey, he's a mama's boy
Yeah.
or a parent's boy. Who knows?
his style just is so bad because he's not like Fondora where he can fight up close because he doesn't have that type of power, but he likes to give away his height.
Well, honestly, I think the most. I think
Yeah, for sure.
His main asset has pretty much been his size. Like, dude,
I like
Yeah.
how he took the layoff, came back, grabbed 3 of the 4 major titles, had a couple fights, met J-Rock. J-Rock ended up taking the belts. J-Rock met Rosario. Rosario ended up taking the belt. J-Rock and Rosario didn't have those titles for no longer than 6 months. But that's when the division was fire. 154 was fire around that time.
The belts for 154 were playing musical chairs.
Yeah, literally. That's
I
exactly what it
know.
was.
Yeah.
Talking about one of the worst knockouts ever seen was Rosario and Jamel.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That was bad.
That was the weirdest. That was one of the weirdest night I've ever seen. It's
Man, it looked like he had a heart attack in the ring because his body was jerking like that.
Rosario soft to the body. He's soft to the body.
Out by every fucking buddy ever.
I thought he had it looked like he had a seizure to me.
Lubin knocked him out. Mendoza just knocked him out, and I think he retired. It's like, bro, he can't.
Yeah, that was a
go
bad
like
knockout. The next knockout he got was terrible. That was
Again to the body.
Go out like that. Yeah.
Does he have some sort of condition?
I'm starting to think maybe I don't know.
If he gets touched to the body at all, he's
It's possible.
Some guys are just like that. Like Keith Thurman, he's weak to the body too.
Yeah, he is. He always has been.
I think Rosario weaker.
Yeah, I do.
For real.
Keith hasn't been knocked out yet. So
Rosario's body is like Amir Khan's chin.
Yep.
Keith is not doing the right exercises for his body, or
all that chutney he's be eating, man. That guy, goodness.
He need to get some canal meat, some canal heart.
Canelo's vegan now. That's
Jason, he need to stop eating bananas. He need to stop eating bananas. Yeah, too many bananas is a problem.
I heard they got a soft core.
Hold on. This just hit my mind, and I don't know if you've heard this news. Gamboa's in jail for killing somebody.
Yes, yeah.
Vehicular manslaughter. Yep, vehicular manslaughter.
Oh my God.
But he wasn't drunk though.
Whoa.
I don't know if it was his fault or...
Yeah, I hope he wasn't drunk, but you got to cover some of that stuff up when it just happened too, Lisa. So hopefully we'll get more. I hope he wasn't drunk. But...
Was this in Florida or was this like?
No, he in jail in Cuba right now.
Oh no, yeah, he's never coming out.
What happened?
Ain't too many people sober on New Year's. That's all I'm saying.
Car accident.
Yeah, vehicular manslaughter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the
But pray
news
for
came out
Gamboa though.
today.
Pray for
Yeah.
Gamboa for sure. Pray for Gamboa and his family, man. I hope he get out of that situation. But it's a sticky one though. But I'm praying for Gamboa.
This is wrong. Why I
He's
see on
also-
Twitter somebody made a joke about like, oh, well, there goes Rolly or Tank's next fight.
Damn. Yeah.
It's like you've been boxing all these years, and you can retire if you want to, and he probably will retire. But why would something like this happen at the end of your career after you don't work so hard to get to this point?
Yeah.
That's
What's
so
like the PBC
sad.
was passing him around like a spliff. Well, I mean, what they were like putting him in with Tank, then Isaac Cruz. Like, dude, when Isaac he was gonna fight, that's a mismatch.
Shit, Gamboa always wanted the smoke though. That's why I respect him. He always wanted the smoke. He
I
don't
don't think
care who
he
you
had.
hit.
I don't think he had a
He
choice.
want the
I think
smoke.
it's like,
Hey,
oh, you gonna
Gamboa
fight
want
Isaac?
that smoke. Gamboa with the
Gamboa
smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I
sad.
always respect the fighter for stepping in the ring with anyone.
Mhm.
Yeah, because that shit dangerous, man. And he step in there,
Oh,
do his
but
thing,
part of me
until
thinks
he
he had
get
no
knocked
choice.
out, and
Part
he
of me
fight
thinks,
till
like,
he get knocked out too.
Part of me thinks that like they just put him in there and he really didn't have much say in it. Like, nope, you're gonna fight Isaac. We don't give a shit what you say. Like, it don't matter what happened. Like, you know what I mean? But I do respect us for doing it. But it's like part of me thinks he didn't have a choice. You know?
Well, look at the people in his weight class. You gotta look at them.
Yeah, well,
All little killers.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't mind the paycheck though.
Mm-hmm.
Like okay, you're fighting these guys, right? What's the paycheck? Okay, that's good. I'll right? I don't mind stepping in,
Yeah.
Guerrero was like that for a little while with PBC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're from Cuba and live in Cuba, anything. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna get lowballed, but anything like for Gamboa that's 250,000 or better, he's gonna take that fight.
Oh yeah.
I always thought he lived over here.
Well, I don't know where he
Gamboa.
lived though, but I'm just saying being from Cuba, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Those people.
Well, I think they
don't
allow
have
you
nothing
over there now. It's different now. I think you can go
Yeah.
back now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
I don't know about
And you see that when you talk about Uncle Al, he always wants to shut you down every time.
I haven't even mentioned Uncle Al yet.
Fuck. I'm drawing a blank.
I haven't mentioned.
No, I
Uncle
would say
Al
when
yet.
we talk about PBC, Uncle Al wants to shut you down if you talk about something that he doesn't deem necessary.
Yeah.
But Lisa,
Lisa,
I don't know if Cuba lets you do that because I forget his name. I'm drawing a blank. Cruz from the Olympics.
Oh yeah, Cruz. He
tried to
defected.
defect over here and they didn't let him. Like they caught him and took him back.
Oh wow.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I don't think
you talking about Andy Cruz that fought Keyshawn Davis in the amateurs. Andy Cruz.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait, was that the guy who beat Keith? Then Keish. Then
he didn't just beat him, AJ. He's beat him every fucking time they fought.
No. Was he dancing? And who was dancing in the background? Like, just was it him or Keith? Like Keyshawn was saying, like, we gonna take it to the next level.
Nah, he was dancing. Andy Cruz was dancing on him.
Oh, okay. Andy Cruz was there. Okay, that was him. That's the guy. Yeah. That made me laugh. Like, because Kevin Hart and Snoop Dogg made fun of that shit. Talking about you say you gonna take it. You should have won a motherfucking fight. You're gonna take it to the next level.
I like Andy Cruz.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
But do y'all think he could beat Keyshawn right now in the pros?
Oh, that's no. What?
I knew Tony was about to say something like that. Hell yeah.
Hey, the pros, that's a different ball game. Pros, different ballpark.
Pros is different from the amateurs.
Let me tell you something. If Keyshawn would have been in there in a professional fight, he would have been knocked out by Andy Cruz. Like, look, there's just always that one guy, for whatever reason. It doesn't matter how talented this fighter is, they just can't get past that one guy.
The one guy's boogeyman, kind of like the Pereira to Israel Adesanya.
And Izzy, yeah, every time. And Izzy was winning that
Gary
fight.
Antoine got like 3 wins over Boots in the amateurs. Can Boots beat Gary Antoine?
I don't know. That style could be a stylistic.
Gary beat
now,
Boots
see, I don't know how Gary was fighting.
I think it's like 3-1, something like that. Like 3-1 in the amateurs between them.
Now, when you look at Gary, when you look at them as pros, his style is so awkward.
Yeah.
Plus, it ain't 3 rounds. It ain't 3 rounds.
Yeah.
IB, here's the problem with Boots. Like, everybody says I'm crazy because I say Rashidi Ellis the best welterweight, right? But they'd be like, no, he's not. Boots is the best guy. Boots. But literally, my boy Rashidi has a better win than anybody. Better than fucking Virgil Ortiz. Better than Stanionis. Better than Boots. And Roca, he's got the best win at the division. Boots has beat literally nobody. But everybody gives him all this praise.
What's the best win?
So you think Roca better than Lipinets?
Yes.
You think Roca's better than than Knee Machine, and Kavalauskas?
Yeah.
Kavalauskas, just like most Eastern European fighters, waited way too long to go pro. And once he got cracked by Terrence Hussein, he ain't recovered. And then Ortiz.
Yeah, Lipinets is a 140 pounder, moved up to 147. I always thought he was too small. For Boots Ennis. You know?
Yeah, way too small.
Wait, just looking at it, so yeah. I never thought that was a good win for him just because I never thought
he beat the shit out of Lipinets.
He did beat the shit.
I'm just saying because that's Boots' best win is Lipinets. That's like that's his best win. And then Mean Machine, like y'all said, Mean Machine is Virgil Ortiz's best win.
Yeah.
I mean that's until they make this date for his next opponent.
What's better, him or Mo Hooker? We think
with Stanionis. You said Virgil or Mo Hooker?
Mean Machine or Mo Hooker?
I was about to say
Mean Machine.
I don't know about that.
The better win.
I think Mean Machine, but Hooker's a decent fighter.
I don't know about that one. I'm not sure.
Mean Machine was an Olympian, so you have to put that into.
Mo was former world champion himself.
They both fought guys, but they lost to the best. It's just like they lost to the best guys they fought.
Yeah.
Mean Machine to me, like I said, like most Eastern Europeans waited too long to go pro, and then whenever he fought Virgil, he was already coming off of a knockout loss.
He got he got a win under his belt.
That's not what I'm talking about. He was coming off being knocked out.
In general,
it already happened.
Got it.
I'm trying to think of his name, right? We'll fight the drug cheating. Who's Connor Ben's best one?
What happened?
Connor Ben's.
Like Chris Algieri.
Probably Chris Algieri, I'd say.
Yeah, Chris Algieri.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, guess so.
He made him do a Sonic roll.
Yeah, I'm trying.
But I mean, my thing is this.
Fought.
This is my thought process when it comes to Boots versus Rashidi, right? I look at it like this. Rashidi beat Roca. Roca beat Blair the Flair Cobbs.
Blair Cobbs fucking sucks.
And I'm hoping you're not putting that because you said he beat Blair Cobbs. I know that's why you said that.
You could say he sucks. However, he took that fight on like a 2-week notice and went into that fight. Now, on top of that, Boots talks about he's the boogeyman. Everybody's scared of him. Look at how many times Blair the Flair ran up on him. He ain't never want to fight him.
You think Blair Cobbs beats Boots?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like Bud ran up on Spence, Blair did it multiple times to Boots, and Boots ain't never wanted that fight.
You're right.
Okay,
he's right about that, but I still think I still got Boots.
I still think Boots beat him though.
Blair, I think Boots knocks out Blair. No offense to Blair Cobbs, but I still think he knows him.
I know why you like Blair. I know why you like Blair so much. Like, you know what, Blair Cobbs, he pretty to me, he's pretty much like Keith Thurman minus the everything.
He's Mexican Keith Thurman, actually.
You know what I call Keith Thurman though?
I think that's disrespectful to Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman was that guy in 2017. Keith Thurman was that man. Come on, man. He beat Sean Porter and Daddy, man. He was that guy.
Well, that was then. This is
he
now.
only got one loss. He only got one loss. He only got one loss.
Here, that was 6 years ago.
That's only because he doesn't want to fight no fucking buddy.
He been inactive. He been inactive for sure, but he only got one loss, fellas. Come on, I can't disrespect Keith Thurman.
If he fought Terrence, it'd be 2.
He's been inactive, though. Josecito Lopez gave him a little run, but he still beat him too, though, and he beat Barrios as well. So Keith Thurman not shot. Go ahead, Tony. My fault, bro.
Lopez, you're telling me Thurman really beat Lopez?
Yeah,
Lopez, who?
I beat Josecito Lopez. Yeah, I think that was a good fight.
Yeah,
Don't
he
get
beat
me
him.
wrong,
Yeah,
but
he
I think he
I
beat.
thought he
Yes,
beat
I
him.
think he
I
beat
thought he
him.
beat
That
him.
one
Boy,
round.
Break it down. Break it down. How did
I beat.
Josecito
I
Lopez
beat.
beat?
Hold up. I beat you.
Can
You
I give
mentioned.
Keith? Can I give Keith his proper name though? Can I give Keith Thurman his proper name? The name I've been giving him for the last 2.5, 3 years.
Once upon a time.
No. Keith, I want $10 million to fight someone, or my wife will leave me, Thurman.
Oh shit!
You're crazy.
I hear you on that
Wait,
one.
Brian,
Crazy.
say that again.
But as a boxing fan, I respect Keith Thurman. Period, man. He only lost to Manny Pacquiao, and how did he lose to him? He fought Manny Pacquiao. Everybody's not about to fight Manny Pacquiao. Like I said, 2017, he was that guy. He was inactive. He got stripped from a belt. Then he, lost the other title. In the ring. It is what it is. Danny Garcia and Sean Porter fought for the vacant belt that Keith Thurman got stripped of. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
And that's just how it happened. Sean Porter won. Errol Spence took that belt off Sean Porter. That's just how it go. I know this boxing shit, fellas. I know how it go, but I respect Keith Thurman. You feel me?
No. I've been calling him that for the last 3 years. That's just a nickname I've given him.
What have you been calling him?
Keith, I want $10 million to fight anyone, or my wife will leave me, Thurman.
Hey, Brian, crazy.
That's wrong. You're wrong.
I agree with you.
He was calling out everyone. He goes, "I'll fight you for $10 million after the Manny fight." That's
I beat. You said that he beat Barrios.
Yeah,
he beat Barrios.
He beat Barrios. I won $200 on that fight.
So what?
Boxing historian. He won.
So what? Tank knocked him out before.
Yeah.
And Barrios is literally blown up. He's a blown up 122-pound fighter that literally beat nobody, had a baby belt that the PBC, Mayweather, Hangman, Leonard Ellerby used to say that Tank was a 140 champion, even though Josh Taylor was undisputed at the time. Like, Barrios was a nobody. He's still a nobody.
Hey, Josecito Lopez was a nobody too, and he had a
Keith could not stop him.
Hey, Josecito Lopez had less hype than Barrios.
Let me say this about Keith.
He's not rough, and that was a tougher fight.
Let me say I agree with you. 6 years ago in 2017, Keith was the man. But just like Keith's hairline, his talent is gone. It's not there no more.
He's food.
He's crazy.
He's food.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I think he's the best of the best. Still, all I'm saying is I respect him for what he did. He fought the guy.
He did his thing back then.
He was that guy, like Tony just said. He was that guy. Like you feel me? He
never
made
lose
him
your talent. You never lose your talent. I just think maybe the hunger is gone, or it looks like he's accident. He's injury prone. Looks like
that too.
Talent is there.
But if Errol Spence move up and vacate those belts, he'd have a good shot at getting one of them belts. He could possibly be champion again. I literally stand behind his skill set.
With them young boys.
Did you see his training video that he released like 3 months ago?
No, what he look? He look fat.
Let me show you.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good.
Okay.
Oh no, Tony, I did see it. They try to make it seem like it was more than what it was. I'm like, man, this workout booty as hell. I seen it. I know. Hey, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Deontay Wilder's working. Was it? I didn't see it.
That shit funny, man.
I'm gonna show you. This is how fast he was moving. He was doing push-ups, right? He was like doing. They weren't like burpees. He was just doing like push-ups and then jumping up. This is the speed he was moving at.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh wow. That's not the same Keith Thurman. Remember when Keith Thurman used to train with the pit bull in the ring?
Yeah, that's definitely not the same Keith Thurman. That's definitely not the same Keith Thurman for sure. For sure. That's not the same Keith.
He's civilized.
All I'm saying is I respect what he did, though. That's all I'm saying. You feel me?
The shadow boxing, though, even though he's moving slow, his form, if his form's anything like yours, it looks good.
What's that, Brian? What's that, Brian?
I said, of the shadow boxing, even though he was moving slow, if his form's anything like yours, it looked half decent.
Ah, yo, I'm telling you, like it don't matter. Like, look, I agree, Lisa. You have talent, but your natural attributes and your talent go hand in hand. When you start to decline due to age, your talent it goes away.
Yeah,
You can't.
So
be as
is Spence
talented-
fighting Thurman or Manny, Tony? Which one you think? Which fight you think will happen? The Manny fight or the Keith Thurman fight for Errol
Thurman.
Spence?
I think Thurman.
Oh,
I think Thurman.
Thurman. Well, I don't know. Wait, come out. Pause. I don't know because I look at it like this. Manny brings a lot of money, and Spence has been very adamant saying he won't fight Keith. However, Mauricio made him his mandatory, so I don't know if he's willing to vacate.
He has to vacate like
Errol's
potentially
gonna
2
do what he's
belts.
told. Errol's gonna do what he's told.
Yeah.
Errol said he don't want to fight Manny now. He says I don't want to fight a
Oh, yeah,
40.
he wrote that off. He said he's too old. So yeah, so whatever.
Here, the PBC when it comes to Errol Spence Jr. is a Hitch Promotions. Ask Al Heyman. Right?
Yeah, but do you know how bad it's gonna look? Do you know how
have, like,
Yeah, we
mandatories,
just speculating right now. It's all speculation right now. That's all we do. All we doing is speculating. We ain't putting a stamp on nothing. I just asked Tony, like, which one do you feel might happen? That's it. We just speculating.
Let me ask you a question, ID. If Thurman does the miracle and beats the shit out of Spence, do you believe the people who follow Spence are going to be like, oh, Thurman's way better than Crawford. Thurman's way better than Crawford, even though they've already said that Crawford would beat him?
That's inevitable. I know they will.
Yep.
He's got a better resume.
I think it'll be another
That's just how the
glove
boxing
gate
world work.
coming.
That's just how the boxing world work. What you say, Miss
No,
Lisa?
it's another glove gate coming.
Oh, they got steroid gate coming on Ryan. Like you already hear Calvin Ford. Oh, he juicy. They scared.
He never popped dirty, so I can't say nothing. But we got to test that Gatorade bottle, Tony.
Send it to the lab. You can have it.
I just be fucking with you. Tony. You know I just be fucking with you, man.
Wow.
But
Water sucks. It really sucks.
Hey, on Space Jam, everybody wanted that secret stuff.
Hell yeah.
Doesn't Errol have like 3 mandatories he's gonna have to fight next?
All I know is
probably.
Boots, IBF mandatory. That's all I know.
Because then you have the winner.
All I know with the WBC for $10.99 you could pass this drug test.
I'm gonna name them mandatory. So he's got Boots, he's got Thurman now, and then the winner of the Stanionis and Ortiz will be his mandatory.
He's not going to fight that winner or Boots. I'll tell you that much.
You know what? I think he would fight Boots before the winner out of Ortiz.
Nope. Sorry. Nope. Not going to do it. I'm telling you.
I think Boots might be the mandatory, the mandatory challenger in the WBO too, though.
He's number 2.
Oh, he number 2. Who number 1 then?
Virgil.
Oh, okay.
No, Virgil gave it up.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. So Boots is number 1 mandatory spot now.
Well, is he going to push? Is he going to push for it? That's
I just know one thing. Ortiz could have already fought Terrence as a mandatory, and Stanionis and Boots are all calling out Spence. None of them call out Bud. I wonder why that is.
Thank you. That's it. It's like Boots is going the IBF route anyway. Even though he's probably number 1 in the W, he's going the IBF. His next fight is for an interim title for the IBF.
Here, who would you rather?
More belts?
WBC or IBF? Right, because WBC is a shit show. IBF, at least you know to do a bit of business properly over there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you're guaranteed
WBC is a joke. They're a joke.
Like if you're guaranteed a number 1, be number 1, the IBF is more likely to push that than the WBC would.
Yeah, they could potentially make Spence franchise too. Don't forget that. That could also be to bring up that old topic.
Oh yeah.
A franchise champion.
Oh God! Don't bring up franchise. Don't do it. Mauricio's listening. He about to announce Spence is the franchise right now. Watch.
For $9.99, you can.
We're gonna end this live, and it's gonna be put out.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think he would take it. But then again, I don't
Well,
know.
if unifications trump mandatories after this next fight with Spence, I would just go ahead and try to fight Crawford next because Boots is going to be on your ass. So it's either fight this dangerous young boy for nothing or go ahead and unify with Crawford for all the belts. That's what I can say.
Well, the thing is IB, you got to look at it like this. The walls are closing in on Spence. He's got Ortiz standing on us. He's got Boots. He's got Bud. Rashidi's in the background calling out Boots right now. And then if he moves up, he's already got Fondora calling him out. So where does he go?
Shit, I don't know.
Up to
I don't know.
To 154.
We're crazy. Yeah.
I can't say, but like I said, man, Boots is putting a lot of pressure on, becoming that IB, going that IBF route. So whichever way Spence turn, like you said, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. You're gonna have to make a decision whether you're gonna fight Crawford or Boots or move your ass up. It's no other options after this next fight. It's no other options.
He's moving up. I'm telling you, he's moving up.
Yeah, here, knowing them, they'll try to get Thurman, and then what's his fucking name?
Because we said Spence said he don't take no tune-ups. He don't take no tune-ups. Well, that's what he said. So we're gonna have to see.
Yeah, Thurman or Manny, right? I can see them going to Thurman.
Why would Manny Pacquiao come back?
Nah, Manny been the one talking shit though, Lisa. Manny talking shit. He like, give me the opportunity. I gave Keith Thurman or everything. Manny talking shit.
Yeah, but
I know, but why would he do that?
I don't know. Money? I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you, Lisa, it's not money, it's legacy.
Yeah.
Manny hungry for more.
Yeah. There's some fighters just can't.
The man is 45 though, and he's not gonna win no title, man.
No, I know, I know that, but I could see them going. I could see them going to Keith Thurman, right, and then Manny.
Mm-hmm.
Manny
already got his legacy, though.
I know, and that's what's so crazy. Like somebody just said, some people just can't stop doing this shit they love. They get addicted to it. Like Manny's addicted to the life of boxing, the sport of boxing. He addicted.
Yeah.
He probably did the politics on the side because he could. Manny is a real life boxing addict.
Yeah, I could see them going that route as well.
Continue doing your exhibitions
instead of fighting the youngsters coming up,
Well, his exhibition days are over, AJ. He just signed a Rising.
Oh shit.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
When was this? When was this?
Like the other
Recently.
day.
Oh, okay, recent shit. Okay.
To do what? What is he going to do in Rising?
I don't know who he's going to fight, but he signed up to be a fighter for them.
Oh yeah,
and that's who just hosted the fights that just came Saturday, right? Rising.
Yeah, Bellator.
Yeah, that Bellator Rising co-promotion shit.
Yeah.
Not a Rising fighter.
They used to be kind of shaky back in the day. Remember? Hopefully, they've gotten better.
Who?
I said back in the day, I remember they used to be a little bit shaky.
Who? Which company?
Rising.
Oh,
this was going back a lot of years ago. I don't know, man. That's a Japanese company?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the same one that Floyd signed with for that exhibition to fight that little dude.
Tension, the kickboxer.
Tension.
By the way, Prodigal and IB, we was talking earlier about the subject is Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. He all got in that fight.
The Matrix is gonna come back, man. I have full faith in him.
Okay, IB, what about you?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, that's one of the main reasons why I hit that link. You hear me? Shit, I told y'all in the chat. I love Lomachenko. If you're a true boxing fan, you got to stand behind what this man done in the sport of boxing, the competition he fought, the competition he beat, and just his skill set, the angles. He's a small guy, but his boxing skill, you would think the guy was 7 foot. Lomachenko, I always respected Lomachenko. I still lost that money on your ass when you fought Tio, but that's neither here nor there.
Came on too late.
I think it's just him and Devin Haney is both great skilled fighters. But I think Lomachenko's only chance, like I said in the chat, is getting in on the inside of Devin Haney. Devin Haney got a lot better. His jab got a lot better. His feints got a lot better. Y'all see when Devin Haney put that arm out, and then when you ever see when people try to swing at his body, how he dips back and just dip. He's made a lot of adjustments as far as using his size the correct way. He's been hurt by Linares. He's not going to get too close. He's been boxed on the inside by a JoJo Diaz. He made the adjustments. I feel like Lomachenko's only chance is getting on the inside. But Kambosos and Loma is closer to me than Devin and Loma. That shit's not, it's gonna be the same shit you've seen with Kambosos, honestly. It's gonna be the same shit. The same shit. And I'm gonna put some money up because I know a lot of people love Loma, so I'm gonna have a few bets out there, a few $100 out there. Like, and anybody that want to take the risk of losing their money, I mean, it can happen.
I'm gonna feel bad for you, IB, if Loma takes your money twice. You
Nah,
lost
yeah. I mean, man, listen. But you got to think like this. I never bet nothing I don't got, and a hard worker always gonna get it back twice.
100, all day, every day.
Well, Tony, let me ask you this. You remember when Loma was going to fight George before he left for the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Who'd you have?
Probably Lomachenko.
Okay.
I just, it's the pop that Loma has. He's just got a lot more thud on his punches than George, and he'd be more than willing to sit in the pocket and trade with him like Tio.
Yes.
It's kind of hard not to use the triangle theory on that situation because we got a Tio that beat Loma, then we got a Kambosos that beat Tio. So it's kind of hard not to use the triangle theory and not look at it from that aspect. But it's like, damn, who would you feel a win a fight out of Kambosos and Loma? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the fight I would rather see. If you want to be truthfully honest with me, I'd rather see Devin give Shakur an undisputed opportunity. And then I'd rather see Kambosos and Loma go ahead and try to, fight for a shot at the titles again.
Well, Shakur gonna get it. Shakur gonna get undisputed, but here's what's going on. And I said this earlier when I first started to check. What Bob's plan is, I already see it. He wants to fight Devin in May to get the worst version of Devin he can get, right? Loma beats him, then immediately he's gonna put Shakur in there against Loma, so that way Shakur can take over the torch because of Loma's age.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from with that, and you did a lot of thinking and research into that, but I can see why you said that, Tony, put it like that, but at the end of the day, Loma has to beat Devin.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying that if Loma wins, that's the master plan because Devin's gone after this fight.
Yeah, and they banking on Loma to win, believe you me.
I know there.
What do you think? You think Devin's leaving?
He's only got a 3-fight deal.
Yep. He only got a 3-fight deal. Yep, that's what it is.
Okay, but where's all the 140 pounders at? Aren't they over there? Well, some is on PBC too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Bob does control the majority of the 140s.
If Loma wanted to, he could have moved up, but he won't be. You know what I'm saying? It won't be a fight like it won't be like a Lomachenko fight.
Loma,
he been calling Loma out for he been calling Loma out for years.
I think Loma's maxed out at 135.
I would rather put Loma on my resume than one of those ESPN guys at 140 that you're obviously not about to get a Regis or nobody like that. So I would rather put a Loma on my resume too.
Yeah, I think Regis at this point in time beats Devin Haney. That's just where I'm. Right, if Devin Haney moved up, I'm talking about. I think he beats Devin.
I truly believe Devin will go up to 140, and then the minute he fights one of them elite guys, he's gonna go right back to 135.
100% agree.
You like if you have no power at 135, what are you gonna do at 140 against guys? All the top guys are hard hitters, like every single one of them outside of Catterall. All of them.
So do you think it's because
was Floyd a hard hitter or was he a pure boxer?
Floyd was a very hard hitter.
Yeah,
very hard.
But he used to knock guys over.
Yeah, but
do you think he's not just weight trained? That's why he doesn't have the power.
That's a possibility, Prodigal. We won't know until he gets to 140. If he goes to 140 and starts studying, then we know he was sapping too much energy to make weight. It's a possibility.
Right.
But if his power stays the same, oh my gosh, he's gonna get.
He's not here, and I've said this before. He's not been the same boxer since he got those operations on his hand.
Well, I don't know. I don't know because his quality of opposition was so low before he had.
But when it comes to power, right? I've seen him hit harder. You know, even though the quality of opposition, right?
I mean,
that's what I honestly believe, though. Since he had the operations on his hand, he's not hit the same. And we know Floyd Mayweather had hand problems, but I don't know if he ever had an operation in his hand.
But you know, Devin.
Who had operations on their hands?
No, Devin had an operation on his hand. You know.
Nah, you mean his shoulder?
Oh yeah,
sorry, it was the shoulder. That's right.
Yeah. But here's the thing too, though. You got to think about. Devin has taken a lot of advantage of being the biggest guy at 135. There's nobody bigger than him. He's bigger than Tio. Like, there's nobody bigger than him. When he gets to 140, he's going to be average size at best. Because them guys like Josh Taylor, Regis Prograis, when they're not in fight condition, they're huge.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
I don't know. Like it's
that's no joke. I mean, Josh Taylor was photographed. Josh Taylor was next to Bud.
Shitty might be a little bit taller, but shit, Rolly pretty big, and Frank Martin pretty big too. Honestly.
Yeah, he is big, Rolly.
I don't think Devin's that tall. I think
he's not. He's only like 5'9".
No, I don't think he's that tall.
5'8", 5'9".
I'm telling you, I do not believe Devin Haney is any taller than 5'7".
Oh no, he taller than that. He like 5'8", 5'9".
Let me tell you why. When I saw him in all the press conferences, he towered over Kambosos in every single press conference. But when I saw them in the ring in boxing shoes, they were damn near the same height.
Hey, I heard you say that before too.
Here, did you see the height difference between Hector Garcia and Tank?
Tank.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah.
Like,
but Brian, the difference is Tank got that fucking "I'll put you to sleep" power.
I know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know, like the height difference. But here's the thing: Hector Garcia has come forward. He's actually a good boxer too. I didn't expect him to beat Chris Colbert. I was very impressed with that one. And I went back and looked at his previous fights, and he's a very good fighter. Probably underrated going in the fight against Chris Colbert, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He's got good style. He throws a lot of punches. He comes forward. He puts pressure on. And it's educated pressure. It's not just, you know, it's just not like reckless, you know.
Again, Hector is what Tank does to every single guy he fights. He's a guy coming up. Like,
yeah, that's
while
true.
Tank is shorter, I've said it a million times. I don't care about how tall somebody is. I care about how much weight they have in their ass. That's where your size comes from. You could be tall all day, but without weight, it doesn't mean anything. And it's just like Tank, all he does is fight guys that come up. That's all he does. So I don't know. To me, it's just you going against a very hard hitter. Hector is against a guy who's known to spark people. It never turns out too well for the little guy coming up against a 90+% knockout artist.
Yeah.
That's like I don't know. Like maybe Hector surprises us all. I think Tank is highly overrated. I think he's fought very low-hanging fruit for way too long. And I think he is one elite boxer away from being exposed. And I thought Tank had all the talent in the world, but I like to say this. This is my quote: when you fight, when you only fight low opposition, eventually you become low opposition. You have to step up your quality. You have to, and he stayed fighting low opposition.
Well, he's only fighting PBC guys. No offense to him, but
what's that?
He's only Tank's only fighting PBC guys.
Well, yeah, but regardless, like there's champions in the PBC.
No, I know that.
And there's good fighters. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I think Tank will win this fight, but I think Ryan's going to be the beginning and the end of Tank, and that's why he's already talking about retirement.
Do you want to know what Mark told me privately?
What's that?
On Rival.
Yeah, what
He told me Hector is the best boxer at 135 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he told me privately.
Wait. Better than Shakur, better than Devin, better than Loma.
He says right, his style puts them under pressure.
I don't know. Like, I forgot that I even had saw him fight. Whenever I saw the Colbert fight where he won, but I had even forgot that I watched him. Like, I had to look back and see who the hell he was.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I think Tank should win this fight. I really do. I can't see Tank.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting fight.
Tank gonna win a fight. He gonna win a fight. Well, I can't say what he gonna do, but Tank should win this fight for sure, like you said. But Hector Garcia only beat a 130 pounder, Chris Colbert. Yeah. I always thought Chris Colbert had a little bit more height than he had skill. You know, he was talking big like you should, but he was talking big real early in the game, but never really proved nothing against elite fighters to be talking this type of way. So I said, somebody gonna humble this man. So I thought he was kind of a hype job. And then when Hector Garcia came along, he proved I was right the whole time. Hype job Colbert. I mean, he laid him on his ass, like, but he was real flamboyant from the jump, though, Lisa. Like, he would dye his hair. He wanted to look real flashy. Yeah. He cared about his appearance more than his ring work. I seen that. Like, we got eyes, we can see a flamboyant type of guy. He didn't really care about his performance in the ring. He cared about how he looked first, and I didn't like that.
So I stepped away. Who you talking about?
Prime time.
Oh, Chris Colbert.
Yeah, he was always flamboyant.
Yeah.
Even when he was little
fighters like that. I don't like fighters like that because I'm not saying I'm from the old school, but I've seen hella fights, historic fights from these guys way back in the 80s and 70s, when they was all mixing it up. These guys were legit. Man, the boxing gloves they used to fight in and the punishment these guys used to take, it don't even compare to today's fighters. They got to know how to box nowadays, because back in the days, you better do something because you would have got killed in the ring back in them days.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, anybody ever try his primetime chicken?
No.
Oh,
I haven't had
and that's
it.
what I said after he lost. I said, man, you better focus on your chicken business.
Yeah.
I think that's stock.
He out of Brooklyn, yeah.
His stock might have taken a hit after that L. Who knows?
Damn.
I ain't never seen Ali get in a ring with a guy with red, blue, orange, purple hair. I ain't never seen none of that back in them days, to be truthfully honest.
They didn't do that shit until the punk rock era.
Yeah, that's the new school.
Charlottes need to stop dyeing their hair too, for real. Like,
well, they didn't have dreads when they were first on the scene, like both of them.
Jamal did.
Yeah, it was normal when they first got started. They started that.
Jamal used to have long locks.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I first saw him.
Yeah, he was the more flamboyant of the two.
Yeah, definitely the same. Yeah.
To each his own. Your natural hair color, but you gotta be a different breed to dye your hair on purpose. That's all I'm saying.
No,
Right.
I get that. I that's not my type of thing either, so I get that.
You understand?
I'm going gray naturally. Not that. It's not that.
But not to switch the topic up. Who wins though? Tony, I was gonna ask you about this when we was talking about 154, because I heard some talks in this fight too. Lubin Castaño.
I think Castaño.
Yeah, I got Brian in that one, yeah.
Yeah, if Lubin was 5 years younger, I'll probably pick Lubin, but right now it's Castaño.
I don't think Lubin is the best chin, if I'm being honest.
No, yeah, he's a little shot now.
And Castaño's very good.
He is.
But,
let's see what Lubin look like when he come back. Yeah.
I think Lubin Fundora was fight of the year to me. It was either out of Lubin Fundora or Lee Wood and Conley. Them was my top two.
Yeah.
But I lean towards Fundora Lubin. I lean towards that fight of the year for me.
I lean towards Lee Wood because Woodenlot knocked his ass out the ring. You'll see that shit.
Yeah, I felt bad. I felt bad for Lubin. I felt bad. I was really worried about him after that fight. The way his face looked, I
He
was
gave him
like,
plastic surgery, didn't he, Lisa? He gave him plastic surgery. I said, man, his cheekbones all the way up to his eyebrows. Man, listen,
that
man, he
really
fucked up.
I saw the
that
I saw the Martin
disturbed
memes.
me because he looked like the Elephant Man. I was like, is he gonna be able to box
That
again?
shit made me
That was
happy. I'm like, this is
disturbing
what
to
boxing
see
is
that.
about. Hey, that
And he's
disturbed
so
you because you a
young.
woman though. You a woman
Yeah, I
though.
know.
That shit made me happy. I said, what the? Now this is boxing right here.
I'm
They rearranging faces. This is what they fight
Yeah,
for. But I
people
was
were passing
happy that
around
But
nobody
it's not.
got
But it's not.
seriously injured
It's
though.
not
Like,
even being a woman or a man. It's about still being human.
Yeah,
That the human part
I
of
feel
me
you. I
felt
feel you. But
bad.
I
I
love that
felt
shit right
bad.
there. I love that shit. Maybe because I grew up watching dog fights and shit like that. Like, I like that type of battle. You know, like bloody. I like that type of shit. As long as don't nobody die, you know, in the ring, I don't like that. But I like that type of
I like being in that type of shit.
that warrior shit.
People was passing
Preferably.
around the Martin memes too, man. They was having fun.
I don't hear. When I was in the
Yeah,
ring,
but
I didn't
see, I go on. Yeah, but see, I go on channels that talks about the fighters when they get older, they interview them, or the ones that when I see them later on in life with the pugilistic dementia and all that. That's my first thing I think of. Even though I know they're fighters, they're warriors, yada yada yada, but then it's like, damn, they don't have pensions, they don't have nothing for them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
I think of the future too. Because when I'm telling you, when I saw, y'all kidding me. Somebody posted a picture
Gerald McClellan's
of
money.
no, it wasn't even Gerald. It was what's his name? Wilfred Benitez, and tears just rolled down my eyes when I saw him.
Yeah. I know.
Tears just rolled down my eyes.
I didn't see that, Lisa, but I felt that same way when I seen Gerald McClellan's aftermath. But Nigel Benn came, he pulled up, he showed love, he came to his house. That's what made me feel better after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I forget. Watson, wasn't it?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Chris Eubanks. He messed him up.
Yeah,
that Michael Watson was a good fighter from the UK. He was. He was a very good fighter. Yeah.
Is that the guy that got killed?
No.
Nah.
He some sort of brain injury.
Yeah.
And he had problems walking for the rest of his life. You know, he's crutches and he bent over, and you know, he just looks. Yeah. I remember hearing Chris Eubank talk about that, and he goes, "It was the one regret." He goes, after that fight, he said he never hit as hard again. Anyone?
Yeah.
You
Hey,
know?
Dub Right Side. Hey, what happened with this Buffalo Bills? I'm getting notifications everywhere.
I'm sorry. So I jumped on here to get away from. So the brother DeMar Hamilton, and it's crazy. Usually he's a hard hitter. He plays safety for the Bills. He come down. He usually light people up. This time, bro, he didn't even hit Buddy hard. It was a normal tackle. Something happened, bro, and he stopped. Like he got up and collapsed. Then they had to they performed CPR on him. You know what I'm saying, for like 3 or 4 minutes or something. And then they had to they gave him oxygen, took him out in the ambulance. But bro, I'm gonna be honest. I done coach little league football, nothing major, you know. Played football when I was younger. I'm a fan of the sport. Never seen a situation where an individual goes down in a game and needs CPR. I've never seen that. Very.
Yeah, Chris Harrison during the Euros last year, or I should have said the year before because we're 2000. He was just running. Next thing you know, down, he had a heart attack in the middle of the freaking football pitch.
And I understand. I know. I mean, my thing is one thing, and because that's another situation. I have a good friend right now who in these YouTube streets. He just had a massive heart attack, man. So shout out to Coach.
Yeah.
But man,
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Man, that's tough too. Coach, oh God.
Coach
all right.
Is that the coach that be on your show?
Yeah, Glove Up Boxing. glove up
Oh,
boxing.
Yeah. Is he good? How he doing? Is he all right?
I know who
fighting.
you're talking
He's
about.
fighting. He fighting right now, man. It's been rough. It's been
Oh
really
man.
rough. Really
Yeah.
rough. It was a massive heart attack too. So
Yeah, pray for glove up. Play for glove up, because he be cooking. He be cooking.
yeah, man. You
Yeah,
know, coach. Hey,
I'll say a prayer for him tonight. Yeah,
That's unfortunate. Sorry to hear
Yeah,
that.
man. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't know who he was, but I'll say a prayer for him.
Yeah, that's the brother for Louisiana.
yeah. Hey, if
Yeah,
you,
from Louisiana, yup.
I got David Benavidez over everybody, or I got Devin
Yeah.
Haney over everybody.
Now we
You know
got
what
some
I'm
push-ups on that, because I always had Plant. I was picking Plant over Benavidez like 1-2 years ago. I got Plant. We can bet some push-ups, some money.
Now,
I don't give a
Mhm.
fuck if I lose it. I know it's gonna be a good
I'll
fight.
I'll take his push-ups. I'll take his push-ups, man. But
Yeah,
coach, he gonna
yeah, we
recover.
gonna-
Coach, he
yeah,
gonna fight back, man. He a fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, from Louisiana, man. Coach, he'll be straight, man. He gonna be straight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know the guy, but I'll say a prayer
Wow.
for him, you know. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Now, and I was just gonna say, the thing is, a massive heart attack, or a heart attack in sports. You know, I've seen that before. I've seen it before in different sports.
Christian Eriksen, the guy I'm talking about, he died on the pitch, and they had to resuscitate him.
But did they bring him back?
They brought him back, and now he's playing for Manchester United.
God bless him.
He's one of their better
God
players.
bless him.
Wow.
You know,
God bless the
so-
brother.
That's a
Yeah.
miracle. Yeah.
Yeah, that
And
is a
to have a
miracle.
heart attack, and then for them to have to bring you back.
Yeah,
and then
he had
after
to get
you-
he got one of them peacemakers.
the pacemaker. Yeah.
Yeah, he got
Okay, so
yeah,
Dub,
yeah.
since you want here, I got a question for you, Dub. We got Devin and Loma should happen next. Ramadan is from March 22nd to I believe April 21st. Do you feel like the fight should happen after April, or do you feel like it should happen before March? Because it don't seem like it might happen before March. They trying to get him in one of those situations where, like Tony said, they trying to catch Devin Haney on a weight drain side. When he's not fully at his best, he's not going to be able to eat till after the sun go down. So what do you feel like? Can they hold it out till after April 21st, or should they just try to do what they could do to make the fight happen before March 22nd? But even before March 22nd, he's still going to be disciplined and not going to be eating like he should.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so this is the thing with Dev, man. The first thing is, when did Lomachenko fight? In October.
Mm-hmm.
He fought in October, bro. If you fight in October, in my mind, I would think, because the Ortiz fight, Jermaine Ortiz, shout out to Jermaine Ortiz for being willing to step up to fight Shakur Stevenson as well. That fight right there was supposed to be the tune-up fight for Devin, right? Devin fought around that same. I believe Devin fought October. He fought the same time the same date Deontay Wilder did. So that means Lomachenko, I think they fought maybe 2 weeks later, or either a week or 2 weeks later. But they fought at the end of October. That means you got November.
No, hold on. Dub.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you. So Devin fought on the 15th of October. Loma was on the 29th of October.
Agreed.
I'm going to move myself
so-
to the back so Jimbo can get on.
Okay, cool. So that means that Lomachenko has had November. He had November to recover. He didn't take much damage in that fight, in my opinion. I did think Jermaine Ortiz made it a close fight. I edged it to Loma, but I did think it was a good fight, a really good fight. But I didn't think Loma took that much damage. So I would say November, December, January recovery time, and we should be able to make that fight. Right now, the contract should be being signed, especially with what happened last year with Devin fighting in June, fighting Kambosos. I don't know if y'all remember, but even then, part of his training camp was during Ramadan, and so I mean, why wouldn't we try to get this out the way before Ramadan, especially with that being a religious thing that's going on? This man is the A side, bro. He is the A side right now. He is undisputed. He should be able to. And I'm not saying force Loma to do anything. I'm just saying that, damn it, if I'm a fight, but I want to fight before Ramadan, and I'm gonna fight before Ramadan. It is what it is, bro. And so if Loma, I think Loma should go ahead. They should make that fight before because at the end of the day, being the A side, bro, no, I'm not. Forget all that other stuff. I'm training right now. I'm ready to fight. You done had yours. I done had mine. Let's go. Hey, what you want? Four months. Let's make another fight.
So 2 weeks before March 22nd.
Yeah, you damn right.
Even a week before March 22nd. But my thing is this.
Yeah, that's still cool too. That's still cool too.
Anything before March 22nd, just go ahead and get the fight.
I don't think
what's the weight?
though.
What's the weight? I'm not saying it's Lomachenko. I'm just saying what's the weight? What's the weight for? And what's up?
No,
Jimmy?
I know what the weight is. Salute, bro. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Tony for getting in the jumping in the back for me and giving me a space. I think the problem is a lot of it depends on Top Rank, right? Because I think they have a certain date, right? I think it's got to do with like either American football or something. I know someone was talking about it. Like they want to put it on a certain date because they could piggyback off a different sports event and visit the MGM
football.
as well. Maybe basketball.
Yeah, the playoffs end way before March, brother. The playoffs end in February.
And basketball playoffs don't start until June, so I don't know.
Right,
or late May.
Right.
So I don't know what,
yeah. American football has nothing to do with it.
Well, what's in April? Is there something in April? Is it a Heisman Trophy or something?
Maybe spring training. I don't know. The Heisman,
Heisman just happened.
Was TO December 10th. So
yeah,
I don't. There's nothing. Matter of fact, that's a dead period for America.
Yep.
What I'm going to be covering at that time, I'm going to be covering college recruiting, the NFL draft. I'm going to be covering boxing. You know what I'm saying?
Because the playoffs is going to be over in NFL in February.
Right.
Yeah, my thing is this though with Haney, like, and obviously respect to him, because me and Haney, we do share our faith, so I can definitely sympathize with him, with Ramadan and all that stuff. But I have to be honest, bro. I mean, is Devin Haney even a devout Muslim? I've seen this guy drink, mess with strippers.
You've never seen him drink. You lying like hell.
Crazy, bro. Jimmy is crazy.
Jimmy just be lying like
I just say, I don't judge.
Bro,
you ain't never seen that man drink, bro. You have never seen Devin.
Tell me when you seen Devin Haney take a month off of training. Tell me something like that.
What are we talking about, Jimmy?
Tell me something like that, Jimmy. You ain't never seen that.
Jimmy that came up here.
Jimmy, there's drinking and there's drinking. So
the drinking that is you, Brian. No, the drinking that is you, Brian.
Yeah.
No, I think it was on Instagram. Either it was at a pool party. I think it was like it was on Instagram or something like, and he had like some Hennessy or something in his hand. I think.
Man, stop the.
Look, I do the same.
You
bro,
capping,
I'm not hating. I do the same, bro.
Devin don't drink, bro. But Devin don't.
Doesn't
drink.
he? Okay. Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Okay, but yeah, if he's not drinking the fucking strippers, then okay, fair enough. I take that back. Because I've seen some of the women he hangs out with, and I mean they're not very religious type of women, are they? So I just assume like. I mean, she's a stripper, though, isn't it? Let's be honest.
She's not a. Oh my God, Jimmy.
No, who's he dating? Is it Black China? One of the Kardashian sisters or whatever. Isn't he dating them?
He used to date her years ago.
Security.
He not even married yet, so I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, right now I think he's messing with that India chick, Jimmy. I don't know if you know her or not, but you know she been around throughout the celebrity scene. Yeah, I think
I've
it's
seen
that
that girl.
Who is she? Who is she? I don't even know who she is.
She messed with a couple guys. Couple rappers, couple athletes.
Is that her profession?
Yeah, might as well be because I don't know nothing else that she do.
Okay.
So
Respectfully. Respect to her.
Unless Lomachenko got an injury, right? Was that Lomachenko was out of the ring for over a year because of the war? And then he had a very long training camp to get back into shape. And then he had a really tough fight with Jermaine Ortiz.
Man, Jimmy, don't come in here making excuses,
Jimmy, Loma was making sandwiches. He was making sandwiches in the army. He really wasn't doing much. I mean, he went to support his country. Okay.
Yeah, but we don't know that, though. We don't know that.
He was packing lunches. He was packing lunches. He wasn't out there in the field, Jimmy. So he wasn't out there in the field, Jimmy. He was packing lunches in the kitchen.
I'll tell you one thing. He wasn't eating lunches, I know, because he looks.
Well, bottom line is,
I'm not going to come in and say he was on the front line, but I'm also not going to say he was packing lunches, though, because that's kind of taken away from that. Because a lot of people, 99% of fighters, especially millionaires, would not go to a war zone, bro. Like,
Yeah, that's
no matter
still
what
making
you
sure
do.
your soldiers get fed. I mean, that's still respectable. But come on, he wasn't on the front.
Oh,
He
come on,
wasn't
come
out
on.
there,
You're talking
bro.
about me.
He
Doing
didn't
it,
let off
Lomachenko
not
make
one
it.
shot in that. So you think he let off a shot out there? He wasn't doing that. He
I
supported
don't
his
know.
country.
Yeah.
He did what he could. He's a
Man,
professional athlete. You're going to do
these
Bro,
something
we weren't
safe.
there, though.
You're
man,
going to
they
do
are not
something
fighting
safe.
with guns no more, bro. They are
Yeah,
not sitting there shooting niggas with
he
guns no more.
wasn't doing that. He wasn't doing that.
Everything
Maybe he's
is
helping with the
bomb
I'm
training. He
flight,
might
sure
be.
man.
he's
What are we
trained.
talking about?
I'm sure he's trained. He know how to disarm something now. I'm sure of that, but I don't think
He
they
was
they
packing
not gonna
lunches,
put their
Legion. He
star
was packing lunches.
athletes.
He was
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
packing
they're
do.
not
What I'm
gonna
lunches.
saying
put
is,
those.
yeah, but I do. Do you not feel like that's unfair? Because we weren't there. None of us were there. We don't know.
Nah. I support Loma for going, supporting his country. I would want any boxer to do that for our country if we was in that type of position. But don't make it seem like he was just out there in the war. You
Hold
know
on,
what I
wait a
mean? Like
minute.
literally catching bodies or something, bro. He wasn't
Yeah, but the
doing all
country's
that,
being
bro.
Hold
bombed,
on,
though.
Jimmy. Let me say this. Let me just say this.
The country's being actively bombed, though. Come on,
Jimmy,
Ukraine is being cluster bombed from Russia, bro. Come on.
Jimmy,
Yeah, go
listen.
on.
We're talking boxing, bro.
Yeah.
I agree. Shout out to Loma for going out there supporting his country. The brother came back, went through a training camp, and then had a fight. We're not talking about him. That ain't what we're talking about. What we're talking about is should he fight Devin Haney before Ramadan? That's the question. You done went to
That's the big question. That's the big question. That's the big question.
We passed that. We passed that, bro. We passed that.
I agree, bro. No, I agree with you. You should fight him before Ramadan because
I could change the question. Should Devin Haney fight Lomachenko before Ramadan?
yeah,
Not
I
should
think so.
Lomachenko fight Devin Haney?
Okay,
I
either
know
way,
you think that
should they
Devin's
fight
the
each
age.
other?
I'm joking.
I'm not trying to be semantics.
Dub.
You never know.
Check this
You
out,
never
bro.
know.
Check this out. Now I want to ask you a question, bro. And I 100% agree that he's the champion, he's the A side. But check this out, bro. If Lomachenko steps out of the picture, we all know Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis don't want to fight him, right?
Well,
so Ryan and Tank, Ryan and Garcia and Tank Davis.
Going to be
so what? They move up to 140.
So is Lomachenko not the best option?
No, Lomachenko is not the best option in my opinion. I think Shakur Stevenson is a better option. I would much rather see Shakur and Devin than Loma. And even though I respect Loma, I think Loma is past his prime with him being up in age.
More than, yeah, but I think he deserves.
And I said that
but
before.
that's a Hall of Famer
they're both on top rank, Jimmy. So who would you pick for real, honestly? Loma or Shakur?
Yeah,
I pick Shakur.
Dub, if he win that fight, that's a Hall of Famer.
And
on your CV.
Shakur's a
Hall of
Famer,
right? Too. Shakur gonna be a Hall of Famer too. So
no.
Shakur 135.
Shakur is not there. No, Shakur is not there. I'm not saying that he won't be one, but right now,
but does he have the credentials of Lomachenko? Lomachenko is a former 3-belt unified.
No. I'm not saying he does. I'm not saying he does. I'm not saying
but right now,
number one.
I'm saying that will catapult him to another level.
Agreed. Agreed.
Like Shakur's a dude that just showed up yesterday, bro. He's never fought in the division.
I agree with you, Jimmy. You don't have to explain it to me. I understand the sport. I'm not disagreeing. I think Shakur is a better fighter at this current moment in time. Not looking at resumes, those type of. Hold on, brother. Not looking at resumes, those type of things. I think Shakur is a better fighter than Lomachenko. I think he presents a bigger test to Devin. But at the same time, man, Loma is like I said, he damn near a legend in the sport.
If Devin doesn't beat him, Shakur will.
Well, Devin's gonna beat him, so it doesn't matter. Devin's gonna beat him.
My thing is this, though, right? You got Lomachenko, right? Who's a 3-division ex-unified lineal champion, future Hall of Famer, double gold medalist, and he's a way bigger global superstar than Shakur, right? He's a guy that's been on the world stage a lot longer. And he's ranked, by the way, keyword #1 in the WBO. Lomachenko is the #1 contender for 2 of Devin Haney's belts, right? So why would Shakur be ahead of him? I don't get it.
No. Hold on, Jimmy. You asked the question because we all agree that Lomachenko should be the fight. But you asked the question. You said, "Well, if you don't fight Lomachenko, then who?" And I presented an option. That's all that's going on.
No. I said
that's a good option too. That's a good option.
I mean, to be honest, stylistically, is it though?
I want to see Shakur. Yeah, I would rather see Shakur fight Devin versus Loma.
No. Hold on, real quick. I will say this. Jimmy, it's not going to be the most exciting fight. No, it's not. Yeah. Matter of fact, it's probably going to be boring it's going to be exciting to me because when I'm watching it, I can see the chess match that's going on in the ring. Everybody don't see that, and so it's going to be boring to a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's a very exciting fight for me, just off of the skill set that both of them present, the way they both judge range, and I'm talking Loma and Devin and Shakur. But I think Loma is the dude right now. He's the one legend in the division. He's the legend in the division. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody else no legend in the division right now.
Man, listen, Loma versus Devin is gonna be Cambosis versus Devin all over again. I guarantee you, Jimmy. Just watch and see. Just watch and see. Just watch and see. I'm telling you, just watch and just watch. Okay, all right, okay, all right.
Hey, Tony, another breaking news.
It might not be a shutout, but it's gonna be similar. It's gonna be similar, bro.
Hold on, guys. Lisa, go ahead, kick it.
No. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I said another breaking news is saying there's a video surfaced Dana White abusing his wife. What the hell is going on?
You said
Dana White caught abusing his wife. What the hell is going on?
Why do these rich ass people do stuff like that?
Hey, 2023 is turned all the way up.
Damn.
Hop in a Lamborghini and go.
Yeah, tell me about
Lomachenko, it. Can I be honest? Unless Lomachenko is completely past it, and at 35, being a smaller guy, he might be. What does he do better than Devin Haney? What does Devin Haney do better than Lomachenko? Nothing, bro. I think Lomachenko's a better combination puncher.
Devin is a better jabber.
Jimmy,
Devin controls
I love you to death, Jimmy, but I promise you, I'm telling you this, Jimmy. This is coming from your boy IB. Lomachenko is not beating Devin Haney. That's it. That's all, bro. That's it. That's all, Jimmy.
I will give you the attributes if you need them, Jimmy. I will give them to you.
Outside of the jab. And even then, Lomachenko doesn't use a jab. He uses feints and angles.
Lomachenko's only chance is getting in on the inside. And Devin's not going to let that happen.
Well, I mean, the last time he fought a southpaw was Jojo Diaz, right? And I mean, I'll be honest, that fight wasn't easy. And Jojo's, is it fair to say that he's not on the level of a Lomachenko, tactically or skill-wise, right?
Devin got a lot better since that time. He made his adjustments, I'm telling you. Devin's not going to let Lomachenko get in like that.
Kambosos twice, bro, beating Kambosos. When Lomachenko signed the contract like Kambosos, everyone was saying it was a charity.
But Kambosos beat Tio, though. And Tio beat your guy Loma.
Wait a minute.
I hate to use the triangle theory, but damn.
Bro, that's what I'm saying, though. When Lomachenko signed to fight Kambosos, everyone was saying it was an easy win. I think he opened up as a 5-1 favorite.
That's the fight I want to see. I want to see Dev fight Shakur and Kambosos fight Loma.
I don't know about that, man. I think maybe.
I think stylistically Shakur beats Devin.
And I've heard.
I do too.
I'm not. And see that's why I want to see the fight because I disagree.
Because he got better. He more defensively responsible than Devin and Chen. He got the best defense out of all of them. So I got to go with Shakur.
Just not better. I think he's better putting punches together. I think he's got better timing than Devin. I think he's better setting up the range than Devin. I think Devin's one hell of a counter puncher. I'll give Devin that, and he's got a good jab. But I think Shakur outboxes him. That's just where I am, right?
Man, all I'm saying is, man, if Devin lose to Lomachenko, I'm going to cash up everybody on this panel right now.
No, you ain't got to do all that.
I already did all that for free on New Year's. I cashed up everybody on the panel I was on. I cashed up everybody. Everybody. And I didn't even know these guys. I said, drop your cash at.
Well, I be you know me, and I'm telling you, if you're gonna cash at me, come to the show when I got a show, you know what I'm saying? And you can get it in there. Anywhere else. We're not gonna do all that.
Can I say IB, right? Don't cash.
Respectfully, my brother. Respectfully.
Yeah. It was just sending blessings out. That's all it was.
Yeah,
it wasn't nothing to brag about. But
I know.
I really would do that. If I lose, I really would do that, though. I promise you. I'll stand behind that.
I know you would, right? I'm not saying that, right? But instead of cash app me, right, send it to a local charity or something, man, right? Send my share to a local charity if you're gonna, do that, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let me ask, how much you sending? How much are you sending? Because
it depends on how many people on the channel. If it's 6 like us, I'm gonna send 25. If it's like 8 people on the channel, I'm gonna send 20. If it's 10 people on the panel, I'm gonna send 22. Now I'm gonna send 22 still. Yeah.
Okay. So look, if I just realized that my brother Brian is donating to charities, and I do have my own charity going right now. It's excuse me, my bad. It's the HWR. That's it. It's HWR. Help the bright side. So if you want to if you do want to donate to that, let me know and I will. No, I'm just joking. I ain't finna do that.
Well, what's the charity about?
Man,
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
bullshitting, Jimmy. It ain't no goddamn charity. I'm bullshitting, man. They ain't got no damn charity,
Devin
man.
being Lomachenko is very realistic,
Yeah, but you
right?
gotta be
Devin's a
believing
younger
that.
guy,
That's not
a
what it
bigger
said tomorrow.
guy.
No, go
Well, he
ahead.
might be better. Look, Devin Haney beat
As me
Lomachenko.
believing that shit, I was betting money. So
For me, it's almost 50-50 because I see where you guys are coming from. Devin's a young guy.
I'm just saying Devin ain't gonna lose. You feel me? So I don't gotta worry about it. But I'm just
I'm not
saying
gonna
though,
bet on
like,
that.
First time for everything.
I'm not gonna bet on
you're
that
right.
fight.
You're right. It can't happen. It
AJ,
can't
what
happen.
you hold on, AJ. Hold on, Jimmy, give me a sec. AJ, what's your I know what your I know where you going with this, Jimmy. Me and you done had this argument multiple times.
Me and
All
you?
day. No, me and Jimmy have. Me and Jimmy.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
All day. I want to hear your perspective on this. Loma and Devin. Who you pick to win the fight?
I'm edging Loma.
And why? And why?
Well, various reasons. I think that Loma fights at a really intense pace. And just the and like I understand, like I know I understand.
But he took 6 rounds off against Tio.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on,
brother.
Hold on,
let the brother
brother.
finish. Let the
He
brother
was trying to
finish.
bust the
We
shoulder,
gotta
though.
let him finish. We
Okay, my fault. My bad. No disrespect, AJ. My bad, brother. My fault, bro.
All good. Hold up. Well, okay, I understand your points. Like Devin could keep Loma out with a jab. I just think Devin lacks the pop. I mean, I think we could all agree that Devin is not a big puncher. His bread and butter is boxing, his movement, and I just think that Loma is going to be in his grill the entire night, and unless Devin can keep him off, like Loma's just going to run right through him. Not necessarily say that he can stop it. I think it might be, and I just think the pace. As I was saying this earlier, Loma fights at a really intense pace. The pace he sets is a lot hard. It's difficult for a lot of his opponents to keep up with. And just, I mean, despite his age, I know he's aged. We won't know until the fight happens. But right now, I'm edging Devin. I mean, I'd be rooting for him to win, but I'm edging Loma in the fight. I think it could either be might be a late stoppage.
I'm picking Devin.
I mean, but I got no.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want to get his full opinion first. And Tony, come run your show, bro. My apologies, because I get on here and try to run the show. I apologize for doing that. But I do want to.
He's in the back. He's just letting us chop it up.
So, what's your full? So you're calling a stoppage by Lomachenko on Devin? That's what you're saying?
Yes. Right now, I mean, my mind might change, but right now that's the way I'm leaning. So
what round? Respectfully,
round.
Even not around 8 to 12. Like give me a range or something.
I'm thinking like 9 to 11, something like that. 9
to 11. Okay. And I want to say I do agree with you with Lomachenko. One thing Lomachenko does a really good job of is increasing that pace in those later rounds. Man, if you go and watch him fight, if you in any of his last fights, even with Jermaine Ortiz,
you saw it caught up to him.
But that's what Loma, man. Go look at Loma fight, bro. And those, and I will tell you, somebody put me onto this. My brother L Dub, he was like, man, go check this out. And I went and looked, and I went back in fights, and I'm watching. I'm like, man, them championship rounds. Man, Loma he turned it up, bro. He turned it up to a different level. And
you have to remember,
Teofimo wasn't able to handle that level. Tio wasn't able to handle it. Luckily, Tio had won them other rounds. Go ahead.
I mean, in the Tio fight, Loma, we all know that for the first 6 to 7 rounds, Loma barely threw any punches. But then, like at round 8, he shut him out for rounds 8 to 11. He threw, and Loma, Tio didn't know what the fuck to do most of the time.
Yeah, you have to remember though with Jermaine Ortiz, it was his first 12-round fight.
That's true.
Tiredness, not knowing what to do in those championship fights.
He was fatigued. He did.
And that
fight.
I think it was due to Loma's pace. I mean, like just how Loma,
I agree with that.
The pace he set really got to Ortiz too. He never fought at that kind of pace before.
Can I ask? Do y'all remember how y'all scored that fight, the Loma Ortiz fight?
I had a 7-5. Jermaine Ortiz.
7-5. Lomachenko won the fight. I think. I mean,
hold on, Jimmy. Hold on. Wait a minute. The brother Brian Harkin, you scored at what? Say it again, brother.
7-5 Jermaine, or no, sorry, 7-5 Lomachenko. I meant to say.
Lomachenko.
Yeah, sorry,
Okay,
my
okay.
bad. I don't know
No,
what.
you're fine. No problem. No, I just wanted to make sure you was clear on the
Yeah,
record. Go ahead, Jimmy. My
7-5 Loma.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw it too. Yes, I saw it too.
I scored it 7-5 Loma as well. So
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah.
But that was good. That was good. That was just what he needed.
But I will say, I thought that if Jermaine Ortiz, man, if he could have turned it up in them last rounds, bro, man, because he looked good early in the fight.
Yes, he did.
But like we done brought up, man, it's them, and so that's what I look for from Devin. It's interesting because being a Devin fan, I'm biased. I'm very biased, and
I get
everybody
that.
who
I'm
know
kind of
me,
biased when it
y'all
comes
know
to
I'm
Bud
biased.
Crawford too as well, so I get it.
What does Devin do better than Lomachenko, Dub? What does he do better than Lomachenko? Because all you said is jab. Outside of that, what does he do better?
This is this is the problem. He's just as skilled at Lomachenko. He's just as skilled.
Okay.
What he now? Damn, Jimmy, if you gonna ask me a question, let me talk about it. Let him
park the car, bro. Let him park it.
Let me land my plane, man. Let me land my plane.
I've barely got 2 words in, bro. All right, go on.
Go ahead. We'll go back. Or no, I don't want to. We can't do that to everybody. Go ahead, Jimmy. You go. Go ahead.
No. That's what I'm asking you. Apart from the jab, bro. I mean, Lomachenko. Devin doesn't know how to turn people in the pocket like Lomachenko. He can't fight off the ropes like Lomachenko. He doesn't know how to counter punch on the front foot like Lomachenko. He's not a volume puncher like Lomachenko. I don't think pound for pound he hits as hard as Lomachenko.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Hold on. Keep going. Go. When you said counter punch off the front foot. Next.
Devin fought a southpaw in Jojo Diaz, someone who, let's be honest, isn't that good. He's okay, but I mean, come on, he's nothing special. Like, he was getting clipped a lot. And that dude didn't have the kind of foot speed or the kind of versatile angles of a Lomachenko, especially with the lead left, right? He didn't have the ring IQ of a Lomachenko. And I know people say, Lomachenko's lost yet, but Lomachenko's also, this won't be the first undefeated champion Lomachenko's taken a belt off of or a record off of, right? So.
All right, Doug, get in there. Say what you was about to say, Doug.
Okay, so this is the thing right here. The first thing is as boxing fans, the main thing, or not the main thing we know, one thing we know is similar skilled fighters, normally the bigger skilled guy wins the fight. That's Devin's advantage in this fight, his size. He's going to be the bigger guy. He's going to be or he's just as skilled. And the reason I say just as skilled, look at, I give Lomachenko the combinations, right? I give him the combination. I think hand speed is very similar. Matter of fact, I think Devin may have the hand speed over him. He has the jab already, but this is going to be Loma's problem. When Loma has success, he's able to utilize his footwork, be able to change those angles. If you go and watch the Tio fight, right, the problem that Loma had with Tio was Tio taking that half step back, was Tio pivoting when he was trying to turn. Those were the things. Now you got to do that because Devin's footwork is much better than Tio footwork is. And you got to do that with somebody who's going to hit your ass with a jab while you trying to do this shit. It's going to be, and he's going to make you reset much more than you've ever had to reset.
I mean,
I'm landing the plane right here, and then y'all cook me on it. I'm landing the plane right here.
One thing I just want to get
the brother asked me, he break it down. I let him break his point down.
Let Dub finish. Go ahead, Dub.
All I'm saying is that with the skills that Devin brings along with the size, it wasn't there was a reason Lomachenko, when Devin got in the ring with his ass, said, "Oh, this nigga a heavyweight." He knows what's going on. He knows as you find the younger man, possibly not nearly as strong, will give you the power, but you find the younger person, you know what I'm saying, the bigger guy, just as, man, it's gonna be a hard ass fight for you. And I think Devin got the goods. I got Devin winning the fight, and I'm on mute. My apologies for being so long-winded.
I got Devin winning by decision. Right, but one thing I disagree with you is, yes, Devin's got better footwork than Tio and all this bullshit. I really don't go for the triangle theory. I never have. One thing Tio has over Devin is power. Right, So Loma was on the power, right? So he was worried about if Devin clips him, with that power, right? Because
if Tio clips him, with the
or
power.
sorry, Teal. I'm getting
No, I'm with you. I'm rocking with you. I
right.
agree
But
with you. I agree.
if Teal hits him, right? You saw what happened in the 12th round. He went and he got caught with a hook power, right? I don't think Devin has the power to keep Loma off him. I just don't think it, right? So you're right with the foot movement, you're right with all that there. But I think eventually in the fight, if it's the third, fourth, fifth round, I could see Loma getting to Devin, and just how does Devin deal with it? If Loma's able to get off his punches and throw, right?
Devin has
Because
a history of gassing as well, though. Devin does gas out a lot as well against Linares and Cambosos as well.
Now, if I could,
Jojo,
I could just add something.
Not true at all. Hold on. That's a false narrative. The man just said that you just said he gassed against who? You said Linares.
he got punched against Linares. He got hurt against Linares.
I didn't notice he gassed in that fight.
Listen,
I didn't think he got hit.
What is gassing? Somebody please explain gassing.
Okay, gas means tired.
No. Hold on, brother. I know what it means. I'm talking about when we're talking about with Devin. When Jimmy says that the brother is gassing, explain that to me, because when I watch these fights, I don't see him gas.
I'll tell you what it means. It means that you become more flat-footed and your volume drops, which happened against Linares. That's why he got clipped. It happened in the JoJo fight, and even in the first Cambosos fight. I haven't watched the rematch yet. He did gas out at the end. That's why Cambosos finished the fight a lot stronger compared to the early rounds, right? Even though he lost the rounds, he was having a lot more.
What round?
A lot more success.
Oh my God!
Devin got clipped against Linares because he was fighting aggressively and tried to trade, and it backfired.
Yeah, he did.
Hold on. And that was the same. That was the same thing with Jojo Diaz. He stayed in the pocket way too much with Jojo Diaz, and this was one of my criticisms of Dev. I thought he was trying to make fights look too exciting. I'm like, bro, you need to stop all of that. You need to stop. And so when I saw him fight Cambosos, I felt like, he learned something. The reason I feel that way is because, bro, you don't need to be in there trading with nobody. What are you trading for?
Facts.
What are you trading for?
When you're clearly the better boxer, box.
I mean, but Dub,
I agree with that.
I got to counter right quick to.
You got to make adjustments, man.
Agreed. And go ahead. My bad, all day.
Yeah. Just when you said that, okay, you said Devin's size, right? We'll give him an advantage in the Loma fight. Like, all Loma's been doing since he got the 135 has been fighting bigger guys. So he's already.
But they're not the size of Devin, bro. They not Devin size.
Well, we don't know that. Ortiz was huge. Tio's big himself. Hold on. Wait. This is the problem. So Tio is 5. I will say Tio is 5'9", 5'10". I mean, mass wise, maybe taller.
No. This is length is what matters in my opinion. The reason I think Devin is the goods the way he is because he has a 71, 72 inch arm reach. And that jab, when Lomachenko has a 64-inch arm reach, bro, that jab gonna be snapping on your ass. And although you're gonna tell me, oh, Loma, he gonna get on the inside, this, that. All right, why nobody else ain't did it?
Man, easy work.
You're talking to a guy who spent the majority of my boxing life fighting.
Easy work. Oh, come on, bro. Jojo Diaz was an easy work, and that guy's a B-level fighter. Bro.
Nah, I give Jojo Diaz. Jojo Diaz's best win was when he took the IBF belt on Tevin Farmer at 130. That's his best win. Debunk me if I'm wrong, bro. Debunk me if I'm wrong on that.
Jojo Diaz got whooped by Lomachenko's leftovers, bro, in Russell.
Bro, how did you score the fight, Jimmy? How did you score that fight with Devin and Jojo?
Jojo Diaz.
I scored it 9-3. I think
it was probably like an 8-4.
Jojo Diaz's best win is Tevin Farmer at 130 when he took the IBF belt. That's his best win, Jimmy. Debunk me if I'm wrong.
Who Jojo Diaz is at 130? Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, the IBF title. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Go ahead. My
no, I agree. I agree. Kevin Farmer was his best one, which doesn't really tell you how good Jojo Diaz is.
Because he lost to Gary Russell. That was his next best opponent, but he lost.
Right.
He lost. Yeah, I know.
I mean,
But
I'm talking about his best one.
This is the thing. I'm not trying to say that JoJo Diaz or Lennar. I'm not trying to say none of these dudes was nothing special. What I'm trying to say is in the ring right now, the current Devin Haney is better than he was then, especially after the Australian fight, the two Australian fights. The reason I say he's better is because what he showed me in those fights is damn it, fuck being exciting. Even though he did try to be a little exciting in the second fight against Kambosos, he said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna go out and beat people." And if he goes out with that mentality against Lomachenko, he's gonna beat the shit out of Lomachenko, something like 9 rounds to 3.
Somebody
Long story short, the right side saying is Devin Haney made his adjustments. Period.
He dropped 5 rounds to Jojo. Some people had it 7-5, right? The Jojo fight. How do you go from dropping 4 or 5 rounds to Jojo Diaz?
Who had it 7?
But he damn near watched Kambosos twice, Jimmy.
Wait.
Puro.
Jimmy, you can't just come throw these narratives in here
No,
and
I'll
say
give you a name.
some people
Puro.
had it. Who is some people? Who had
Puro.
it? Who had it 7-5? You said you had it 8-4. I said 9-3. Has anybody on the panel said 7-5? Did anybody on the panel say 7-5?
I had it 10-2.
I had a 7-5.
Is there any way we can restore that fight?
There we go. You saved him.
No, Puro scored it a draw, right?
Kidding. It's a joke. I don't have a 7-5. I'm playing.
You know who Puro is, right? You know who Puro Sora is, right?
Yeah, that's my brother. I fought with Puro.
Yeah. He scored it a draw, bro. I said 8-4.
Hold up, what fight y'all talking about? What fight y'all talking about?
I'm gonna talk to Puro.
Yeah, you can talk to
Support Mexican fighters, though.
What fight y'all talking about, though, bro?
Jojo versus Devin.
Oh, yeah. You can say 7-5 for Devin. Yeah, 7-5, 8-4. Nah, hell no, ain't no draw. Hell no, with no fucking draw.
4 said not the draw.
Somebody scored that fight a draw.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but he's Mexican. He will always support Mexican fighters. Come on, let's be serious.
Don't do my brother like that.
Brian, who did that? Brian, who did that?
Who did who? Puro keep it a buck. Puro will keep it a buck.
No, I know. I'm joking.
Matter of fact, salute to Puro. Matter of fact, salute Puro. That's great. Salute to Puro. Salute to Puro.
A lot of panels.
Hey, I done been on hella panels and I took hella money from them too. Salute to Puro.
Facts, I be.
Dub Method had it. Dub's right side. Method had it 7-5 as well. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Method who?
Method.
Hey, that's my brother. Now you know.
Salute the Method too, man. Salute the Method.
I'm giving you guys multiple examples. You guys are laughing. Oh, Jimmy, you had it 7-5.
No,
I'm giving you 2
okay.
examples.
It's fine. 7-5. If you want to give it that, I got.
Nah, you gotta tell us how Loma gonna beat Devin, Jimmy. You ain't said shit. You talking about past opponents, bro. You're comparing past opponents that these guys fought in their performance. Break down how Loma gonna beat Devin. That's what I want to hear.
And mind you, in the fight, hold on, last thing, Jim. In the fight that y'all scored a JoJo Diaz who was 27 against a 23-year-old versus a Devin who's gonna be 24. He's gonna be 25 now. Devin 24. Yeah. Devin 24. 24 against.
He just turned 24 in November. He just turned 24 in November.
But against a 30-year-old. A 34-year-old, excuse me. 34.
He'll be 35 by the time he fights.
10-year difference. The skill set ain't the same, bro. It ain't the same.
We don't know that yet.
No, I'll tell you how. So when Jojo plods forward, right? That's what he is, a plodder, right? Lomachenko can move in and out.
Oh,
my bad, Jimmy. My bad. Somebody said we don't know that Loma.
No, I did. Yeah, we saw it, but he still won though. Then he still
I
win.
think someone was asking me how he does it though.
Didn't he still win?
Yeah, he won the fight. I'm picking Devin. Hold on. But Ortiz isn't Devin. Devin is way better than Ortiz. I mean,
yeah, but I'm picking Devin Haney. I'm picking Devin Haney to win. I wouldn't be surprised if Loma won. That's where I am.
So Jojo plods forward, right? Lomachenko actually comes in from angles.
All right, Jimmy. Jimmy, you're going back a year. I'm going back to last fights. I'm only going back to the last fight, bro. And I'm saying,
but Kambosos isn't a southpaw.
You mentioned Teofimo. You mentioned Teofimo on numerous occasions in this, so you know.
Yeah, near the busted shoulder.
Yeah.
He had a busted shoulder in the Teofimo fight, right?
Yeah, but what's your name? You mentioned Teo a couple of times.
My bad. Dub
Do
right
that,
side, bro.
so,
Dub right side.
yeah.
My apologies. What's up?
You know, so yeah, you can go back to JoJo Days.
Is Nakatami is he as big as Devin Haney, Nakatami, or Jermaine Ortiz, size wise, physically?
But they're not as skilled as Devin Haney.
No, but you're saying the size, right? And my thing is the skill. I feel like look, the way JoJo's putting pressure on him, and this is straightforward, right? Come like a robot, straightforward, right? Lomachenko, the difference with him, dude, this guy can dart in and out. This guy can shift angles, right? This guy can turn you in the pocket. This isn't a Jojo Diaz that just a plod forward like a bloody robot, you know? Like, okay, he's got a couple of angles, but
unfortunately, in this situation, the plot forward, or for you at least, the plot forward like a bloody robot. That's the best thing that could happen against somebody, because then I got to make sure I touch your ass and make sure you can't just come forward. When somebody trying to hold on, brother. When somebody trying to dart in and out, guess what? I'm gonna take all that darting away. When you trying to change them angles and I turn with your ass and then I jab your ass, then I catch you with the right hook, bro. Oh, all right. We gonna see what's going on. We gonna see what's going on.
Can I ask you a question, bro? About can I ask you a question, right, sir?
Always.
Okay, bro. When has Devin Haney ever used a successful jab against a mobile target?
Cambosis
is a mobile target.
Bro, Cambosis got footwork and he's quick. He's fast. Yes, Cambosis twice. If that don't answer your question, Jimmy, I don't know what else could.
I saw Isaac right for him. Was it Isaac? Who died the first fight last?
Say that again, Jimmy.
I think that was Brian.
Brian, say that again. Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
Just give me a sec.
Cambosis was a little timid in the second fight because he couldn't do shit. You can't do what you can't do.
Devin wouldn't let him. Devin wouldn't let him.
Because of the jab. And so this is now this is
he pretty much won the jab the first fight with a jab.
But this is where
right.
Hold on, but this is where I give Jimmy credit, because one thing Jimmy is bringing up is the southpaw aspect of it. If you go back and look at the Jojo Diaz fight, right, Devin's jab wasn't that effective. The right hand was effective. Why? Because when Devin was trying to throw that jab, it was being pawed down by that right hand of Jojo Diaz. You know what I'm saying? Because of the southpaw stance that's going on there. But what did connect there was a lot of straight rights. If you go back and look at the second Cambosis fight, what connected a lot there? A lot of them straight rights. Trust me. Hey, it's gonna be pick your poison with Devin. Either you're gonna catch the jab or you're gonna catch the straight. Either way it goes. Go back and look at what Floyd did. Floyd used to use that straight like a motherfucker, and that's what we're gonna see against Lomachenko. We're gonna see the straight right. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. You just brought it out. We're gonna see the straight right.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be simple. It's gonna be simple. I'm telling you, it's gonna be simple. It's gonna be simple math. Simple math, Jimmy. Hey, you got to tell Lomachenko that he got to do something different. You got to talk to Lomachenko, not Devin. That's all I got to say.
And now, as the smaller fighter, you got to make sure your foot on the outside so you can circle to the outside.
And you got to get in the inside. That's the only way. You got to get in the inside. You're not going to beat Devin from the outside. Right side. He's not going to beat Devin from the inside. From the outside. He got to get on the inside.
No. But listen. Just hear me out real quick. I agree with you. This is the problem. The problem is to get away from the straight right. Guess what you got to do? He got to circle to his. He got to circle outside. Right?
Tony's back, y'all.
Time out.
Yo,
Tony. This real fast. I want to say this
what
real
up, Tony?
fast.
My bad, bro. I'm wilding, bro.
So no. This is not related. Not related. Don't know about this, but I'm about to tell you about this, right? So the last time I did a live, I measured myself, right? Although I think I was leaning a little forward, right? Came up to somewhere between 5'10" and a half, 5'11", right? My girl, she's 5'11".
Tony,
now, wait, let me finish. My girl's 5'11". So now every day since I did that live, she's been bragging about she's taller than me. Like talking the most shit. I just walked into it. Like, but anyways.
Tony, she called you little man, didn't she?
She called me little man. It's like, nah, you just got long legs. That's all it is.
Is
Like
I've never had a
she
woman call me
probably,
that before.
I don't know how
Go ahead.
tall everybody is on here, but she's probably taller than most of the people on this panel.
I'm only 5'7", so she's taller than me.
Hey, as a player, Tony, you should have just said, yeah, call me that tonight.
No.
Say the same thing tonight.
No,
That's what you should have
this is what
said.
I say.
This
This is what I say. Let me tell you what I say. This is what I say. I say it all the time. There's a lot of people taller than me when they standing on their feet. But when I lay on my back, there ain't too many people taller than me. Think about it.
This dude crazy.
Oh,
All right, but what was you saying though, Dub Right Shot?
Go ahead, let's hear this.
I don't know what this nigga, man. I don't know what I was talking about no more. Hey, shout out to my brother Tony. Hey, salute to you, bro. Listen, going back to it, keeping it. I mean, at the end of the day, is Devin? His skill set is too high. He's too young. You know what I'm saying? He's quicker. He has the faster hands in the match. Jimbo, you asked me to name his advantages. I don't know how many I just.
well, Dub, you said you're biased, so.
Yeah, but here's the biggest problem I have, though.
So y'all tell me I'm
Jimbo
lying.
to name their advantages though. Jimbo still ain't answered my question.
Well, let me chime in real fast. Let me chime in real fast and say this is my biggest issue, and this is going to be the telltale sign of the fight. All that's nice. Devin could be longer reach. He could even be faster with his hands, which is yet to be seen. He could be faster with his feet, yet to be seen. Here's the biggest issue that I see. All right, and this is the intangible. Devin's got 2 bunny paws for fists. Like he's got bunny paws. Now here's the thing. Lomachenko, he can take a shot. And if Devin can't hurt, he doesn't have to hurt him, but he's got to have enough pop for Loma to respect him. Now, Ortiz has been brought up, and I brought this up earlier. Ortiz hits a hell of a lot harder than Devin. Tio hits a hell of a lot harder than Devin. So they had his respect to where he couldn't just do what he wanted to do inside of the pocket. If Devin cannot earn that respect by hurting him or stopping him in his tracks, he's going to get swarmed. And the thing about Lomachenko is, while he is smaller than all of them, we saw it with Nakatani, stop that ass. We saw it with Richard Comey, could have stopped that ass, and because he liked him, backed off, was pleading with his corner to throw in the towel. He should have stopped him. We saw it with Ortiz after the fight, lumped him the fuck up. He's got a lot of pop. And the thing about it is, if he cannot keep Loma off of him by having the pop, it could be a long night for Devin. That's all I'm saying.
I think that's what's going to happen.
Skills and boxing IQ beat Pop all day to me.
Y'all let me know when it's my turn.
Okay, so IB, let me respond to that. I say this all the time. I don't give a fuck. You put somebody in there with more boxing IQ than me. If they ain't got enough weight behind their ass, meaning they can't hurt me, I'm gonna walk right through that IQ.
Yeah.
Same with me. If I was sparring somebody and I found out they can't punch, I'm like, oh shit. Okay, I'm just going.
Okay. So do Floyd hit harder than Maidana? Do Floyd hit harder than Maidana? Do Floyd hit harder than Castillo?
I say this all the time.
I mean, Castillo. Do Floyd hit harder than Castillo?
I'm gonna tell you this right now.
Hey.
Floyd,
I'm a 5'9",
and I don't want to do the comparison. I just want to break down this narrative. That's it.
No. I'm about to tell you, IB.
I'm a 5'9" heavyweight. Right? I spent my whole life fighting guys 6'3", 6'4".
Butterbean? Is this Butterbean? Respectfully.
Yeah.
He said respectfully.
I've been called Butterbean. I've been called Tony Tubbs. I've been called, you name it, I've been called it, right? Right?
Hold on, real quick, brother. You 5'9"?
I'm 5'9.5", right? I've been 5'9.5" since I was 18.
And you fight
every time I ever got measured 5'9.5", 5'9.5".
Big boy, Dub. He a big.
You look like you like 260. You 260 plus. How much you weigh?
I'm 280.
How much you weigh to heavyweight?
280. Yeah, I knew you was 260 plus for sure.
But wait, Brian, you want to shadow box for them? You want to show them?
This dude moves.
You got hand speed, bro?
I don't care how fast your hands is. We seen what happened to Bomac.
No, we're not gonna do that because I got a partner.
I'm telling you, this is 5'9.5", 280 pounds.
Let me see them
moving.
Ooh, yes.
This is
Hey,
and this is with some
he
alcohol
is
in him as
quick.
well.
Hey, he is quick. That shit.
Do you
This
carry
is with
power like
alcohol
that?
in him as
Hold on.
well.
Hold on, brother. Come back. We see what you got. We see what you got. We don't need to see no more.
You
We don't
good,
need to see
Brian?
no
You
more.
good?
You
I'm
good.
gonna
You
tell y'all
good,
right
brother.
now.
You
Let's
I'm
go,
good.
gonna tell y'all
Brian.
right now. I'm gonna be honest
Unleash the
with y'all.
beast.
Does he
Unleash
have
Hey,
the
move your
does he
head.
carry
Move your
power?
head.
Does he
Move your
carry
head. Yeah, move
Yeah,
that
it's
head.
just the
Yeah,
camera's
move your
not in
head.
good
There you
angle.
go.
does
Yeah.
he carry but does he carry power, Tony?
I mean, 280 pounds hit you with 5'9"
You
and a
gotta
half.
carry.
I'm gonna say he
You gotta be
does.
sitting on something.
That's a lot of
That's
leverage.
a
That's a
low
lot of
center of
leverage.
gravity.
Man, he can't bust open a pack of no right sides.
Bro,
Okay, is this the best fighter both guys have ever faced, technically? What do you guys think? Is Lomachenko the best technical boxer Devin's fought? Is Devin the best technical boxer that Lomachenko's fought?
Nah,
yes.
I
Yes.
give you that, Jimmy. I
Yes.
think Loma
Absolutely.
is his best test, hands down, for sure.
Absolutely.
But I hate to use the triangle theory.
I don't know, but
Tio beat
I ain't gonna
Loma
hold
and
you.
Kambosos beat Tio. I hate to use a triangle theory, but
I don't know if this is the best technical fighter
damn,
that.
bro.
Hold on, Jimmy, real quick. I don't know if this is the. I think, and I know I may be biased, but Gary Russell is a hell of a technician in the ring, and
So is Rigondeaux. So is Rigondeaux.
no, Rick, I agree with that as well.
Loma
So
beat the
I
brakes off of both of them.
agree.
But I don't know him.
Jimmy,
I don't know if
Jimmy, I give
Hold
you
on,
this.
I just want to answer the question.
Loma worked hard for everything Kambosos took. If that makes sense.
I mean, look, when Lomachenko was going to fight Kambosos, all the Devin Haney fans were bitching and crying that was a cherry pick.
Now
But now Devin Haney
Loma earned every
it's a
belt, bro.
legacy.
Kambosos got
It's a
those belts
legacy.
off one fight. Loma earned every belt. Kambosos got all those belts off one fight.
Hey, Jimmy, you want to hear something interesting I heard today?
No.
So I was talking to Rachel, or I was listening. I wasn't even talking. I was listening to Rachel. Rachel done there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, you know, it'll be interesting if Devin can go make, because you heard Bob talking about trying to make the Tio fight, right? She said it'll be interesting if Devin can go make the Lomachenko fight, beat him, and then go make the Tio fight and beat him. Well, he just went and cleaned up all the conversation about Undisputed because he went back and caught everybody who had a belt. He cleaned the whole
But come on,
track.
let's be honest. I like Rachel Dunn, but she's a little bitter. She's still a little bitter about how they're treating Nonito, right? So
what, brother? What Nonito got to do with what she just said there? That's the truth.
Now I do catch her hating on Top Rank a little bit, to be honest.
How is she hating? Hold on. So how is she hating by saying if Devin fights Lomachenko and wins, and then Devin fights Tio and wins, that's cleaning the chain up? How is she hating there?
No, I just think she's got a bit of a history of, but she hopes that happens, right? I bet she's hoping that happens.
She said that should be the route that Devin takes. She didn't. Well, she didn't say whether she. Maybe she is hoping it happens. I don't know, but she
no. But
didn't
right,
say.
I think the Tio fight makes more sense at 140, though, doesn't it? At 35, I don't know if Tio will come down. Yeah.
Well, the Tio fight at 40, of course, but Lomachenko fight should be now.
No, I meant in the future. So if him and Tio do meet.
Yeah, so Lomachenko, Tio said he wanted to go fight. Look, Devin fight Lomachenko, Tio fight Regis.
Fucking hell, man! Doesn't mean nothing after Tio. Doesn't mean nothing left of Tio.
I don't think Tio beats Regis, but man, they said,
hey, Jimbo, answer me this real quick. Was you done cooking right side?
No, go ahead, bro.
Devin Haney can have whatever Regis is left, or like whatever Regis leaves.
Hey, Jimbo, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Who would Bob Arum rather Devin Haney fight being his last fight on ESPN Top Rank? Lomachenko at 135 for undisputed, or move up and fight a Teofimo with no belts?
You know, mate, it's really difficult for me to say because when Lomachenko and Lopez fought,
what?
Lopez did win that fight. No, let me make a point. I'll answer the question. Why? When Lomachenko and Lopez fought, bro. Even though Lopez won the fight, it was close. Like it was 8-4, 7-5 maybe. One judge had it 11 rounds to 1. In his last fight against Andy Morton, like a lot of people thought he should have lost that fight. He got a decision. I think Top Rank are very invested in Teofimo. It's a young Latino that they feel like they can milk for 10 years. I think maybe Top Rank probably want the. I mean, in America, what's a bigger fight? I don't know. Is Teofimo a bigger star than Lomachenko?
Your top rank did the same thing with Edgar Berlanga. Look how he turned out. So.
Yeah, I feel like maybe. I mean, I don't know. According to Bill Haney, he thinks the Teofimo fight's bigger. So I mean, and he said, right side. You've seen the clips, right? But he said a couple of times that the Teofimo fight's bigger than the Lomachenko fight. So I don't know.
I don't agree with that at all.
Me neither. I don't neither.
I mean, it's an American champion, right? So you got two young American champions.
We're
right?
in America. We're telling you it's not the bigger fight.
Hold on. My bad, bro. I stepped away for a
And
quick.
one of these guys is from the Ukraine. And that's the biggest fight.
No, but that's hard for me to believe. So what's a bigger fight in America right now? Teofimo versus Devin, or Devin versus Lomachenko? What's a bigger fight for Devin?
Devin versus Lomachenko.
All day.
Yeah, Devin versus Loma, easily.
All day, all night.
According to Bill Haney, it's not. According to Bill Haney, the Teofimo fight's bigger. So,
bro, that's personal shit. That's personal shit. We ain't talking about that.
I think the way Bill looks at it, and I can't disagree with him, because I gotta say, you ever meet that person, you be like, man, this motherfucker here, bro. Bill Haney, that's that nigga, bro. He that nigga. He the one that you be like, man, I know you capping, bro. I already know you capping.
I got a 5-letter word for that. It's a 5-letter word for that. Pride. Pride. That's the only reason he said that.
It's not pride, bro. It's not pride. It's promotion.
No, I think
one thing that
right? Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead, Jimmy.
No, I was saying go ahead, bro. I was saying.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say one thing Bill is good at is keeping Devin's name in the spotlight, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. We got people right now posting a video talking about a leaked training video for Garcia, but by Devin Haney, and I'm sitting here like, look, man, I don't give a damn what Devin Haney and Hector Garcia did in sparring. I'm trying to see Hector Garcia versus Tank Davis. That's the fight I'm worried about. But we got is keeping your name in the spotlight. And I'm sitting here like, man, at some point in time, I will say, even though I rock with the brother, I'm riding with Devin. I think Devin is the goods. Some of this stuff that's going on, I'm not a fan of it. I will say that.
I'll tell you what, in my opinion, as an outlooker, right, I think that the fight with Teofimo might be bigger for two reasons, right? With Teofimo versus Devin, you've got two distinct fan bases, right? You've got the Hispanic boxing fans and you've got the black boxing fans in America, right? The two biggest.
Hispanic boxing fans don't go with Teo like that, bro. Unfortunately, respectfully, of course, respectfully.
What's on the line in that, Jimbo? What's on the line in that fight, brother? That's not an undisputed fight.
Teo don't have supporters like that either.
Mostly everybody I know can't stand Teo's punk ass.
Yeah, and after these gifted decisions, after he got that early Christmas gift, it got worse.
Yeah, but bro, there's not really an Eastern European demographic in America, is there? Are there many ex-Russians or Ukrainians in America?
Jimbo.
So the ex. Hold on,
Dub.
Go ahead, bro. This your shit.
Me, Dub, IB, AJ, we're all in America, and we're all telling you the same thing, that the Loma fight is way bigger.
I think it's bigger.
I'm just saying, from our demographic, we're here, feet on the ground, in the states, in the cities, every single day, talk to people on a regular, and we're telling you, in America, that's where we're at, where we live. The Loma fight is night and day bigger.
You're right.
Can I just say from
maybe I'm thinking about like the UK. Because in the UK, there's nothing bigger than two British champions facing each other. So maybe I'm just looking at it from that perspective. It'd be the same over there in America.
America's not like that.
It's not like that. It's not like that.
In America, we're not like y'all. We don't just go for a champion because they're from America. Like we have Americans that'll pick AJ over Wilder every day of the week. We have people who like Wilder because he's from America, but we are so diverse that it doesn't matter. You got to understand, our states are bigger than your whole country.
Don't do it like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, that's true. No, that's true. That's true.
Now you got states bigger than my country.
Some
just period.
You got states bigger than my country.
Well, China's got states that are bigger than your country. Look, my thing is this, though, bro.
China don't got states, though.
but they don't have boxing. No, China does have states.
Territories.
They don't have boxing.
Territory
They
I
don't
fuck
have
now.
boxing.
Australia's got
No, to be fair,
territory
though,
bigger than
Florida. Look, the only state that's bigger than the UK is I think Florida, and half of that is I think you can't even live in half
Man,
of Florida.
stop, Jimmy.
Like,
Jimmy.
Texas,
Jimmy.
Bro,
Texas,
Texas and California is the biggest
no,
countries in
right.
the biggest states in our country, bro.
They both bigger than Florida.
Texas is bigger than Florida, bro. Ohio is bigger than Florida.
Hey, Jimmy said only Florida. Nah, nigga, nah,
Bro,
Google,
Florida's
I guess
small,
Google's
brother.
lying to me.
You talking
I
about
guess Google's
population?
I
lying
love
to me,
you.
bro.
You know, hey, I got love for you, Jimmy. It ain't no disrespect, but you off on your geography, right?
Bro,
now.
Google lied to me, bro. I put this on Google.
Hold
bro.
up, Jimmy.
Google
Are you
ain't the
talking
first
about
time. Ain't the first
population,
time.
or are you talking about like actual like the
I'm not sure.
geography, like the actual?
No, it don't know what you're talking about, because if you come up with Florida, you wrong.
Are you talking about area circumference, or are you talking about population?
I think I'm not sure, but I think Alaska was number 1, but that's uninhabited.
Because New York is small as
Florida
shit, and they got the biggest population in the whole country down there.
Look, hey, look, New York got them half the size of Georgia, or the area that's populated.
Although
there.
I will say that in the UK it's easier to be a star though, because we have one time zone, and you can get from one side of the country to the other in about 9 hours or 7 hours.
Because it's little.
Because y'all ain't got shit going on, bro. Y'all ain't got respectfully.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're talking about
where
land mass.
Okay,
like,
no,
it's
Although I
I'm
want to
gonna say the
visit,
card.
that's what I
America
meant to say,
doesn't compete in
landmass.
international tournaments. Listen, let's be honest. America is an insular country, like when it comes to basketball and football. But you guys can't compete on the world level when it comes to the Olympics, soccer. There you go, bro. Fuck
Wait,
it, I'm not
wait,
going
we
to.
have the
win
most
everything.
Every
We win
year we win the most
everything.
medals
What are we
in the
talking about,
Olympics.
Jimmy?
What are
We
you
win
talking
everything.
about?
Like what? Like what?
Overall,
Basketball.
Jimmy. Overall, last Olympics we had the most medals. The Olympics before that we had. Look it up.
No, you didn't. No, you
Look
didn't.
it up. Look up what
No.
country won the most medals.
No, in the last Olympics, I'm pretty sure.
Was it China? Was it China?
No, I'm pretty sure in the men's boxing, the UK had more medals than America.
Did you say
You're out
men's
your
boxing?
mind.
What I'm saying, bro, is if you look at like international tournaments like soccer,
Jimmy,
the
can I
Olympics,
ask you?
America.
I gotta ask you a
Nobody
question,
plays
Jimmy.
soccer in America.
Because you
Jimmy.
guys suck. Because you guys suck. That's
Jimmy.
why.
Because we don't
do
like
suck.
the sport because there's no contact. Like whenever them
It's too
guys
much
get
running.
close to each other, they fall down and
basketball.
play dead.
We're trying to
They get
fuck
all
the
No,
place,
then
man.
why do you guys play rugby? Why do you have sissy pads?
Basketball.
Why do you guys have sissy pads?
Hold on,
American football is
wait.
rugby with sissy pads.
Jimmy,
That's all
Jimmy, I
American
love
football
this
is.
conversation.
That's true.
Let me ask you what hurts worse, Jimmy. What hurts worse,
What?
okay?
What?
You moving.
What Tyson Fury did to Deontay Wilder when he went to America and beat the fuck out of your boy. That's what hurts the most.
Jimmy, calm down, man. We can't do this
What happened to
tonight.
Charles Martin when he came to London, bro?
Why are we?
Hey, no. What happened to AJ when he came to America and fought Andy Ruiz?
Got that ass stop.
Much love. Hey,
What happened, bro, when Charles Martin came to London, bro? Body bag. What happened when Tyson Fury went to America?
Keep that same energy, Jimmy. What happened when AJ came and fought Ruiz?
Jimmy, did you say that? Like, did you say what happened to Wilder when Tyson Fury came over here?
No. So what happened to Charles Martin when he came over here?
No. I mean, but you brought up Did you bring up Wilder and Fury before?
What happened when Tyson? No, I'm saying what happened when Tyson Fury went over there? Body bag. What happened when Martin came over here?
Oh! I'll tell you what happened. I laughed like hell. I thought it was hilarious.
We're gonna have to.
Jimmy, hold
Don't
on.
make me pull these receipts out, bro.
We're gonna have to.
Daniel Dubois, the beast one, went to America. Devin Bryan, body
I'm
bag.
about to mute everybody.
Daniel Dubois.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you because I'm gonna get this out there. Jimmy, we damn near had double y'all's medals. Y'all had 65 total medals. We had 113. Y'all had 22 golds. We had 39. Y'all had 21 silvers. We had 41. Y'all had 22 bronzes. We had 33. It wasn't even close. We had
Did China probably had more than them? China probably had more than the UK.
You know who had more than the UK?
Japan.
You know who had more? No,
Japan. Japan. I know my shit. I know what's going on.
Okay, but what happened when Tyson Fury went to? I'm asking you, what happened when Fury went to America, and what happened when Martin came to London? What happened with Trevor? Listen, what happened to Trevor Bryan, bro?
That don't even
When
matter
Daniel
no more.
Dubois
Hey,
went over
that
there,
don't even.
the B
Hey, that don't
squad.
even matter no more,
Trevor
man.
Bryan,
Hey,
the B
Jimbo.
squad, body
Hey,
bag,
hey, Jimbo.
body
We love
bag,
you. We love you,
body
but tonight
bag.
ain't tonight, man.
We're going to have to announce Cal's. We're going to have to announce the best property.
I
Y'all
mean,
walk this
if
earth
we
like a
want to be
god,
honest,
Martin.
if we want to be
Well,
honest, we could count on our hands. We could count on our hands how many UK champions have beat American champions. But what we
Well,
can't
bro,
do,
all I'm saying, bro, at the
what
end of
we
the day, bro,
can't do,
what happened
we
with Trevor
cannot
Bryan?
do,
What
hold
happened
on,
with Trevor Bryan,
Jimmy,
bro?
I'm still talking. What we cannot do is count how many Americans have beat UK fighters in the history of boxing because it's not even close.
No, what I'm saying is what happened with
That's
Fury
not
when
bad
he
for
fought Wilder,
That's not
or when Martin
bad
fought
for.
Joshua.
Hey, to
I'm
be
saying, man,
truthfully honest, I think Mexico got more champions than you guys in boxing, bro.
That's not that hard.
you know what? From heavyweight all the way to middleweight, I'm telling you, any division you want, from heavy all the way to middleweight, the UK guys they'll beat the fuck out of the Americans, no problemo, bro. Okay.
Who got more
when it comes
world?
to heavyweight,
Who got more world champions in pro
cruiserweight,
boxing? Mexico or
cruiserweight,
UK?
bro.
Look
Bro,
that
who
up,
cares about
Tony, if you
Dwarf like
can.
Shakur, bro? Bro,
In
who cares about
boxing?
Shakur Dwarf?
Yeah, who got more world
Lawrence
champions,
Okolie
Mexico or
beat the fuck
UK
out of any American
in pro
cruiserweight,
boxing?
bro. Tyson Fury, any American heavyweight, bro. Lawrence Okolie, any American cruiserweight. The list goes on. Callum Smith, any American light heavyweight, bro. And the list goes on, bro. And the list goes on. 140, Josh Taylor, Jack Cattrall, any Americans.
Y'all
And the
got
list
some
goes
great
on.
fighters in Britain. Y'all love the sport. I understand. That's your sport. That's the sport y'all love. But you just
Trevor
got to look
Bryan,
at the
bro.
facts of the
That
matter,
was
though,
the
bro.
last American hope, bro. Trevor, bro. What happened?
That
We
was
sent the
not
B
even a
squad
real
over there,
champion.
bro.
That wasn't even a real
Bro,
champion.
Bro, you talking about a
that's the
fake
best
weight
you had.
class that they just
That's
made?
the best you had.
Come on, man.
Trevor Bryan was the best you guys had, and we had
How
to send
long
Daniel
has
Dubois.
Wait.
Bro, I never thought Trevor Bryan was any good.
How long has
Jimmy,
Bridgerweight been around?
Jimmy, no, hold
Man,
on.
wait a
No,
minute,
wait, Doug,
man.
let me say this. Hold up.
That was American excellence.
Let's put AJ in there right now with big baby Jared Anderson, and let's see what happens.
He gonna fuck him up.
He gonna fuck him up.
Okay, how about this? How about a guy that's actually in a good place?
So you don't gotta say nothing about Daniel Dubois. Please don't speak on Daniel Dubois. Please don't.
Joe Joyce would knock Anderson out cold. 3 rounds.
Bro, I can't. Now I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. But I can't say that. I can't say Jared will walk through Joe Joyce. But I still got Jared Anderson. I still got Jared Anderson beating Joe Joyce. I still got Anderson beating Joe Joyce, bro.
The American heavyweight era is over. It's over, bro.
Jimmy,
Trevor
bro,
Bryan, that was your last hope.
This be the problem, bro.
Wait, hold on.
We'll go good for a second.
Jimmy, Sonny Edwards is from the UK, right? I just want to make sure I'm right.
Hey, I'm out for the night. Hey, Tony, look in the background. Hit me up, bro. Hit me up.
All right, I'll check it out before I get off because I'm about to get off to eat this dinner. Jimmy, I just want to confirm Sonny Edwards is from the UK, right?
Yeah, yes, from the United Kingdom. Yes, British.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So currently, y'all have 3 world champions. That's it from the UK currently. Now let's go to Mexico because that's what was asked. We'll go to Mexico.
Wait, let me count. Tyson Fury, Lawrence Okolie, that's 2. Josh Taylor, 3.
And Sonny
Edwards, 4.
That's it.
Lee Wood, that's 5.
Where's Lee Wood at? I don't see Lee Wood with a major title.
No, you got elevated to super champion after Leo Santa Cruz didn't fight for like 5 years in the featherweight division, right? That's 5. Sonny Edwards.
I'm looking right now. WBO Navarrete, IBF Lopez, WBA Cruz, WBC Vargas.
No, those the real titles, not no regular title, Jimbo. Not a regular title, buddy.
No, we're not doing the Tank Davis title, bro. I'm saying go on Box Rec. They've already put an article saying that Leo was stripped and what's the name? Lee Wood was elevated to full champion. And he hadn't even talked about unification because of that.
Bro, I don't know what you're talking right now because according to every source I'm seeing, Leo Santa Cruz is still the WBA champion. So y'all have 3 total. 3.
Well, what are you? I just gave you 5 without adding Lee Wood.
5? Lee Wood doesn't have 1. You have 3.
Tyson Fury.
1.
Tyson Fury.
1.
Okay. Daniel Dubois. 2.
Daniel Dubois does not have a real title.
Yeah, he doesn't at all. He doesn't at all.
Okay. So we don't do the
You have 3. You have 3.
Okay.
You have
No, we still have
Okolie,
more though.
you have Fury, you have Sonny Edwards. That's it.
And
Josh Taylor still has the WBO belt.
Akole's at
Josh Taylor
cruiserweight,
still
right?
has the WBO belt.
Akole's at cruiserweight, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
That's all y'all got, bro.
Bro, I just named you 5. So
You
Fury
don't have
heavyweight.
5. You said
Yeah,
Daniel Dubois. You said Daniel Dubois, who doesn't even have a real title.
Josh Taylor still has the WBO and Ring Magazine belts, bro. So whatever source you're looking at is wrong.
I forgot Josh Taylor. You're right. I forgot about Josh Taylor because he got his ass.
Josh Taylor,
I
Sonny
forgot
Edwards.
about him. I forgot about him. So you got 4. You got 4 total.
Yeah. I mean, about a month ago we had about 7, but okay.
Yeah, and then they all got their ass whooped. But we're not
A
gonna
month.
talk.
Listen, like I said, bro, Deontay Wilder body bag, Charles Martin body bag, Trevor Bryan body bag. Any
Nah,
American
you're right.
heavy
Nah,
cruiserweight
you're right.
body
You're
bag.
right. You're right. You're right. Nah, you're right, Jimmy. You're right.
Wait. But
Joe
here's the
Smith,
problem.
body bag.
Here's the problem, Jimmy.
Middleweight,
We-
Chris Eubank
all
Jr. will
our-
beat the shit
all
out of
our-
Charlo.
No, Jimmy. What you fail to understand is in America, boxing used to be huge. It's no longer
Excuses,
big.
bro.
Like, no, wait. Stop talking and
Excuses for
listen.
losers,
Stop
bro.
talking and listen. All right, I'm going to mute you because you keep talking over me. In America, boxing used to be huge. Over the years, its popularity has dwindled by a lot. Our heavyweight champions that would have been are playing football, are playing basketball. They're no longer going to boxing. That's just the reality. American boxing has been dying for a very long time.
I'll tell you the reason why. Because the ex-Soviet bloc turned professional, bro. Back in the days, the former Soviet Union couldn't go professional. As soon as they went professional, Cuba joined in. The UK stepped this game up. Apparently, Americans stopped level. I'm telling you right now, Charles Martin would be an all-time great. Tony would be on here talking about how Charles Martin is a legendary heavyweight, bro.
AJ and watch what happens. Put him in.
And then you keep saying Charles Martin got body bag. You talking about the old fight with AJ? The old fight with AJ? Because he recently got body bagged by a Cuban.
Exactly.
Big Baby is not proven yet, so I can't go with that.
Wait,
He's not proven yet.
Speaking of which, my favorite fighter from the UK, Dillian White, truth be told, just got his ass whooped by an American.
He did?
Jermaine Franklin.
No, he didn't, bro.
Right.
I had that 8.
Right.
No, he
Bro,
didn't.
you out your fucking mind. Jermaine Franklin won that
Dylan
damn
won that
I
fight.
love
We
Dillian White.
rescored it. Dylan won, but it was close though.
Ain't no way.
Well, I mean, you know.
I had it a draw, but yeah.
Yeah, I had that shit a draw too, and I was mad at the fight because the fight was bullshit. I wanted to see a knockout.
Dillian White won, and I'm gonna take that to my grave, bro.
Why
Well, I know
didn't Dillian White?
beat
Why
America.
didn't Dillian White knock his ass out then? I didn't see him fight way better against way better opponents.
I mean, to be fair to Dillian, man, he is coming off a layoff, a knockout loss, and injuries. He's not really in a great place, to be honest, mentally or physically. He's coming off of multiple injuries, a knockout loss. I mean, you're right. I don't think Dillian White did great, but and guess what, bro? He still had enough gas in him to take out the American. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters, bro. That's all that fucking matters, bro.
Yeah, he didn't look like him, but he's never been no great boxer to me.
No, he wasn't.
Shout out to
But-
America, though. No,
but I
shout out
don't
to
know.
America, though. You guys,
I don't know what's going on with him. Yeah, but as far as Big Baby Anderson, I think he's extremely talented.
Man, Big
the
Baby
hands
Anderson,
go-
man, he about to have people with their track shoes on here soon. Lisa Bells, I'm telling you.
Uh-huh.
And it ain't no
But
bias because
I
I'm
don't-
from
but
Ohio.
he's not.
I'm
But he's
telling
not proven yet. I'm not going to put him over any of those
Now I don't even
guys
want to
until
put him in. I really
Ben would
don't
knock
even
out
want to
Boots.
put him in there with a Dillian White next. I still want him to
Bro,
keep
Conor
doing
Ben
what he's
would knock
doing.
out.
They moving him right
For
because they
me,
know
Conor
what
Ben
they
would
know.
knock
They
out
know what he's
Boots.
gonna be.
For me,
Conor
right?
Ben would knock out
For
Boots
me,
Ennis, bro.
Anderson, Big Baby Anderson, right? He's at the same level as Ennis Boots. You know, he hasn't really.
No.
He's fought better fighters.
Jerron
He's
Boots
fought
Ennis
better
got 30
fighters.
fights, brother. That's no comparison. Jerron Boots Ennis got 30 fights, brother. That's no comparison.
Yeah, but who's he fought? Who's he fought in those 30
And Big
fights?
Baby
That's
is
what I
way
mean.
younger than Jerron Boots Ennis, bro.
Yeah, but who's he fought? Who's he fought in those 30 fights? Name me an opponent with a
Nobody.
Exactly. Name me an opponent with a pulse, basically. Right.
Thomas
But for me,
Delorme,
right,
he
but-
hasn't fight. Yeah.
No,
for me, right,
his best win is limpiness, bro. That's his
Yeah.
best win.
we've already
Conor
discussed
Ben
it.
would beat the shit out of Boots Ennis, bro. Conor Ben would beat the fuck out of Boots Ennis.
My thing about
Talking
Boots
about
Ennis,
his PEDs.
he's
No,
potential.
you said Conor Bennett beat the shit out of Boots Ennis. That's
I
the
never said
equivalent
that.
of you saying
I
that
don't
you
see it.
just said that you just said Chris Eubank beat the shit out of Jermall Charlo too.
I don't
That's
see
the
that.
equivalent of the same thing, bro. I don't see neither of
He
those,
ducked
bro.
him, bro.
If Conor Ben beat Boots, bro, Man, I swear to God, I get on this motherfucker and do backflips all day long. Man,
But
that's
you
not
know
about
what's
to
crazy
happen.
though? You know what's crazy? The two biggest undefeated guys that Jimbo named are both popped for drug cheats: Tyson Fury and Conor Ben.
That's
Hey, bro,
crazy.
come on, America, bro. Really, you want to bring up American drug cheats? Really?
Nah.
Bro,
But Conor Ben failed 2 drug
statistically,
tests though, Jimmy. Did he not?
America's got a worse.
Did he not? Did
Bro,
he not?
America's got a worse.
Did Conor Ben not
We
fail
talking
2
about
drug
right
tests
now
though, Jimmy?
currently.
No, that's not
Conor
true, bro.
Ben
now
failed
currently,
2
Jimbo.
drug tests, Jimmy. He failed 2
it's
drug tests,
currently.
bro. You don't
No,
want
let
to
me
talk
ask you a
about that
question.
though, do you? You don't want to talk about that. Hey, I know.
Is it currently under investigation, bro? It is, right? So, okay.
I don't know what's going on with it because I don't even follow those faces like that.
I haven't
No,
heard
no,
none.
no.
I
Chris
haven't
Eubank
heard
Jr.
none
will beat the
in
fuck
a
out of
minute.
Jonathan, bro.
Here's
This ain't no more PR. This ain't no
Bro,
more
Chris
PR.
Eubank got to move up because he was never going to be nothing at 147 anyway.
Chris,
No, I'm talking about.
Wait, let's go deeper. Hold on. I just thought about
I meant Conor Ben.
Hold on, wait. Wait. He just brought up Chris Eubank Jr. So that made me think about middleweights, right? And then I thought about Demetrius Andre, who was going to fight Billy Joe Saunders, but he got popped for PEDs too. So
Right.
the fight never happened.
The Nandrolone, the nasal spray.
Tony, you're hating,
the nasal spray.
I like
nasal
you,
spray.
You hating now.
No,
You know
Man,
what, Tony?
no. Look, they had a great press conference in Boston and everything, Jimmy. They had a great press conference, bro. What happened to that? What happened to that though, Jimbo? That press conference was great, bro. Y'all had my dog Andre dressed up like a patriot, bro.
You opened it up, not me.
What happened to that, Jimbo? What happened to that? Great press conference in Massachusetts. We had my dog dressed up like a pilgrim. Andre was dressed up like Benjamin Franklin. And the next thing, the fight, they sold that fight, Tony. They sold the shit out of it. The next thing you know, Billy Joe Saunders get popped for Nandrolone.
Bro, I feel like you guys have got too much hate in your heart for British fighters. I honestly.
Nah, the niggas is popping dirty, bro. What the fuck?
Papa, hold up. It's people pop dirty over here.
Yeah, I'm
Popping
bringing
dirty,
receipts, bro. I'm bringing receipts,
but popping
nigga.
dirty but popping dirty is not about where you from. Because there's plenty of people pop dirty over here. There's people, nobody talking about Tete.
Hey, when a fake big baby pop dirty, bro, when a fake big baby pop dirty, I was on his ass because you gave up an $8 million payday for Ruiz to come in and beat the shit out your guy AJ. And I'm sorry, Lisa Bells, I know you love AJ, but that's what happened. That's the fact.
Yeah, well,
Ruiz made history because of Americans' mistake of popping dirty. Am I right, Tony?
You're right.
Ruiz made history because of American popping dirty.
Yeah,
he took advantage.
Not just an American.
You ain't gotta say sorry. It's the truth.
That's the reality.
A fucking New Yorker pops out.
Yeah, a New Yorker, right? A New Yorker, right?
New Yorker.
There, it's the reality, right? I say it all the time. I think all these guys are popping. I'm more surprised when they get caught. Right? I'm more surprised.
Let's not talk about Roy Jones or Evander Holyfield. Let's not talk about those guys.
Bro, do you got proof that they popped dirty, bro?
Evander
I do, bro. Was it James Toney as well? He got busted. So did Roy. So did.
I know Roy did. I don't know about.
Evander never got caught on anything.
I don't know about Evander. I don't know about Evander.
I love Roy Jones.
Tony, wait. I got a question.
Tony made me do this, bro. You made me hate on one of my heroes, Roy Jones, bro. You made me do this, Tony.
What, AJ?
What you eating?
This is ground beef seasoned with some taco seasoning with salsa on it and rice.
It's that Canelo meat, huh?
They're nice.
Canelo meat. You already know. That's where it's coming from.
You're speaking of this, guys. It's 3:54 a.m. here, guys, and I gotta get up for work.
Yeah,
all right, Brian. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you.
All right, Brian.
All right, Brian. Take care.
Have a good one, guys.
But I'm saying,
have a good night.
Good night, bro. I feel like for years the UK fans have been giving American fighters love, but like whenever a British fighter does well, like a lot of American fans do hate on them, bro. Like you have to be honest, right?
No, it ain't even that. Do you know how many fans? You know how many fans in America is picking Fury over Usyk, my brother? It's just not much to give British boxers. We don't got much to talk about. That's all it is.
No, but there's no American involved.
He's right.
Foreigners.
Well, can I say my?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, sir. Go
on. He's right because I know a lot of UK channels and they used to stay up all night and support the fights over here. This was years ago or whatever. But what I'm saying is that it was never reciprocated. They always gave that love because of their love for boxing and love boxers over here, but it was never reciprocated. Over here, it was like it was always on some bullshit. So I do agree with him on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you from my observation, I've seen it. And so a lot of those channels stopped doing that because they were not getting the love back that they put out. That's what you call good sportsmanship.
I think it was the Wilder Fury, the Wilder AJ beef.
Yeah, that's what started it. Yeah.
Yeah, because AJ had more belts and was a bigger superstar. So I think a lot of Americans felt an inferiority complex because in most history, because historically the American heavyweight champion has always been the A side, right? Over the British fighter, whether it was Mike Tyson over Frank Bruno, all that. But this time it was changed, bro. AJ was making 10 times more money than Wilder, so there was no way Wilder could be A side. And I think a lot of Americans didn't like the roles reversed.
Can I just say right from what Lisa Bill said, right? I stay up every weekend to watch some boxing fight, if it's shit or not, right? Like Saturday night, majority of the mornings I go to sleep at around 7 a.m. in the morning on Sunday. And that's if I don't get up and go to church.
Oh, shout out to Brian, man.
So like and that's true, right? I just had to pop in when I heard that because I was about to go to sleep. I heard you say that, right? But it's true, right? I stay up probably 90% of the boxing weekends here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Brian, you're a boxing junkie, though. Brian, you're a boxing junkie, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, salute to you, Brian. Salute to you.
Yeah,
I
am crazy. But I do that most weekends. So I would say 90% of the weekends.
Jimmy, I'm gonna give you a tip real quick. As a betting man, I ain't mean to cut you off, Brian, but if this make you feel better, bro, and I mean this with the bottom of my heart, the odds is so crazy. If this Yard and Baturbia fight happens, I'm still putting 50 to 100 on Yard just because the odds are so crazy and anything can happen at that division, bro. So I'm still going to bet on your UK guy, Anthony Yard, and it's not because he black, but I'm still going to put possibly $100 because the odds are so crazy that anything can happen. So I'm gonna lose 100 on that because I really got Baturbia winning, but anything can happen. So if you're a betting man, I will still put money on Yard, and I'm not gonna give no more game the rest of the night.
Yeah.
When is that fight? I'm actually gonna try and get
I can't bet
It's on the 28th. It's on the 28th of this month.
Hey, Tony, at least bet 20. Hey, Tony, if you look,
I can't bet in my state. In Georgia,
you can't. It ain't came to your state yet.
You can't bet in Cali either.
Damn.
Yeah, will not let me bet online.
Hey, well, that shit came to Ohio. Everything that came to Ohio, I'm geeked.
I'll go down into the casino to put a bet in.
Hey, it just came to my state. I thank God. But I bet you can't bet Nevada.
Las Vegas, though.
You
guys have got Las Vegas, though. How can you not gamble in America?
I be you on Twitter.
Yeah,
no, I don't got no social media, brother.
Okay.
Nobody here lives in Nevada, to my knowledge.
Yeah,
you know how far that is
It's
not far from California, but you still got
I got 100 on Yard though, Jimbo. If that make you feel better.
You're just walking to a reservation.
I'm asking because I'll cash in. Put down on it.
No, I'm not betting like a person. I'm just betting that, just to see if anything happens though, because the odds are so crazy. It's like 1,200. Negative 1,200 for Baturbia.
Damn.
Yeah.
That shit crazy.
The people you bet on Yard and he wins, bro, we can make a small fortune.
They make you bet. They make you bet, bro.
Yard's got a better chance than Joe Smith. I'll tell you that. Anthony Yard's got a way better chance than Joe Smith, bro.
Man, he might fuck around and knock Baturbia out in like the 5th with some clean, unexpected left hook or some shit.
I don't see it.
Hey, I want to say this though, IB. If I could bet in Georgia, do you know how rich I would be right now off the Usyk?
Because I know how you is. I know how you are. I know how you is, bro. I know you would bet.
Do you know how rich you would be off of George beating Tio?
Oh my God! Those fights, I'd be worth like I would be Floyd Mayweather right now. I'd be.
Hey, but Tony, even if you don't got yard winning, all I'm saying is, would you at least put $10, $20 on him?
No, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Not
No,
bad.
I would. Why not? It couldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt.
I just want to say this before I go. I got more chance with Dirty Weekend with Eva Mendes than. I'm not
mad at that. I'm not mad at that. But hey, coming from a betting man, I'm gonna spend that on chicken wings or a bottle of liquor or something like. I'm gonna take my chances on that, bro.
No, I get that, but I'm saying I got more chance with Eva Mendes than after Yard beating Beterbiev.
Different rules in the same country.
Bro, Yard might fuck around and catch Beterbiev with some shit, hurt him, come back and finish him off, bro.
He's got a chance, man. He's
I
got a
don't
chance.
see it.
I don't see it, but it can happen though.
He coming off an injury, so it's possible.
Yep.
Wait, so you guys have got different rules, but it's the
You're
same.
always
country.
coming off an injury.
How does that make sense though for betting?
Jimbo, you're not gonna bet nothing on your guy Anthony Yard in this, bro.
Jim,
nah, bro.
Jim, every state.
Yeah, you're not even gonna put €10 on him, bro.
Nah, bro, I have to be honest, man.
Yeah, Jimmy Lisa just said every state in the U.S. has different gambling laws.
Damn, I thought you supported your UK people, bro. You talking all this UK stuff, but you're not even gonna put 10 on Anthony Yard, bro.
I do, bro, but from
the odds are so crazy, bro. You can come up. Anthony Yard's
like,
not
you
as
put a lot of money. You put a lot of money, and
he got beat by Kovalev because he gassed out, bro. He had that fight won. If you ask me, everybody know Anthony Yard had the fight won before he gassed out.
Like honestly, in my opinion, like in the Kovalev fight, if Anthony Yard had fought better competition and he knew how to pace himself, he probably would have won.
Anthony Yard would have won if he didn't gas out.
He would have won if he fought better competition.
Canelo versus Yard,
and he paced.
I don't know. I think Canelo was still in there with him, but I gotta watch it again. It's been a long time.
I think Kovalev took a dive, low key.
Oh shit!
Weird. I ain't even go cap. I think Kovalev low key took a dive. Now I think Kovalev took a little dive for real when he fought Canelo. I can't even cap. I'm like, what?
The way his head bounced off the ropes, bro.
But look at the fight with Yard compared to the fight with Canelo, bro. Yep. How you go from that to this?
Canelo's about 1,000 times more skilled than Yard, though, bro. And I mean, in every way. Defense, counterpunch.
Do Canelo hit harder than Anthony Yard?
No.
That been outboxing him for the whole fight?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
No,
like,
Yard
stop playing.
Yard hit
that
harder.
Was a way more competitive fight, bro. Do you lay down for Canelo, bro? You just wanted a payday or some shit, bro.
Yeah, he was in a lot of trouble. He was in a lot of trouble back then, remember?
Some people thought he was winning the fight, though, before the stoppage. Because a lot of people,
Who when he fought Canelo? When he fought Canelo?
Yeah, a lot of people had the scorecards in different ways before the stoppage.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with whoever had what. All I'm saying is I felt like that Yard fight was more competitive than the Canelo fight.
No, it was.
Well, that's because he was in there with a novice. That don't make sense what I'm saying. Yeah, that don't make sense. Because Anthony Yard was a true novice and going in there with somebody.
If Canelo had Yard's power,
hold up, we're talking over each other.
Oh, sorry, Lisa, go ahead.
He was a complete novice. I don't understand how that was competitive. You're going in there with him, and with the pedigree that he had, it made no sense. You're right. That's all. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Well, I mean, it had more ebbs and flows.
They had the same power.
Like more dramatic moments in the Canelo fight. Like Kovalev almost came close to getting stopped. Then, they both kind of went through it. Then, he knocked out, Yard. So it's like,
if Canelo had Yard's power, that fight wouldn't have gone more than 6 rounds. It took a lot longer because you had to keep setting the body shots up, gassing Kovalev, and then set him up with a big left hook.
I agree. And listen, Canelo made a champion move going up and handling business, right?
Yeah.
At 175, right?
I mean, but did y'all hear what?
So when he went back to 175 to face Bivol, what happened?
Bro, I mean, that happens. You keep fighting guys that are bigger.
Right. That's all.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
But do y'all know
why didn't Canelo beat Bivol at 175 to become more successful? Why did he lose his second fight at 175, Jimbo?
The same reason Mayweather never fought Sergio Martinez at middleweight, but sometimes it's too much.
Oh man, here you go with that, man.
Sergey
go with that.
Martinez.
I just asked you why didn't Canelo beat Bivol at 175, and then you go to some Floyd Mayweather, Sergio Martinez shit. He didn't even fight Sergio Martinez.
Exactly, that's my point, bro. Because when you keep taking dangerous fights, you're eventually gonna lose, bro. The Kovalev fight was dangerous, you won it. The Bivol fight was dangerous, he lost it. He's 1-1 at light heavyweight, right?
Yeah, no, I salute him for still taking it, but I just asked you why didn't Canelo beat Bivol? That's it. That's it. I didn't ask about no other fighters, Jimbo. I just asked why didn't Canelo beat Bivol, bro? And he beat Kovalev. Why didn't he dispose of Bivol like he did at Kovalev? That's it.
Because Bivol isn't old, and Bivol's got a lot more speed, youth, size, and a better gas tank. And he was also
Okay, there you go.
Range and distance.
Good answer. I'll take that. That's all I asked.
Now, far as jab, Kovalev, if that was the old Kovalev with that jab, he would have been
that fought Andre Ward. That fought Andre Ward. You talking about the Kovalev that fought Andre Ward, huh?
Even before Andre Ward, he was mean.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I agree with you, Lisa. For sure, he was.
Kovalev wasn't in his prime, but he was still a world-class fighter because let's remember, he beat the shit out of Alida Alvarez in the rematch. He was a champion. He knocked out Anthony Yard, who was a top undefeated contender. So he came into the fight in some good form, right? He was ranked, I think, number 2, at worst number 2 in the division. And you got a middleweight jumping up to light heavyweight to fight a guy that can punch and box. But that's still a tough challenge. I
disagree, and I've disagreed with you multiple times. Canelo was fighting Kovalev on his last leg. A Kovalev that had been stopped by Andre Ward.
Why did Andrade do it?
Hold on, I'm not done talking. A Kovalev that got put to sleep by Alvarez. Anthony Yard, who had never fought anybody but tomato cans from Britain, damn near stopped him. And then Canelo got in with even an older, more beat up Kovalev. Like, come on, bro. That was my thing, though.
Yeah, Kovalev just wanted to check. He didn't care. He just wanted that money.
He was still one of the top.
Yeah, it wasn't the same Kovalev. Yeah, no, he wasn't the same Kovalev.
And then he got in there with a hungry Bivol. Bivol, let me remind you, he had that belt for 4.5 years. The same amount of time Beterbiev had his belt, 4.5 years, and they had it for 5 years now, present day. So at the end of the day, Bivol was younger, hungrier, more sharp in his prime, we could say, because Bivol never really fought that many people. Yeah. He beat a couple guys, Joe Smith, and he fought a few other guys.
He fought some people over there when he was on.
He did. He fought a few guys at 175, but it wasn't nothing like, you know what I mean, like Canelo's resume. So then Canelo fights a Bivol. Canelo fought Floyd Mayweather when he was 23, Lisa Bell. So we don't even want to, you know what I'm saying? Like he fought some guys. So when he fights Bivol, Jimmy, why couldn't he dispose of Bivol like he did of a Kovalev? Because of what Tony is saying. Kovalev was old, washed, already past his prime, and just wanted a payday, bro. That's why he went down and laid down like that. Who wants to really get hurt when they already got the money?
Bro,
I'm gonna go ahead and act like I'm knocked out. I'm gonna act like I'm knocked out, bro.
Bro, the way that left hook spun his jaw and his head bounced off the ropes, you think that was a dive? The way Canelo made his jaw.
Man, I'm not. It looked funny. I don't want to say it was a dive, but it looked more like a dive to me than because he fought Yard like he wanted to win, and he won that motherfucker. He showed heart and grit in that fight, but when he fought Kovalev, it's like he laid down too quick for me, bro.
Well, you got knocked out.
I think a lot of people were intimidated by Canelo at that time. You know, he was beating everybody's ass. You know, he was on a winning streak. He was on a huge winning streak, and Canelo was nasty with them body shots.
But why won't the other guys take the risks then, right? Charlo and Golovkin and Andre, Benavidez, these dudes are sitting there.
They didn't get the opportunity.
Man, who been calling to fight Andre, Jimbo, from the UK that you know
Andre been calling out Canelo since 54.
Ain't nobody been calling out for Andre, bro. Nobody been calling for Andre, bro. Everybody wants Canelo and people like that. Nobody been calling for Andre. They know what's up.
Some people don't listen. No, y'all gotta call it like it is.
Even when he was on the zone, no UK fighter called for Andre.
Just be honest. The reason why he fought Plant, I'm not saying that Canelo's at a position where he can fight who he wants to fight. Now he said that, but he said I get it. Yes, he put himself in that position, but everybody don't have those chances. Like what I'm saying is, Plant was just in the fray of the 168 pounder with a belt, so that's why he got that chance.
Yeah. I agree, Lisa. But my thing is this though: the guy that's taking the biggest risks and accomplishing the most, he deserves less credit than guys that are fighting bombs once every 18 months and then they want to cry victim because they're not big stars. Well, they're not taking the risks to be big stars, right? When Canelo fought Erislandy Lara, he didn't have to fight Erislandy Lara, a dangerous guy with a horrible style, for not a big payday. He took the risk. He played B-side to Miguel Cotto. He played B-side to Floyd Mayweather. He stepped up as the underdog against Triple G. I mean, come on, man. Like, there's a lot of stuff he did
Nah,
wisely.
don't just look at jumping a weight class, bro. Look at the fighters he should really be fighting at his weight class instead of the guys he's jumping a weight class. Don't literally look at the risk. He could have been fighting real live dogs, Jimmy. That's what you're not looking at. Look at the fighters that was available when you think he took these risks, bro. It was way better hitters, bro. Go ahead, Lisa. I'm sorry.
No, Triple G and Danny Jacobs were the top middleweights. Triple G and Danny Jacobs was number one, number two. He fought both of them. Lara was number one at 54. He fought him. And Callum, he shut the whole division down at 68. Right? Callum Smith was number one. Yeah. Some people say Canelo didn't fight the top guy in the division. That's a lie. That is a biased lie. Danny Jacobs, Triple G, number one and number two. And he fought them. So
nobody never said he fought top guys. What I'm honing in on what you said a little earlier. You said he didn't have to fight. If you're in a person's weight division, why shouldn't they have to fight you?
That's the philosophy that guys like Charlo and Benavidez have used to cherry pick their whole careers and not bust the grade.
Yeah, but they should be fighting each other. I agree, but it's nothing wrong with nothing wrong with him fighting them as well. Look, I ain't giving no pass to none of these fighters.
No, he fought. I wanted him to fight Billy Joe Saunders, who I thought was a slick southpaw. I thought he had a very tough style for him, undefeated champion. He fought him. I wanted to see the Triple G fight and Danny Jacobs. He gave it to me. Erislandy Lara, Miguel Cotto. I don't know, bro. Like, I can't think of a fighter that's given more good fights than Canelo. And then we keep bringing up Charlo, a guy that has fought once in the last 3 years, and he looked like shit against a bomb. Andrade, a guy
it ain't been 3 years, nigga. 2021 Montiel, bro.
Oh, come on.
It ain't been 3 years, bro.
I guess 2 years, then Montiel.
Close to 2 years, but it ain't even been a whole 2 years, bro.
A Yildirim. He fought a Yildirim, yeah? Okay.
I'm talking about Jamal, bro. I'm talking about Jamal.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just going to say it. Ain't nobody slicker. No Caleb Plant. No Billy Joe Saunders slicker than Andrade. That's just the fact of the matter. Them guys are smaller. They don't have as long as arms.
I think Caleb Plant got better footwork, Tony.
Hey, Caleb Plant, look, IB, you're saying that. Wait till Caleb gets in there with Benavidez. You're going to see how bad this dude really is. He is not good. I watched boxing.
What makes Benavidez good?
And if Caleb wins?
I've watched boxing.
I got Andrade winning, Tony. I just don't think Andrade got better footwork. That's all I said.
I don't think he's got that great of footwork. I think you look good when you're not fighting nobody, but the minute you fight somebody, their footwork.
Yeah, but who's Andrade fought then? Tony, who's Andrade fought to prove he's a monster? And I like Andrade, bro, but I mean, what has he actually done in the last 5 years? Nothing, apart from clout chase.
I mean, he beat one of your
guys.
He
can't get no fights.
That's true too. That's true.
Hold up. He was on the zone, and not one of them motherfuckers fought him at 160. Not one.
You're right, and I blame them. But it's not.
Not one of them. Not one of them. No.
Hey,
he's included in it.
He could have fought Maul. He could have fought Canelo, and he could have fought he could have fought Maul, Canelo, and Benavidez. But what happened? Ain't nobody want to fight him.
Triple G didn't fight him. Canelo didn't fight him.
Triple G too. That's four. That's 4 fighters right there.
He was the man. Sir, none of them fought him. So I ain't giving no excuse. I'm not saying it's somebody else's fault. It's what I'm saying is it looks kind of strange that everybody with the belts was on that side except for Jamal, and no one fought him. Now.
He could have fought Lara at 154. Why didn't that happen, Jimbo?
He didn't fight. Well, he said Lara was boring, so that was Andrade's fault.
Charlo didn't fight Lara. Is that what you're saying at 54?
No, Andrade said Lara was boring.
After
So
they
he
said he
put his
put out
foot
the
in his
fight, after they
mouth.
said he put out the fight, Jimbo.
Yeah, I can't
No, this is
condone
my
that shit
problem.
he did last year. Last year, I can't condone that shit he did.
So Canelo fought Lara, right? The same guy that the guys at Charlo and Andrade, that the guys that everyone's hyping up didn't fight, right? David Benavidez is a guy that, I mean, he has done fucking nothing in his career, bro. Apart from beat Anthony Durrell, a guy that's a C-level.
Two-time WBC champion.
I guess you Roderick Graville.
It don't matter. Canelo didn't win the WBC belt until it was fucking vacated. Until Benavidez didn't have it, then he won it. Just like he didn't win Andrade's 154 title until it was vacated. Then he wanted the belt. The fact of the matter is, Canelo is notorious for doing this. Yes, he has good wins. Yes, he's fought good people, but he is notorious for
how many times has Benavidez lost the belt? So why didn't he do it the first time Benavidez lost the belt? Because this isn't the first time he's lost it, right?
Because
the second time, right?
He wasn't at 168 at the time.
Benavidez was allowed to go back for his title. That's why he didn't do it. He didn't want to fight Benavidez in the vacant fight for that same belt that Benavidez lost. That's why.
That's why he fought. That's why he fought Anthony Durrell.
I thought, the second time that was on him though because he couldn't stay away from Baskin Robbins. So
exactly, bro. I mean, I don't know. You guys are making this guy a victim. Look, a third shot at the same belt.
Nobody is making nobody a victim. We're just putting facts out there. We're putting stuff out. We're just putting it all on the table. Tony never said that he didn't have but Tony never said that he didn't have good wins. He just stated the obvious. Hold up, you talk over me. He was stating that there was that's okay. He said that 2 times that he collected belts that people were stripped of when he could have fought those people. This is what we're saying. We're not saying that what I said was Andrade was over there and none of them fought him. So that's something to look at. Okay?
You know why, Lisa?
Because
Canelo knows it. Canelo knew it back then. Canelo knows it now. If he gets in the ring with Andrade, he's going to get fucked up.
Me and you are gonna, we're gonna have to bet on that one because I mean
we could bet because I know what's gonna happen. I know
what's gonna happen as well.
Just like no.
I know what's gonna happen.
No need, gentlemen. They're never gonna fight.
Andrade has better dimensions than Beagle.
Bro, he's a knock him out, bro. Mm-hmm. Canelo Alvarez is gonna beat the fuck out of Demetrius Andrade, bro.
I'm telling you, Canelo will be looking foolish. He'll look no different than he
did. It's gonna be the Billy Joe fight all over again, bro. Andrade's a
That's gonna be the best Andrade you ever seen that night. Is when he get his hands on Canelo. If he do, trust me.
Man, I seen Andrade fight in the amateurs.
He gonna be hitting that motherfucker.
Andrade fought my cousin in the amateurs. I seen it in person, bro.
He gonna be hitting that motherfucker with uppercut.
I've been watching Andrade fight since the amateurs, Jimbo. I know what's up.
Uppercuts from places he never seen.
What does Andrade do better than Canelo? He's not faster. He's not stronger. He's not better.
He's what Canelo's weak against. He's a mobile.
He's very fast.
Fight behind the jab. He doesn't sit in front of you like the people.
I mean, he cut the ring off on Caleb Plant. Bro, he cut the ring off on Billy Joe. All right, forget Plant. Billy Joe.
Andrade's a hard style to train for because he's
for sure. There you go, Lisa. Cook on that, Lisa. There you go. Cook on that. I seen him fight. Literally.
Can I say something?
Tony. Billy Joe's got better footwork, right, than Caleb Plant. As far as his balance, his southpaw.
Better than Andrade.
Can I say something?
Andrade.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's like, last year he really dropped the ball because, like, I wish he really would have fought Zach Parker. Because if so, he would have lined himself up for a shot at Canelo. Then if Canelo just moved up, then okay, then that's another time. Hold on? Just another time. That'd have been another time. Okay, Canelo could have fought. You could have fought Canelo. Canelo could have fought you, but you didn't. But in either way, it's like, if he didn't, he could have been elevated. So
I wanted Andrade to fight Johnny Beck his last fight.
Either or.
Either or. I wanted him to fight Johnny Beck personally, though. Personally, that's just me, though.
Yeah.
Tony, why don't
I got you.
I hear my name. What?
No, Tony, I'm saying, why don't Andrade and Benavidez fight each other? And then Canelo can fight the winner.
Because Andre's terrified. That's why.
He said he wanted to fight. He said he will fight the winner if he can get that fight. Yeah. But right now, the first one he wants is Charlo. After this,
Canelo said, why don't they fight each other and not fight the winner? So why don't they listen to Canelo, fight each other, and Canelo said he'll fight the winner. So Demetrius Andrade, David Benavidez fight each other, and Canelo will fight the winner. I don't see what the problem is.
You got Plant and Benavidez is fighting each other now. So they're doing it.
Canelo dropped him as well.
Andrade didn't move up for nothing, Jimbo. Andrade had that 160 title WBO for the longest, bro.
Yep.
And he never got a fight. Why you think he moved up, Jimmy? Why did he move up?
But
Because he couldn't get a fight.
Jimmy, here's the one thing that you're overlooking. Here's the one thing you're overlooking. And I said this and it went over your head. Andrade has the same, he's got better dimensions than Bivol. They're the same height, but he's got longer arms than Bivol. And he fights from the outside like Bivol, but hits harder than Bivol. It's not,
bro, he's a middleweight compared to a light heavyweight, right? The shots that weren't bothering Bivol are going to bother. They will bother.
I'm telling you, it will not be a competitive fight. Canelo knows it.
Bro, he's going to go home in the same ambulance as Billy Joe. He's going in the same ambulance as Billy Joe.
Billy Joe was short. He's what, 5'10"?
Tony.
Yeah.
You can't say that you can't say that Andre has more power than Bivol, and Andre's never fought at 168, let alone 175. Like, but come on, I understand. I actually rate Andre. But for you to say he has more power than Bivol, who's at 175, who's a career 175 fighter, really, like, come on, like, you're reaching. You 100% reaching on that one.
So let me ask you this, Earth. Who has more power, Inoue or Fulton?
What do you mean, Inoue or Fulton?
Inoue got more power, and Fulton been fighting at a weight class above him for years, bro. And I know Monster got more power than Fulton, bro. And I got money on that.
But
that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
Fulton's been in a much higher weight class for years. But
Inoue's a puncher and Fulton's a boxer. Inoue's a puncher. Andre ain't a puncher. Andre ain't a puncher. No one gets in with Andre and say, "Oh, Andre is gonna stop this guy." Andre's a boxer. We know Andre's a boxer.
How many times did he drop Liam Williams?
Just once.
Liam Williams. How many times did Liam Williams get dropped by Eubanks? How many times did
I'm gonna tell you why.
Dropped by Eubanks?
I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because when Andre drops you, he doesn't put the whole torque into the punch. Andre, the way his footwork is kind of weird and sloppy. He's always on the out, trying to move out.
Yeah, but who is Andre fighting?
Exactly.
Who is Andre fighting? We're talking about Andre's power. Like,
hey, ERF watching, bro. Who is trying to fight Andre? It's not that he don't want to fight. Who wants to fight?
But did y'all hear?
Who wants to fight?
No, listen. You're getting me mixed up. I'm not saying that Andre's not a good fighter. What I'm saying is, for you to equate Andre's power to being more than Bivol's by saying that he's knocking out the likes of Liam Williams. He's fought no one, and these fighters he's fought are getting dropped by other fighters who ain't got great power.
But Bivol hasn't stopped nobody in how many years?
But he's a light heavyweight, though.
He's a light heavyweight.
It don't matter.
He's fighting bigger guys.
Look.
Two divisions bigger than
Devin Haney is a lightweight. If he was a drop down three weight classes, he still wouldn't have power.
Oh, Tony, we do this every time. Tony,
Bivol does not have power. I'm sorry, he does not have power.
Tony, we know Devin.
Something Andre Ward can do. He stops Sullivan Barrera. That Andre Ward can do that.
We know Devin hasn't got power.
He's talking about somebody later in their career when they met. It's irrelevant.
Bro, he was on the form of his life. He beat Joe Smith. He beat Shabransky. He was ranked.
Yeah, he took Joe Smith. Okay, Joe Smith. He took Joe Smith 12 rounds to decision, and we just saw Beterbiev stop him in 2. So if that's what you're going to do, you're
but Beterbiev is a puncher.
Power ain't looking that good.
But you're equating power to two different styles of fighting. You equate it. We know Beterbiev is a puncher, Tony.
I pray for people like y'all that one day Canelo's little ginger balls will drop into marshmallows and he'll get in there and fight Andrade. So
I didn't mention Canelo, by the way. Tony.
Andrade earned it, though. Tony, has Andrade earned it, though?
The thing is, I disagree with.
We already been over this. He was a reigning champion in 2 divisions with Canelo at the same time. Canelo was there. How was he not?
I agree with Tony. I agree with Tony. I don't agree.
154
One second,
and 160.
1 second.
No, but it's not a relevant
1
fight
second.
right now, though.
150.
Right now, he doesn't have a belt.
Tony, 154 and 160. Am I right?
Yep.
I don't agree with he hasn't earned it, because once you're a champion, you've earned the right to fight over
He's not
champions.
even ranked at
I don't
158.
care.
It goes deeper. He could have been undisputed 2 different times on 2 different occasions fighting Andrade, and both times he chose to go up and wait and not do it.
No. I think at 54, he never fought for a belt again after losing to Mayweather until he fought for the WBO, right? So he couldn't have unified all 4 belts.
I think at one point he was campaigning at 155, so that's really considered.
He fought Mayweather at a catchweight, bro.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
after he lost, he never fought at the 4-weight again. He fought at 55. I think he had one last fight against Liam Williams at 54, and that was it.
When he beat Lara, when he beat Lara, Andrade was already a champion in that division.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
he was. And what was the super fight? Miguel Cotto was the super fight.
Before Canelo went up to 160, he could have fought Andrade. When Canelo beat Triple G, he could have fought Andrade again for undisputed.
Yeah, but he's fighting bigger fights. Miguel Cotto and Triple G.
Both times, undisputed meant nothing to him when Andrade was involved. However,
it was
he
just
goes
one
to 168, and all of a sudden, undisputed is the most important thing.
Yeah, but he never had the IBF at 54, though, bro. When he was at 54, he never had 3 belts at once to become undisputed.
160, he could have fought Andrade for undisputed.
Yeah, that was the one time. Yeah, 160. But bro, we both know.
Right. Because Andre had the WBO, right? Right, Jimmy?
Yes.
What happened to his
WBO 160 and 154, but in 160 he could have been undisputed fighting Andrade. And the thing with Canelo is, Canelo said after he beat Kovalev that the most important thing in the world was for him to get undisputed. So he went to 168. Well, if it was the most important thing in the world for you, why didn't you do it at 160 against Andrade? Why? Because you're scared.
Bro, because he lost his IBF
rest
belt.
my motherfucking case, Your Honor.
Okay, bro. So he didn't lose the IBF belt about 10 weeks after the Jacobs fight, right? So he lost his belt. How are you going to become undisputed if you've only got 2 belts? Right?
Oh, my gosh. But Andrade's done nothing to earn it. You're right.
Bro, right now it's not a relevant fight, bro. Andrade's not a ranked guy at 68. Let him have a couple of fights at 68, and then, you'll get the change in the Bro,
Canelo's undisputed at 168. Andrade's haven't fought at one. Come on, like that. That's not really a good topic to discuss on now, Jimbo. Come on, bro.
I think John Ryder's a better fight right now because John Ryder.
We're talking about 160 and 154. Can you debunk what we saying as far as that?
Yeah, I debunk it, bro. I've already said Erislandy Lara, Miguel Cotto, Floyd Mayweather, Austin Trout. These fights were way bigger back then. There was way more public demand. And these were the guys that Canelo was fighting, right? Austin Trout was an undefeated champion. Erislandy Lara was the top dog. Floyd Mayweather.
You're right. Lara was undefeated when Canelo beat him. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
No, he wasn't.
No. Austin Trout.
Paul
Austin
Williams
Trout. Austin Trout. Hey, Lisa, Austin Trout was undefeated.
Austin Trout. Yeah.
Austin Trout was undefeated. My fault.
Erislandy Lara should have been undefeated though, because that Paul Williams fight was a robbery.
Austin Trout was 26-0, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was a champion, bro, and a lot of people had that 50-50.
Yeah, Austin Trout's a good fighter.
Yeah, he was 26-0 when he lost.
Yeah, he was an undefeated Olympian, right? He was a champion, and he was coming off a massive win. And this was a guy that was taller than Canelo, a southpaw. And a lot of people thought that he was going to beat the fuck out of Canelo. So, I don't know, bro. Like, back then, those were the mega fights. The Austin Trouts, the Erislandy Laras, the Floyds, the Cottos. And he fought all of them. Like, come on, man.
No, nobody said it was nothing wrong with who he fought.
None of them guys he fought was 6 foot or 6'1" mobile fighter like Demetrius Andre.
Yeah, but they all ranked ahead of Andre, weren't they? But they don't all ranked ahead of Andre when he fought.
My bad. I muted you, AJ. Let me unmute.
I don't care if he was 5'5". He still didn't fight Andre, Jimbo. That's what we saying. I don't care if he was 4 foot. He didn't fight him, bro. He didn't fight him.
Hey, can we talk about something else?
I got to end this live here very soon. So
in the UK,
hold on, Jimbo. We're moving on. We're gonna bring up one more topic, and then I got to end this live because I've been on way too long.
Thank you.
Okay, and can we talk about Inoue versus Fulton? That
Yeah.
whole that's kind of brewing.
I got a new way, and I'm putting money on a new way. I had Monster.
too,
I got
YB.
a new way, bro. And I love Fulton. He next door. I love Fulton.
He playing games.
I made hundreds of dollars on the Figueroa fight, but he's about to move up and fight Fulton at 126. Fulton's about to move up to 126 to fight Figueroa for a rematch.
Mm-hmm. That nobody's
instead
asking for.
Instead of fighting a monster at 122, I don't get that.
Well,
wait, I thought Monster.
It's simple.
What's going on, Earth? Welcome back.
Did Monster put in the petition with the WBO to become Fulton's mandatory?
It's very simple. Like, Fulton's a PBC fighter, and other PBC fighters do is pretty much clout chasing.
Yeah, my shit's not going on.
I don't know. Until I see Monster at 122, I can't say.
Why didn't Fulton unify with MJ at 122 for undisputed?
Thank you.
I don't get that either.
That's my question. They say
sense.
Eddie Hearn. They said Eddie Hearn is hiding MJ. He don't want to fight. But why didn't he fight? They got 2 belts apiece at 122, right, Jimbo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why ain't they unifying for undisputed at 122, Jimbo?
Who said Eddie Hearn is hiding MJ?
I don't know.
A couple people said that. Eddie
just
Hearn.
the fans.
A couple people said Eddie Hearn stopping that fight.
Who is Fulton?
What, Tony?
Fulton's with PBC.
I'm gonna be 1,000% with y'all.
Who is Fulton with?
I am not sure.
He's with PBC, bro.
Who's notorious? Who is notorious? Who is not?
MJ's with the zone. MJ's with the zone. We know that. MJ's with the zone. We know that.
No, what I was gonna say is I'm not sure that Fulton or Inoue can beat MJ. I'm not sure either of them can.
We know why this
I
fight.
think MJ's the best guy.
We know MJ fight ain't happening.
What's that?
That's true, Tony. To be fair, though, he is the 3rd horse in the division. It's not fair just to count him out. He's an undefeated, unified champion, right? So it's not fair that everyone forgets about him.
But why are they forgetting him, though? You got to talk to your people in the UK, Jimmy.
Well, the thing is this, though. PBC has a history of not working with the zone, right? They blocked the Charlo Andre unification.
Hello.
They blocked the Charlo contract when Golden Boy sent it over. They blocked Wilder Joshua.
Exactly.
Heyman doesn't have a history of not wanting to work with the zone. So other people are saying, the Fulton. It's up to PBC to make to put the right foot forward now because Heyman's rejected about 1,000 offers from Eddie Hearn. So I mean, I don't know how Eddie Hearn would rate that.
It's up to MJ. Is MJ pushing for that too?
Is Fulton pushing for it? I mean, that's the real question.
Oh, I mean, Fulton, yeah. Fulton got to put his.
I mean, the only thing I've seen Fulton do is hit up Eddie on Twitter, talk about like, "Hey, what's up with this?" I'm like, "Well, why aren't you talking to your own promoter?"
Fulton.
I think with Eddie Hearn, I don't think he'll work with Heyman unless Heyman comes forward with some positive energy because everyone is.
The thing is with Fulton, if Fulton wanted undisputed, he wouldn't be moving up.
If what?
Yeah.
Say it again.
So that.
Hey.
Now I see what he's saying. Why move up to rematch somebody you beat clearly 7-5 instead of going at an undisputed fight or fighting Inoue, who's an undisputed fighter right now?
Yeah.
Because they probably think that fight is going to be like we could make a rematch out of this, but I think for his legacy, it would be great for him to fight for undisputed. But
I think
for sure. That's a great argument. That's a great argument for sure. Don't leave now, Jimmy. I know they about to end the panel, but I came to cook and speak facts, and that's what I'm doing. Don't come back, Jimmy.
Everybody on here knows.
Don't learn from the facts. I spoke nothing but
everybody on here
facts,
knows.
You cutting out.
Yeah, everybody knows that Fulton has options. I'm cutting out. Let me start this shit.
Yeah, your mic messing up. The only options Fulton should be talking about. What's up with that undisputed with MJ? That's what I really want to know. What's up with that?
Because
you one fight away from undisputed.
It would have been perfect because you would have had the monster who just got undisputed because he beat Paul Butler. I can't even talk. He beat Paul Butler, who we all knew was going to get decimated, which he did. And then Fulton could have fought MJ for undisputed. Then they both could have fought each other. Undisputed versus undisputed.
Thank you.
Nice.
Right,
That would
right,
have been
right,
lovely.
But I mean,
right.
but we all know that Inoue just got super status with the WBO, so you know what that means.
Yeah, he can challenge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think Fulton's going to move up to 126 if he does that.
Well, he
And
is.
everybody will call him a duck, bro.
Yep. Because you talked all that shit about Inoue saying you knock him out. Oh, he has no power but skill, whatever the fuck he was saying. And you move up to fight like that's it's not a good look. He was just that just proved he was cloud chasing this whole time.
And the thing that's so funny about it, AJ, is this is a guy who's 4 weight classes smaller than him.
Thank you. This is gonna be his fourth. Yes, this is gonna be his 4th weight class coming up, and you don't want to fight this guy. Not a good look. Sorry.
Hey, Tony, before you leave, did you do a pound for pound list?
No, I haven't done one in a while.
Oh, okay. So you ain't really into that. I was about to say I'd love to see your pound for pound list. I done 1 through 13.
I mean, I've done them before. I mean,
who's your top 3?
My top 3 pound for pound
right now. What'd you say?
I got Terrence Crawford number 1.
Okay.
I got Inoue number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna have to say it, and all y'all gonna hate it, but Tyson Fury is number 3.
Why would we hate that?
No, I'm just kidding.
Because people don't like to hear heavyweights on pound for pounds, even though I think that's ridiculous. Because at the end of the day, pound for pound to me is if you make things equal. So in other words, if you take a pound of silver and move it up, it's still less than a pound of gold, and Fury's just a pound of gold compared to everybody below him, in my opinion. So I have Fury number 3. I think the way that he beats top heavyweights, it makes it look easy. It's just he belongs there. And the way that he's going to beat Usyk is just going to solidify why he's my number 3.
And if Usyk beats him, does he get it number 3?
If Usyk beats Tyson Fury, I'd probably bump him to my number 1.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Because he would be a 2 undisputed.
Yeah, that's true. He would. Yeah, yep. And that does. Yeah, that should put him in number 1. Yeah, it should.
Yeah.
Well,
and then I want to see.
I ain't putting him there because when AJ was there, he wasn't there, so I ain't putting him there.
Yeah, but
and any other heavyweight, when Wilder was there, nobody put him as. You know what I'm saying? I'm being fair.
But that's the thing, Lisa. Klitschko was on the pound for pound, and Fury beat him. So there's one guy who was a 10-year reigning champion. Then Wilder, who was a 10-fight reigning champion, Fury also beat him. So to me, Fury he's done, for one, he's done something I've never seen, where beating 2 long reigning champions, which he did due to him being gone for the years he was gone. And I mean, just every time you think a fight's supposed to be competitive, he makes it look easy. So I gotta put him my number 3. What about you, AJ?
Did you see that video where Sylvester Stallone said Tyson Fury was the greatest of all times fighter?
Yeah,
I saw it on Twitter.
I saw it too, Lisa. I don't put much stock in that because that's coming from a guy who's in the International Boxing Hall of Fame and he's never boxed a boxing match in his life. So, you know,
Rocky.
Playing an iconic character doesn't get you that credit. Sorry.
I don't know what you know about AJ. Rocky was the heavyweight champion of the world.
Oh fuck yo, yeah.
Rocky was a nobody having club fights and beat the world champion of America in Apollo Creed. Undefeated heavyweight champion.
I still cry in that rematch.
Living in America.
I cried because Apollo straight at top like, don't punch with him, damn it. Stay away from him. Stay away from him. I'm like, oh my God, he was really crying. Like Jesus. You think he was dying for shit.
So I love this right here. What Martin Ramos wrote. So Chisora was supposed to be a hard fight. I love this. Let me rebuttal
Martin.
This.
That's right, Martin.
No. Let me rebuttal this. Because this is what
I'm not sold on this Tyson Fury bullshit.
Hold on, wait. We're talking about the same Derek Chisora that made Usyk go life or death, that was beating him in the early rounds of the fight. The same Derek Chisora that lasted longer than Deontay Wilder did in all 3 fights. That same Chisora? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Tony, stop playing games. Tony, stop playing games. You're playing, and I can
What
see
did
it
I
on your
say that
face.
was wrong?
I
What
know
did I
you
say?
playing.
What did I
I
say
know
that?
you playing. I
What
know
did I
you
say that
playing.
was inaccurate?
What's
What did I say that was inaccurate? What did I
So,
say that was
so are you
inaccurate?
telling me? Are you telling me? Are you telling me Chisora was supposed to be a hard fight? Don't compare it to everybody else. I'm asking you a direct question. Was
Earth, what
Chisora
I'm
supposed to
saying,
be a
Earth,
hard fight?
What
What
I'm
I'm saying
saying
is,
is, what I'm
you ain't
saying
answered
is,
the question, Tony.
no, let me ask you a question. Did Chisora not do better against Usyk than AJ did?
Yeah, in Usyk's maiden voyage at heavyweight, I agree. But
Well,
look,
there it is.
Tony,
There it
Tony,
is.
Tony, Tony,
He
Tony,
did better
Tony,
Nah,
against
Tony,
I can't
Tony,
say that.
Usyk
Tony.
than AJ
No,
Not
did.
not in the second fight.
one second. Doing triangle theories, and you're a boxing fan, and you know that makes no sense. Was
Everything is always
Chisora
about
supposed
tearing AJ down.
was Chisora supposed to be a hard fight for Tyson Fury? Tony, answer the question.
Look
Tony,
here.
answer the question,
Look
please.
here. This is a triangle theory.
Please
This
answer
guy
the
beat this
question.
guy so he
They
can beat this
sold
guy.
on that Tyson
No,
Fury
look,
Tony,
look,
you
look,
bullshit.
look,
know,
look, 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 look. I did not
Tony,
say
you know
this
better.
guy beat
You
that
know
guy
better.
so he could beat that guy. That's a triangle
Nope.
theory. What I'm saying is everybody likes to hate on Chisora. Everybody likes to talk crap about Chisora. But at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, Chisora lasted longer than Deontay Wilder. He didn't go
He always
99.
will do.
Wait, he didn't go 99 against
And why
Fury
is
like
that?
Wilder
Why
did.
is that? Tony, did you watch the fight?
Hold on. I did see the fight with Chisora and Fury.
And you're telling me that was a
I'm telling you,
performance?
you're about to say
No,
an
no, 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 no,
opinion.
Tony,
You're
Tony,
about
stop.
to say an
Tony, stop.
opinion.
Tony, stop. Tony, stop.
You believe
You
Fury
know better.
carried him. You believe he carried him
Tony,
like a camel through
stop.
the desert.
Stop
That's
it.
what you believe.
Stop it. Both of us know this. You know what?
Look,
I didn't even have to
what
say
I'm
it, Tony.
telling
I didn't
you,
even have to say it. I didn't even have to say it, and you said it for me. You said it for me. I didn't even have to open my mouth to say it, and you said it for me. So
all
you
I'm
know better.
telling you,
Tony, you
all
know
I'm
better.
telling
You
you
know
is
better.
Chisora lasted longer
Tony, you
than
know
Deontay
better.
Wilder. That's all. That's a
Tony,
fact.
you know better.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Chisora's a
Fact.
different type of fighter
Fact.
than
Wilder,
Wilder. You know,
don't
Chisora's.
subscribe. Lisa, don't acknowledge what Tony's saying right now. Tony knows. Tony knows full well, mentioning that Chisora lasted longer than Deontay Wilder, or whoever he lasted longer than. That is not a staple to even look at, because we all know in that first 2 rounds, Chisora didn't even want to be in the ring. Fury was letting off him. He was going, "Now just keep carrying on. Just keep going. Just keep going. No. We've got to get to the 10th round. Just keep going. Chisora was done in 2 rounds. We all know that shit.
Look.
If Tony, if AJ had done what Fury did to Chisora, and in the first 2 rounds he let off him and went 10 rounds with him, AJ would be getting slated for going 10 rounds with Chisora, and you know that. So don't even talk to me about Chisora lasting longer than
Earth.
Deontay Wilder. Chisora lasted longer than Deontay Wilder because Fury likes Chisora more than he likes Deontay Wilder.
I
He
hear
carried him.
excuses. I hear a lot of different. Look. Let me add one more to the mix. My favorite guy from the UK, Chisora lasted longer than Dillian White.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't have.
But he did.
Chisora was done in 2 rounds. We all know that.
All
Someone
I
on this
know,
panel tell me Chisora wasn't done in 2 rounds. Someone on
Yeah, he
this
all I
panel
was.
tell
He
me
was.
Chisora
He was.
wasn't done in 2 rounds.
He was. Fury carried him. He did.
I would
all I know is what the
carried him.
facts say, and the facts say that he lasted longer.
Yeah. Yeah,
White
okay, Tony.
and Wilder. That's all I know. But it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, Earth, because at the end of the day, we're finally what Wilder and AJ could not do, come together and fight. We're finally getting undisputed between Usyk and Fury.
Oh yeah, definitely.
When Usyk gets annihilated and more than likely knocked out, you're gonna see why Fury's my number 2.
Well,
Okay.
Well,
ERF.
no,
Let me add.
one second.
ERF,
I could care less because I'm not no Fury fan.
ERF, I just wanted to ask you who'd you have in that fight?
To be honest, it's gonna be a tough task for Usyk. I believe Usyk's a better boxer than Fury. But Fury's size is always an issue. His length is always an issue. As much as I'd like Usyk to win, I can't turn around unbiasedly and say, "Oh, Usyk's going to smash Fury. He's going to outbox Fury. He's going to do this to Fury. He's going to do that to Fury." Fury's the favourite going into that fight, which rightfully so, he should be. He's the naturally bigger guy, the longer guy, the heavier guy, the powers with Fury. So for me, it's a close fight, but I would still say that Fury wins that fight. I think any natural heavyweight against Usyk, you're more or less going to choose. You're going to pick the natural bigger heavyweight, especially a fight of Fury's class. Because I don't like Fury, I can't stand him, but I do believe he's a great boxer. That I can never take away from him, and I refuse to say any other thing than he is a great boxer. His antics outside the ring, can't stand. I think he's a lying piece of shit. He always will be. He's not been interested in fighting AJ for the most part. For the whole of his career, he's not been interested in fighting AJ. But that's my opinion. I don't think he's been interested in fighting AJ. Everybody's banging on about Joe Joyce now, and how Fury's bigging up Joe Joyce, but people seem to forget. And Jared Anderson as well. Fury's saying about Jared Anderson, how good Jared Anderson is, and people seem to forget Fury was saying the same shit about AJ when he was coming up, until AJ was a direct opponent and a direct guy to dethrone him or beat him. Fury was saying golden things about AJ. And then now, as soon when AJ became an opponent, a possible opponent, he's a bodybuilder, he's this, he's that, he's this. We all know what Fury's about.
Well, I mean, you remember.
One more thing. We was talking about Rocky, and Rocky was a club fighter, fighting things, and then won the heavyweight championship. All I hear and all I see is I can close my eyes, and that's Deontay Wilder. That's all I can see. A club fighter that fought bum after bum after bum after bum after bum and got a world title shot. And now he's got 10 defenses. The 10 defenses was against bum after bum after bum. Luis Ortiz, bum after.
I mean, it's funny. Wait, one second.
Hold on, AJ, and then I'll let you talk for as long as you want. You say that. However, Wilder's next fight is against the guy who beat AJ. So let's see how much of a bum he is when he gets in there with Ruiz.
Well, you mean the guy AJ beat?
No. Did you read the news today?
No, because people keep forgetting. Somehow people keep forgetting there was 2 fights. AJ did lose the first one, but he also won the second one.
He won the second one.
I'm not having when people go, "You mean the guy that beat AJ?" Yeah, but you seem to forgetting this is the same guy that AJ beat.
No, there's no forgetting it. There's no forgetting that AJ came back and avenged the loss. But at the end of the day, he still lost. He still lost.
No,
you have to lose to avenge your loss.
I know, but you're saying we're gonna see what Deontay Wilder does to a guy that beat AJ. Yeah, but this is the same guy AJ's beat already, so it's irrelevant, in my opinion.
It's really not, because if Andy Ruiz,
it really is.
No, it's
not. What
relevance
does it have?
It took AJ 2 times to get him. If Wilder goes out, especially if Wilder knocks him out in the first fucking round, it's gonna look real bad.
Why?
Because AJ never been knocked out, and Ruiz knocked him down a few times and then knocked his ass out.
Okay, I just want to try to
AJ had been knocked down though.
He never been knocked out. I said knocked out.
He's never been knocked out before. He wasn't.
But Ruiz did it. Ruiz did it though.
The fight got stopped on his feet. He was on his feet.
He did avenge his loss. He did avenge his loss.
No, what I'm saying is we're talking about knockout. He wasn't knocked out. He got stopped in that fight, and rightly so. He got stopped in that fight because you can't get knocked down multiple times.
Hold on. I hate when people say that. So let me say this real fast. When a referee steps in to save you from getting an ass whooping, right? What is it count as on your record?
TKO.
Yeah, knockout.
But what is the TKO? There's no.
Can I have a rebuttal to that? Can I have a rebuttal to that?
Wait, hold
Can I
on. Hold on. Just answer the question. What is it counted as on your record?
Oh, a knockout.
A knockout.
Right,
I'd rather get knocked out cold than stop in the corner.
Hold on. Here's the thing. If your corner throws in the towel, if the referee stops it, if you retire in the corner and don't want to continue, it's all a knockout. You got knocked out. Look, the difference here is, hold on, this is what we're going to different. I didn't say Andrew Ruiz slept him. That's the difference. You don't have to be slept to get knocked out.
But what relevance does it make for Wilder sleeping Ruiz? It doesn't make any relevance because we all know Wilder hits harder than AJ anyway. So it makes no relevance.
It does, because the fact of the matter is, when AJ fought Ruiz the first time, he lost, right? You said that all Wilder has fought is bomb after bomb after bomb after bomb.
Which he has.
So, wait. So if Wilder is really not that good, then Ruiz should be able to do what he did to AJ in the first fight against Wilder.
Triangle theory again, but...
It's not a triangle theory. It's not.
Well,
what I'm saying is,
because he did it to AJ.
No. I'm not saying
we don't even know if they're fighting. Have you been reading the news?
Hold on.
What I'm saying,
triangle theory. Let's clarify. Triangle theory is, I say, because this guy beat that guy, he can beat this guy. That's not what I said at all. I've never said because this guy can beat that guy, he'll beat this guy. I've never once said that. That's a triangle theory. What I'm saying is, if Wilder is a bum, he's only fought bums, he's only beat bums, then Andy Ruiz, who beat the #1 heavyweight champion in the world, arguably also Joseph Parker, should be able to beat up this bum.
I believe Andy Ruiz can beat Wilder. I do believe
so
Andy
don't
Ruiz
let
can
him
beat
get
Wilder.
slept in the first round.
What I'm saying is about when we go back to the knockout and people getting stopped on the feet or whatever, this all goes down to referee's discretion. The referee in the AJ Ruiz fight didn't give AJ a chance to come out of the corner. He waved off. The Wilder Fury first fight. Listen, hear me out. The Wilder Fury first time, how many referees allows Fury to get to his feet? So all we're looking at there is a different referee on that Wilder Fury first fight. Fury gets knocked out, and we all know that on this panel. On this panel, everybody knows that first fight, Wilder Fury first fight, Fury would have been stopped. Right,
but Fury was knocked down 2 times. How many times was AJ knocked down?
Was it 3, 4?
3, then knocked out the 4th time.
Right. He went down 4 times. So you can't say the referee. Hold on. You can't say the referee wasn't giving him a chance when he let him get up 3 times prior.
No, what I'm saying is when you're stood on your feet and you're ready to fight, the referee's supposed to let you fight. He was ready to fight.
He didn't get out the corner.
He was when you get knocked down, you get told to go to the corner.
No. The referee, you can watch it back because I thought the same thing. I was like, yo, this was premature. However, the referee told him, come to me. And AJ did not let go of the freaking ropes. He stayed in the corner. He told him like 2 or 3 times, walk forward, and AJ just stayed like this, which tells me he wasn't all there.
Tony, that fight was stopped too early, and we all know that.
He got knocked down 4 times.
4 times in what? Not in the same round.
No, but still.
Not in the same round. It wasn't in the same round.
Can I say something? Go
ahead. No, one second. And the last knockdown wasn't really a knockdown. It was AJ actually taking a knee, spitting his gum shut out, trying to get some air.
But you're not allowed to get air in a fight.
You get air how you need to get air. We all know that. It's a fight, Tony.
Hold on, let me just chime in. Let me chime in real quick. Okay, so I see what you both are saying in regards to the stoppage and AJ Ruiz for the first stoppage. Like, ERF, I agree with you because, like, yeah, the fight could have continued and maybe it was, but also I'm also in agreement, Tony, like it was stopped because if it had continued, I don't have an issue with the stoppage because AJ, I believe he could have got hurt if it continued.
He probably could have. I can't disagree with that.
I think so. That's why. I mean, I'm with you, RF, when you say like it was a premature stoppage, but I'm not against the stoppage because if it continued, he could have got hurt. That's why I'm like, okay, he had to be taken out because even though like he kind of, you can tell he kind of wanted to go on, he wasn't all there.
Yeah, that day was
Referee
a bad
protect
day
you
at the
from
office.
yourself.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
very bad
Exactly.
day
Yeah,
at
the
the office
referee
for
protects you from
AJ.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Earth, let me ask you this. Did you
Mm.
think it was a premature referee stoppage when AJ beat Charles Martin?
Oh,
He knocked his ass out. He knocked
No,
his
no, no,
ass
no,
out.
no.
no,
Charles
one
Martin
second,
beat
one
the
second.
count.
Let
Charles
me
Martin beat the count and was looking at the referee to continue.
let me say this. Charles Martin was struggling to stand up. His shorts was too tight. The referee saw his shorts was too tight. He wouldn't be able to get his stance properly, or the referee just said, "You know what? You need to go back in the back. That's it."
Let me ask you this: Did
Charles
you have
Martin didn't want to
issues?
be in there.
Did you
Charles
take
Martin felt the
issues?
first punch and didn't want to be in there.
Did you
Pardon?
take issues with Takam getting a TKO by
Yes,
referee?
I did actually take issues with that. 100% I did because that should not have been stopped. It shouldn't have been stopped. The Takam fight, I think that was a massively premature stoppage. Massively premature.
Okay, at
Do
least
I
you
think it?
in some of the same energy.
Eddie paid him well that night.
No, because Tony, I don't honestly. How I feel is how I feel. I'm not. But I like certain fighters. I do, and I dislike other fighters. But when it comes to things, I can generally see a 90% of the people see it the same way I see it. I'm not biased in that way. I can tell when a fighter I like. If I think they got a gift or whatever they did, like Zelfa Barrett. Zelfa Barrett against Kiko Martinez. That was a gift. He lost that fight. He
Right.
100% lost that fight, and he got given a gift.
Mm.
But don't worry, Rock'em fixed that problem. So
I felt.
All right,
Yeah.
hold on one second. Lisa,
You know what? I felt for.
Lisa, hold on. Lisa was trying to get this out forever. What was the news that you were trying to tell us, Lisa?
About what?
You said, "Have we seen the news?" We didn't see the news. What?
Oh
against
no, I was
Wilder
saying
Ruiz.
I was saying I was seeing articles that Ruiz don't know if the fight is going to happen because Wilder's saying that he want to go another route because they're talking about fighting Joshua.
Oh well,
And then I saw a thing today on Twitter. Eddie Hearn was saying that it was like a tweet or whatever, or somebody he's saying that he want to have 3 fights this year. One is the Dylan White rematch. Another one is the first one is somebody in the top 15. The second is Dylan White rematch, and third either Fury or Wilder.
Yeah, but Wilder can't sit out. Wilder can't sit out till the end of the year. He has to fight someone of note.
No,
I think,
no. That's not Wilder's. This is AJ's. That don't mean Wilder can't do other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, Lisa. That's AJ's schedule. But I'm saying if Wilder's next fight's supposed to be AJ, that would mean he'd sit out the whole year just to fight AJ. Like, it can't happen. Wilder Ruiz for me is more or less done. It's an in-house fight, an easy fight to make. Who else
I
is
think that's
Ruiz
next.
going
I
to
think that's
fight?
next. Honestly, I think that's next.
Yeah, I
Right.
do. Who else is Ruiz
Or
going
unless
to
they
fight?
just
Because no one-
capping, or unless they just saying that because there's been issues where they have fights that were supposed to be scheduled. Some have been.
I mean, Wilder may not
postponed.
want it. I mean, but at the end of the day, he's gonna do what he's told.
What it is the narrative. That side is starting to push this narrative that AJ should be fighting Wilder next. Excuse me. He's supposed to be He should be fighting Wilder next. It's the biggest fight for them both to have and whatnot. But last time I checked, when Eddie tried to get in touch with with Shelley Finkel and Wilder when they was talking about the Lanius fight, Shelley Finkel's words was, "We're busy, we're doing something else, we're not interested in talking whilst we're already busy." So if you're not interested in talking whilst you're busy and you've got a fight lined up, why should the other side be willing to not take a tune-up, which you did with Robert Elenius, which was a massive tune-up and everybody knew that. Whilst you're getting ready for Elenius, you're not ready to talk to AJ. Why should AJ talk to you off of 2 losses? You wasn't willing to talk off for 2 losses. Why should the guy you now want to fight, who wanted to fight you before, who's coming off 2 losses to the same guy, like you was coming off 2 losses to the same guy, why isn't he allowed a tune-up? I think what's best for the sport and everything is for both of these two to have maybe one more fight each, or AJ to have a couple of fights, and Wilder to have one. That means they both have 2 fights in between losses, 2 wins, and eventually it probably will be the blockbuster fight and back into the realm of, obviously it's not going to be the same as 2018 now because that was supposed to be for undisputed, but the height with both these guys actually coming off wins, a couple of good wins, the hype for that fight would regenerate, and I think it'd sell and do quite well, even if it's for no belts.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a good money fight, by the way. No matter how you look at it.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't have me in their camp because I would be letting everybody have it.
Yeah. I mean, but
I'd be like, no, you do you. Build yourself back up.
Yeah, but like,
you know what I'm saying? You don't answer to nobody. Build yourself back up. And Eddie, stop talking so much, telling people what you're going to do.
I don't think AJ should fight Wilder next. I think he needs to fight a confidence builder fight. When you get a can in front of
I agree.
Because like the one thing is, and Lisa, you can disagree with me all day, but I truly, truly believe off of actions, AJ is mentally weak. And what you don't want is a gun-shy AJ getting in there with a guy who's overly aggressive like Wilder, him freezing up and then getting hit by a windmill. You don't want that. So you need to get a good win.
You keep calling the man mentally weak. There's nothing mentally weak about that man, not from what I see. Do he got some issues? Do he got some issues going on? Yes.
Yeah,
you could see it.
There's different.
But for you to call that man mentally weak, nah, that ain't going down on my job.
Yeah. For me,
no.
Mentally weak.
That man has done well for himself. He is not mentally weak.
Look, there's a lot of people that do very well for themselves, but that doesn't mean they're mentally strong. It's a different attribute.
The mental fortitude is what got him to where he's at.
I agree and disagree at the same time, because you've seen all too often in boxing where guys go undefeated, they get their first loss, and they never recover. They look like killers. I'll give you an example. From the UK, since we have the UK here, right here. Since Earth is here, I'm going to give a shout out to Joe Calzaghe. He ruined Jeff Lacey. Jeff Lacey was known the little Mike Tyson. Lights out. He got the first loss, never recovered mentally. He did well for himself up to that point. I'm telling you,
but that don't mean that he can't. Okay, go ahead.
What I will say, Tony, is I don't agree with the mentally weak. I think second guessing himself, maybe. Mentally weak. I think it's hard to call someone mentally weak when they get stopped by Ruiz and insists on he wants to get straight back in there with him. Does so. Changes his style up to do that. It was we all know, we saw the second fight, what he had to do in that second fight to win it. Mentally weak, losing to Usyk, then trying to get back in there. Yes, he did have a moment, which everybody in their life is entitled to the moment to blow up. I don't believe he should have done what he did at the end of that fight, the speech or everything. But he was hurting. You could see he was a guy who was hurting. He's just lost the fight. I've seen plenty of people on YouTube and on Facebook Spaces or Twitter Spaces, when a guy loses a fight and they don't seem bothered, they're still smiling, they're still this, they're saying they've not got that mentality to win. They're not bothered, they're just there for a paycheck. So when a guy actually shows emotions and shows that he's truly hurt, he's lost this second fight, he thought he'd do better, which I think he did do better in the second fight. But it wasn't enough, and he shows he's hurt. For people to put him down and say he's mentally weak because he's actually shown that he's a human being and he can be. You know what I mean? You can be upset. You lost. You mean he lost? He's supposed to be upset. It's the same as Mel Charlo. When Mel Charlo lost to Tony Harrison, he was crying, and I've seen people.
Nobody called him mentally weak.
You know
I've
why?
seen people calling him mentally weak.
There's no
listen,
you know
there's a
why.
big difference
There
here.
is no you know why.
There is. There's a huge difference. There's a fundamental difference. Shakur Stevenson, when he lost in the Olympics, he was crying. But the difference here is, in both those examples, neither one of them changed who they were. Neither one of them listened to the media. Neither one of them ran up on college students looking for fights. Neither one of them.
Yeah, but that.
He wasn't looking for no fight.
He wasn't looking
He
for no
was
fight.
telling it. Look, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about, Tony.
He was looking
the
for a fight with
timeline.
a college kid.
No, he wasn't.
No, he checked some college kids who should have watched their mouths.
Dude,
That's what
now
happened.
you just full out just getting ridiculous.
Tony's on his AJ shit right now. We
No,
all know
it's not, because let me tell you, I'm gonna be God's honest truth. No. Let me be God's honest truth. AJ, if you were talking about me, right? If you were talking about me and I heard it, if I make the motion, the attempt to get up in your face, and then I start checking you about talking with me, I'm looking for a fight off of your reaction. If you just sit there and take it, hold on, let me finish. If you just sit there and take it like the college kids did, then nothing happens. But if you were to spark back up, it's over. The fight's on. That's what he was doing.
Let's get the full context of that. It's not that someone was talking about him. He was walking through, and people who supposed to be boxing fans or whatever, they're shouting off saying, "You're a coward, you're this, you're that, you're this." So when he goes and says, "So if I'm all these things, I'm here right now," you was in a window up there saying those things, right? Like when you're on YouTube and people, "Oh, this, I'm gonna do this to you, I'm gonna do that, you're this, you're that." But then when I see you face to face and I come and say, "Right, all right, I haven't got a problem with you, but what you're saying there is disrespectful. What did you do?" And you said what they did. They didn't say shit. If you're going to have an energy for somebody and give someone a certain energy and say certain things, when they come up to you and check you on it, you then can't say, "Oh, well, he's mentally weak because he checked this person on this." No, that person needs to keep the same fucking energy that they had when there was in a window and I couldn't get to them. I don't give a fuck about, well, you shouldn't be going up. No, keep the same energy. These people seem to think these boxers are soft because they fight on TV, the celebrities or whatever, they can say what the fuck they want to them. But in real life, when they see them and they say shit to them, you can't do that shit. You deserve to get checked. Because if I'm saying shit about a certain fighter on YouTube or whatever, and then I see them face to face and they check me on it, what the fuck am I gonna do? I need to keep that same energy. You either keep the same energy or shut the fuck up heckling people. These guys might be celebrities, they might be millionaires, they might be this, but you can't say that they're soft.
Yeah, but they still humans.
But
humans.
Earth, the minute you step up to them, you have the intentions of wanting them to keep the same energy so you can make the next move. You're trying to call their bluff. That is the initiation of starting to fight. Because look, no, hold on, wait. If the energy would have been kept, then it wouldn't have turned out the way it did. But because the kids were college kids and they were scared shitless, that's why it ended up the way it did. My point is this: the only reason why
doesn't that show self-restraint? Because don't get me wrong, Mike Tyson, whether they acted like a bitch like they did with AJ, Mike Tyson would have still sucked their ass. Mike Tyson would have still gripped him up.
Yeah. Okay.
He'd have still done that shit. So it's all right saying AJ had to show restraint not to do that shit. Someone who didn't give a fuck about anything, like a Mike Tyson, would have fucked him up.
I mean, look what Mike Tyson just did to some guy on a plane for fucking with him.
Right. Like, you talking about
see, the thing about AJ, Tony, whether you like it or not, whether you like it or not, AJ has always carried himself as a gentleman.
That's the point.
And that's what I like about him. But that's the point. But what's wrong with that?
But he did not in that instant. He changed up who he was. He changed up how he acted.
What happened, Tony? What happened?
That was gentlemanly.
You 100% it was, because if it wasn't gentlemanly, we know it'd have gone totally different. People seem to forget AJ is a multi-millionaire boxer who is looking after who's got generational wealth right now. He has more to
helping people in Africa and all kind of stuff.
One second. He has more to think about that other than boxing. But people seem to forget where this guy came from. He's from London, right? Everybody seems to think that this guy is a soft guy. He's media trained. So he should be media trained. He should have a PR team. He should be able to be taught, taught how to act in front of cameras. When you're in a press conference, when you're in a media trained area, you're supposed to look after your fucking money. You're not supposed to act like a thug
Exactly.
every minute of every single day. People keep saying this guy is fake. No, you don't act the same way at home as you do you don't act the same way at home as you do at work. Nobody
Right.
does that. I won't go into work and act the same way as I do when I'm out with my friends. Nobody does that.
Exactly.
But for some reason, people seem to think these boxers are supposed to, oh, they're not real, they're not themselves. Tyson Fury got the whole brunt of it. He tried to be this traveler guy who doesn't give a fuck what he says, when he says. What happened? He got fucking exiled from England. He said he'd never fight in England again because we don't appreciate him because of the bullshit that kept coming out of his mouth. What happened? He came back, he went to America, and he changed his style. He changed to the sub-story of a fucking mental health. People keep telling me that AJ is mentally weak, but the only heavyweight that's come out saying he's got mental health issues is Tyson Fury. But now there ain't nobody telling me that Tyson Fury is mentally weak. Tyson Fury is not mentally weak, but he's the only one with mental health issues. This is what I mean. This narrative that AJ is this guy that doesn't he changed up against these college students, or he's not really a hard guy, or he's mentally weak. I just think he's strange and weird. When nobody's talking about the one guy that admits he's mentally weak. The guy that has admitted he's mentally weak, nobody talks about him.
That's because everybody fell for the con.
Yeah, because it's the US. Everybody in the UK knows what Tyson Fury is. Everyone.
But see, in the US, we know cons when we see it. And I know the UK.
Oh yeah, we know him now.
Too.
We know him now. Huh.
Again,
I've been to a con when I seen one.
Fury fooled everyone in the US. Fury fooled you all with his mental health bullshit.
He's always been a liar. He's always been a liar. He's always contradicted himself. He's always flip-flopped and wishy-washy all the way through. All of that. That's just who he is. That's why I don't like him. I have not liked him. He's a dirty-ass fighter. He does a lot of cheating-ass shit in the ring. But, again, through all of everything you said, he still acts like himself. He's still been who he is. The essence
no,
of
he doesn't, Tony. No, he doesn't.
Stop. Let me finish. The essence of who Tyson Fury is has never changed.
Y'all have no idea who he is.
I'm telling you, I see it. AJ,
Tony, I'm telling you it's changed.
I'm telling you it's changed. AJ has a lot of talent. He's a good fighter, okay? You can't take that from him. But to sit here and pretend like he's not mentally weak, to me, is ridiculous.
Pretend.
Yeah, but I don't.
Everybody don't have to agree with you, Tony.
No, but
pretend.
But y'all want me to agree. Y'all want me to agree.
I don't want you to agree.
Y'all are trying to change my opinion.
I'm not trying. What makes you think people are trying to change your opinion? We're just countering your opinion. We're saying, I don't think that he's mentally weak.
You equate as mentally weak. I don't know what you equate as mentally weak, because I've just said to you, the one guy that everybody raves about is mentally weak. Tyson Fury is mentally weak.
And then you got all of these boxers getting in trouble all the time. I don't see AJ getting in trouble all the time.
It's not even about that, Lisa. If we're talking about mentally weak, who's more mentally weak, AJ or Fury? Who's more mentally weak? Because last time I checked, one of them actually admitted he's mentally weak.
Okay, when it comes, so first and foremost, we could say that Fury really was suicidal, or we could say he's full of shit, like he's always been full of shit, and saying that he's a con man.
But like you said, Tony, facts are facts. Facts are facts. The same way that Terry Chisora went more rounds with Tyson Fury than Deontay Wilder did. Facts are facts. Fury turned around and said he's mentally weak. He told me he's mentally weak.
Right, he told you that. But he's also a notorious liar.
He is, but facts are facts. You can't tell me. You can tell me.
When has Fury ever been like hip hip parade, hip hip parade?
All I'm saying is,
what about singing? What about singing stupid songs after a fight?
You're willing to call one
and looking ridiculous.
You're willing to call one guy mentally weak, then if that's what you're gonna do and call this guy mentally weak, which you have every right to have your opinion, and that's not a problem with me. That's obviously it's boxing, it's opinions. You're allowed your own opinion, but your opinion is AJ is mentally weak, and what I'm saying is the guy that everybody's riding for, who's proven mental weakness and has proven it on multiple occasions and admitted it for himself. That's the guy that's mentally weak, but he's managed to go on and do what he's supposed to do. So AJ being mentally weak, in your opinion, doesn't mean he can't go on to be even greater than what he's already done. The mental weakness is irrelevant in my opinion, because
do AJ go down to bars and say Fury is a pussy? That's what Fury does.
The mental weakness is irrelevant.
He is so obsessed with AJ. He act like he wants his slaunch. Yeah, like he wants his junk. Like what man?
We all know he wants to fuck him. He wants to fuck him.
What man says another man must have a big dingaling? And men are okay with that. But men are okay with that. I fucking rest my case.
Look. Fury's been jealous of AJ from Fury wanted respect from Vlad. Vlad never gave it to him when they were in that training camp. He showed AJ more respect, he gave AJ more time. Fury didn't like that. Then when Fury would actually beat Vlad and he thought he would get the respect he deserves, or he wanted, or he thought he deserved, he never got, because it was a boring ass fight and no one gave a fuck about it. But then when AJ actually burst out on the scene and Fury's seen that AJ's getting this love, everybody loves him, he's getting these paydays and everybody's raving, he's selling out, this arena he's selling out. Fury was struggling to sell out the O2 arena as a champion.
Wait. He became a champion by beating Vlad. And then he was gone for 3 years, so he wasn't struggling.
Yeah, no, but wasn't he a lineal champion? That's why he came back.
No. He became the lineal champion when he beat Vlad.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So when he came back out of his hiatus, his drug ban, wasn't he still lineal champion?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was gone for 3 years.
So what? So he was gone for 3 years. That means he still can't sell out the O2 arena.
I'm saying that.
That's my point. My whole point is AJ was selling out. Fury wasn't. Fury came back. I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, wait. I'm not disagreeing with you that Fury might not look at AJ and have some jealousy or bitterness towards him. I'm not disagreeing with that. But that has nothing to do with mental strength, who would win in the ring. It has nothing to do with boxing.
No, but that's my point. The mental strength argument, I don't understand what difference it makes, because one of them's already proven he's mentally weak. The other one hasn't. The other one is an opinion. The other one's a fact.
I'm saying
one's a fact, one's an opinion.
AJ's recent actions and the actions prior to the recent ones already shed a light on him not being the strongest mentally.
Why? What actions?
So the minute he lost to Andy Ruiz Jr., right? He started going on a press tour talking about, I'm no longer going to be the bodybuilder. I'm no longer going to lift weights. I'm going to dedicate all my time to boxing. I spent too much time. In other words, he started listening to what other people were saying about him. Oh, you're just a model. Oh, you're just a bodybuilder. So he already, first off, changed up a portion of himself in that loss, changing who he was. Look,
can I rebuttal that one?
Bottom line. Let me give you an example, right? If you were to come over to the U.S., right, run up in my face, beat my ass, fly back over to the UK, talk shit about beating my ass, the next time I get on camera, I'm still going to talk the same. I'm not going to change. There's nothing about me that's going to be different. What I'm saying is AJ tried to change everything about him. When he got in there with Ruiz in the rematch, he fought tactically smart, yes. But that's not the AJ we're used to seeing. That's not the seek and destroy. He did everything he could. Hold on. He did everything he could to stay out of harm's way, to play keep away from Ruiz. He did everything he could not to engage in the fight and make it exciting like you're used to seeing. Not saying it's not smart, because a win is a win and you don't have to get a knockout to win. Then whenever Usyk started pressing him, you watched him get gun shy. He didn't even want to return fire.
Okay.
I'm seeing this, and from somebody who's been in the ring, boxing the ring, been around people who did way more than I ever did, professional fighters. I've been around champions. When I've seen people take losses and I start to see things that look similar to what I've seen in real life, it starts to shed a light on, this guy might not be the same guy after he got his first loss.
But what I can say to that is, and this is my rebuttal to that is, for, like you said, a win is a win is a win.
Right.
You can't be going in there and fighting the guy the same way you fought him the first time because you lost. So there's one. We all know what AJ should have done in that first round, in that first fight. He didn't do in the first fight. He fought a completely wrong fight, and there's nobody that can disagree with that. He fought the fight completely wrong. So he's gone in to the second fight and done the total opposite, which got him the win, which proved that he was right to change. He was right to, because sometimes it's okay calling it mentally weak that he's changed, but sometimes the best thing you can do in life is admit you was wrong and you need to change, because a crazy person is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Let's not forget that.
Right.
That's for that. But also the second bit with the Usyk thing is, we are equating this guy to be mentally weak by losing to Usyk, who is number 2 heavyweight in the world, number 1, number 2 heavyweight in the world. He's lost to. That's the guy he's lost to twice in a row. This guy is a better boxer than AJ. Can anyone on this panel disagree with me that Usyk technically is a better boxer than AJ?
Yeah, of course.
No, I don't disagree at all.
So no one can disagree with me that he lost to a guy who's a better boxer than him. Sometimes you get in there with people, and us as fans, when we're watching it, saying, why is he not throwing this? Why is he not throwing? It's probably because he's unable to throw it, because the guy across the ring from him is not allowing him to throw it. He's doing certain things in that fight that's not allowing him to throw those certain shots what we feel he should be throwing. Sometimes it's all about the opponent, and the opponent just being too good for that person, that particular person, and you can't beat them. The same way Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, no matter what Deontay Wilder does, he will never beat Tyson Fury, because that's that guy that will always beat him. Fury will change up and do certain things that will not allow Wilder to throw that right hand. And when he does throw the right hand and land it, it's not going to have full effect, because Wilder's drained himself that much mentally, thinking, when can I throw? When can I throw? When can I throw? When can I throw? Fury offsetting him all the time. Then when he does throw it, he doesn't actually throw it with the philosophy of what he's normally used to, because he normally throws it without thinking, and it's one of those that he throws it, it lands, and it's a snapshot normally. But with Fury, he has to think so much when to throw that punch. When he does throw it, he puts so much in it that it takes away from his shot. It actually takes away from it. We all know Wilder. Wilder, when he throws that right hand, 9 times out of 10, he doesn't think when he throws it. It's just a reaction. The fact against Fury, when he thinks about throwing it, he tenses up so much that it doesn't have the same effect as it does when he just releases it naturally. So for people to call AJ mentally weak for losing to Usyk twice, who is a substantially better boxer than him.
It's not about
Usyk. You know what? Usyk actually said he was surprised AJ was faster than he thought he was.
It's not about the loss. It's about the reaction to the loss. It's about how you change after the loss that dictates whether you're mentally strong or not. See, here's the thing. When you go over there and you're blowing out Charles Martins and things is easy, it's easy to look strong. But when you take a loss, or whenever things aren't going your way, your true mental strength comes in. At no point in time in either fight against Usyk did AJ, he was so far down on the scorecards in both fights. There's not one time he just said,
nah, Tony, you're lying. The first fight, yeah. The second fight, no. You're lying. The
In
second
my
fight was a
opinion,
lot
in my
closer.
honest to God's opinion, I've argued with people before. I thought AJ did better in the first fight than he did in the second fight.
Hell no.
No
Okay,
way.
okay,
No way.
Hell no.
Time out.
Hell no.
Time out. In both fights, he landed damn near the same amount of punches in both fights. You know what the difference was? In the first fight, when he was landing, he was committing to him. How do I know he was committing to the shots? Because you can look at the difference of how Usyk walked out of the first one, how he walked out of the second one. The first one, Usyk looked like he was in a car wreck. In the second one, he barely looked like he was in a fight. AJ put a lot more commitment to what he was throwing in the first one, but in neither fight did he ever say, you know what, this is not going my way. This is not working. This is a smaller man. I have got to risk it. He never.
I disagree.
I
disagree. He did that in the second fight. He did do that in the second fight.
I didn't see it.
I disagree. You didn't see it. You didn't see AJ go on the front foot in the second fight, and actually go.
Yeah, he was committing to the body more.
Nah,
he hurt him more. He hurt him to the body more. It wasn't so much the facial damage like in the first fight. But
did he win the second fight? No, he didn't win the second fight. Did he do better? Yeah, I believe he did better in the second fight than he did the first. I think Usyk is one of those fighters that the same way Bivol with Canelo. Canelo will never beat Bivol. It's one of those fights. There's certain fighters for certain people that you are not going to beat. You are not going to beat them, and you will never be able to beat them, no matter how many times you fight them. Because you can think
Usyk is like trying to pick up a eel or a snake. So, it's just hard to pin him down. You know what I'm trying to say?
I was live when both these fights happened. And while I was live, I even said, and this is receipts and document, I was like, I don't understand what Anthony Joshua's doing. He's trying to fight the same way he did in the first fight. And lo and behold, after not hearing what other people, like YouTubers like myself, think, whenever the fight was over, Twitter hit Terrence Crawford, Shakur Stevenson, fighter after fighter after fighter after fighter were tweeting, I don't know what he did. He tried to fight the same way in the first one, which didn't work. He tried to do the same thing. Fighter after fighter after fighter said the same thing I'm saying. He tried to do the same thing. To me, he did worse in the second one because he landed damn near the same amount of punches, but inflicted very little damage. Very little damage, which means there was very little damage. In the first fight, he hurt Usyk to the body a couple of times.
He hit Usyk into the body in the second fight, and he
didn't hurt him. He didn't hurt him because he didn't have that same commitment.
He did hurt him because Usyk physically looked hurt. You could tell the reaction to Usyk. Usyk was hurt. I think it was around the 9th round or whatever it was. Something I can't remember off the top of my head what round it was. But Usyk did look hurt. AJ did pour it on him. And you could tell, like, at the end of the day, I can't call someone mentally weak for losing to his reaction. He was hurt. You could tell he was hurt. Boxers are allowed those moments. Like I said, Mel Charlo, he looked mentally weak when he was crying because he lost to Tony Harrison. He was sat there crying, saying, I don't even like losing on video games and this and whatnot. What's Mel Charlo come back and done? Undisputed.
Did Deontay Wilder show mental weakness when he made over 1,000 excuses for after his loss?
But my thing is, AJ is always the one that gets the flack for either being mentally weak, chinny, this, that.
Yeah.
But I literally see other fighters having the same reaction and similar reactions to what AJ does, but doesn't get called out on it. Deontay Wilder getting knocked out by a Tyson Fury who everybody before knew, the consensus before, he's a big guy, of course he can punch, but the consensus before was Tyson Fury is a better boxer than all these guys. He would be able to outbox them. He would win on points every single time. What does he do? He goes out there, stops Deontay Wilder. Tyson Fury's not meant to be a puncher, but nobody calls Deontay Wilder chinny. No one calls Deontay Wilder saying he's got a weak chin or anything like that. AJ gets hit on the temple by Andy Ruiz. Now he's chinny. He's got a chin. He can't take a shot. He can't do this.
Here's the problem. Anybody who knew anything about Tyson Fury knew that he was a puncher. The fact that people said he wasn't a puncher is contrary to his record. He damn near knocked out everybody he's fought, and every single person he's had a rematch with, he stopped every single rematch he's had. stop him more. In fact, in his
Andy Ruiz...
entire record, hold on. In his entire record, if you go by rematches, there's only 6 or 7 fighters who did not get knocked out by him. That's not a puncher?
I'm not saying, what I'm saying is I know Fury can punch, but what the consensus was.
Because
Tony,
people don't know shit about
this.
boxing. I need that.
Tony.
I need that gift. I need that meme.
Tony, we all know what the situation was. But so why isn't Deontay Wilder getting called chinny? He got dropped by Harold Sconius or whatever his fucking name.
Oh God, yes.
Why isn't he getting called chinny? But AJ gets dropped by Vlad, who everybody knows can punch. Or could punch. And don't get me, Vlad was old. Everybody knows the last thing to go in a boxer is the fucking power. Everybody knows that. So don't talk to me about Vlad was 40-odd-year-old. Everybody knows the last thing to go for a boxer is the power.
Power. Why did everybody turn their back on AJ? Why did everybody calls him bum now? See, I could go on and on and on and on. So this is why I stand by the young man, because I've seen what happened to him in this community when his ascension and how they was tearing him down. And I will continue to support him because I know where it's coming from. I'm not saying you, Tony, but it's coming from a malice and a demonic place.
Pretty boys. People who don't like pretty boys when they're winning. They don't like pretty boys when they're winning. When pretty boys are winning, they find a way to downplay them.
And I was here, and I saw it. And I saw it with my own eyes what happened. And I will continue to support him.
I've been looking forever for this. I want you to look at this picture. Do you see this face? This is Usyk the second fight. This is the second fight, okay? It took me forever to find the first fight. Now, let me show you something. Do you see this face?
Yeah, I remember how he looked after the first fight.
That's after the first fight.
Yeah, but it still doesn't mean that the fight went the way it looks on the picture. So, like, just because Usyk's face wasn't matched up,
but you missed what I said. Right. Looking at their faces doesn't mean the fight went the way that they appear aesthetically. However, when you actually look at the CompuBox, when you actually look at the punches landed, they're damn near identical in both fights. So if you have a guy who got hit just as many times in one fight as he did in another, but he's more bruised up, scarred up in one fight than the other, that tells you that the fighter hitting him committed more in the one where he looks more beat up. If the punch stats are identical, that tells you all you need to know.
Committed more. No,
because he was pissing blood. I'm sure he was getting hit more to the body this time.
Yep, he was. Also,
go ahead.
Like AJ could have hit Usyk with one shot that could have bruised him up in the first fight. That we all know in boxing, you can get hit in a certain spot that you swell up, your eye swells up, whatever happens. That still doesn't mean that he did better in this fight than he did the other because his eye was swell up. He just hit him in the right spot with a certain shot. It doesn't characterize the full fight. It really doesn't. I was going to say something, I forgot now.
But here's the problem, though. And I want to speak on that. You are very correct in what you're saying, but the issue is Usyk didn't just have one bruise, one cut. He was marked all over the place. It literally looked like after the first fight, it literally looked like Usyk stepped out of a car wreck.
Tony, let me ask you this.
He won.
ERF, hold up, give me a sec. Tony, how'd you score the first fight? How'd you score the first fight with Usyk and Joshua?
7-5.
The first fight?
Yeah.
What about the rematch?
I had it 8-4 for Usyk.
Oh wow.
Maybe,
okay.
Arguably 9-3. Arguably.
You had the first fight 7-5.
7-5 the first fight.
I had the second fight a draw.
ERF, what about you?
7-5.
I had the second.
Right?
The second fight was
Yeah, he
the
fought.
second fight was 7-5 in my opinion. The first fight was 9-3. I
Okay.
Yeah.
had 9-3 first fight.
Well, 7-5
I
sounds
think
about right. I don't know how I had it a
I think
draw.
that
Yeah.
the first fight Usyk, it was a wash. I
So
gave
so
AJ 3 rounds.
so let's
I gave
look
it.
at this, okay? I'm going to read something to you. This is CompuBox numbers. This is factual.
Don't do me copy box numbers. I don't watch
No,
them shit because
just
only
stop.
Showtime uses that crap. It's a load of bollocks.
Look, okay, I got you. But you know what? They didn't do it for this. So this is the stats that we have to go with. Okay? In the rematch, Usyk landed 170 shots on AJ. In the first one, he only landed 148, which means in the second fight, he was more successful.
It means in the second
Wait,
fight,
let me
AJ
finish.
was committed more.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
Yeah, go.
Okay. Usyk landed damn near 30 more punches in the rematch. We just clarified that. Now, here's where your commitment falls short on its face. An excuse goes out the window. In the rematch, AJ landed 124 punches. In the first fight, he landed 123. They were damn near identical, which I've been saying the whole time.
No, but what I'm saying is
the difference is one fight, Usyk looked like he was barely in a fight. The next fight, the first fight, Usyk looked like he was in a car wreck.
you get hit more when you commit more. It doesn't mean you land more. It means when you commit more, you get hit more. So you're going more in. You're going more. One second. You're going more into the firing line. We've both boxed, Tony. We've both boxed. We both know boxing. When you commit more, they're more likely you get hit more. That's what happens.
So would you agree with me that in the process of committing more, you'll probably throw more punches?
Not necessarily.
Okay,
you're committing. You're putting yourself in position to throw punches. But if you put yourself in a certain position to throw a punch, but you're getting countered, then you're not going to land your shot. You're just getting hit more.
I got you. Right. So you didn't do as good though, right? If you're getting hit more by putting yourself in position, but you don't throw a punch.
The fight aesthetically was closer. But we're also remember, this is round by round, Tony. This is round by round.
It is round by round. I understand.
I
could go round by round and even prove facts even more.
But what I'm saying is you can do well in a certain round.
Right.
In a certain round you can do well and look better. And in a totally different round, someone can land maybe 15 to 20 shots on you in a single round, which your punch stats immediately flies up.
Right.
How many more?
Which is true. Which is true.
How many
I
more
agree.
shots did Usyk land in the second round? In the second fight, sorry. How many more shots did he land in the second fight?
He landed 46 more shots.
46 more shots in the second fight. So you're telling me that Usyk didn't have one or two rounds that was clear in the second fight?
No, listen. In the first fight, Usyk landed 25 more punches. In the first fight, Usyk landed 25 more. In the second fight, he landed 46 more. Now, this is where I disagree with the commitment, and this is what I'm talking about. In the first fight, Anthony Joshua threw, not landed, but threw, what I consider committing, going in there, throwing shots, trying to land, trying to win the fight. He threw 641 punches in the first fight. In the second fight, he threw 492. Now, looking at the CompuBox, I said I had an 8-4. You can argue 9-3. Going round by round. Usyk outlanded Joshua in 8 out of the 4 rounds. Round by round.
Okay, outlanding someone in a round doesn't mean you win the round. There's certain shots you can land that doesn't really. We all know. Like, this is why I don't do copy box.
Okay,
no
look.
Showtime.
Power shots count for
sense.
more. Power shots count for more. We know that. Here's the problem.
But it still doesn't make
Look, I've got you. But when Usyk is landing in the 12th round, 17-9, in the 11th round, 23-10, in the 10th round, 39-10, yes, even if they're weak shots, he's got so much quantity or maybe quality. Those are night and day clear rounds that AJ lost. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I understand what you're saying. CompuBox, seeing how many people landed what shot in each round doesn't tell you the quality of the shot. It doesn't tell you the effectiveness of the shot. It doesn't do any of the intangibles that you see with your eyes. It doesn't. But what I'm telling you is, if you go by the CompuBox, by the factual numbers, not saying y'all are wrong. Y'all are entitled to y'all's opinion. Y'all can believe how the fight was, how y'all judge it. That's okay. I'm saying from my eyes, off my memory, I just said I remember the first one being 7-5, the second one being 8-4. Looking at the actual stats, the second one is 8-4. The first one is 7-5. Round by round, actual stats. And looking at the actual punches landed versus thrown, AJ did better in the first one than he did in the second. That's all I was saying. Looking at
then that, and to be honest with you, that's what I test. If you feel he did better in the first one, then it's a pointless thing. I don't believe he won either fight anyway. So I think we both agree on that. He didn't win either fight. But like I said, losing to Usyk twice, we've got to see these other guys fight Usyk now. We've now got to see these other guys fight Usyk. I think Usyk's just a fighter that's all wrong for AJ.
Could be.
I don't believe AJ will ever beat him. It's one of those fighters, and I think
Usyk has got his number. He's got his number.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what it is.
A lot of boxers have that one guy.
Yeah, I agree.
They got that one boogeyman who they just can't deal with.
They've got that one guy that you just can't beat.
I'm going to make this clear. Just because Usyk beat AJ does not per se mean that Fury could beat AJ. Just because, say, Deontay Wilder knocks out Andrew Ruiz in the first round doesn't per se mean Wilder could beat AJ. That doesn't mean any of that. Because
I agree.
All I'm saying is I've seen how AJ reacts when he's hurt. I've seen how he reacts while he's losing, after his losses. And to me, it does not show the best mental strength. It does not.
Yeah, but I the last bit you said I disagree with, because you said after his losses how he reacts. I think the Andy Ruiz first fight, the first fight after the loss, I think he reacted very well to that. He went away. He made the changes he needed to make. I know you're saying he listened to people and changes. He went away. That's your opinion. I respect that. But in my opinion, he did what he needed to do to win that fight. He went away, changed up what he needed to change to win that particular fight. I agree. The Usyk first fight he lost, he actually reacted quite well to the losing to the Usyk first fight. He felt he could have done better. He felt that there were certain things his team didn't make aware, because I also agree with that, because if I've got a corner and I'm losing a fight, I need my corner to tell me I'm fucking losing this fight. I can't be going out there round by round, and you know yourself with boxing, when you're in there, it feels different sometimes. You might be landing certain little shots you think, when you go back to the corner and your corner saying, yeah, you're doing well. In your head, oh, well, I landed that, I'm doing all right. It's not looking a certain way, when we all know it looked a totally different way to what his corner was saying. So I think he was right. He was rightfully so. He changed his corner up for that second fight, because they wasn't giving him the right instructions. Going out there, you're telling him round by round that he's doing well. We can all see he wasn't. He needed to do something else, and he didn't do it. So losing to Usyk the first time, I don't have an issue with his reaction. The second time, I have a massive issue with his reaction, because I don't believe he should be reacting like that. He's a human being. He is a human being. So we all make mistakes. We all do shit in the heat of the moment. I don't think that was the right reaction from him. That's the only time I believe he's reacted in the wrong way after a loss. That is the only time.
I hear what you're saying. The only part which you acknowledge, I say, is where we disagree is I believe when you change fundamentally who you are, what made you great, what got you to where you are, because you hear some critics saying, oh, you're too built. Oh, your muscles, they look too good. You're built like a statue in Adonis. When you start that, to me, that is a sign of weakness. That's just my opinion. That is a sign. You can disagree with it. It's fine. And I will say this to really drive in home. I think AJ has a better shot against Fury than Usyk does, because
I agree.
I don't think Usyk stands any chance. I'm telling you, I will be surprised if Usyk makes it to the 12th round. I will be shocked, because once Fury comes in between 270 and 280, like he's going to do, and starts laying on top of Usyk, I do not see a 220-pound man, basically the weight I am right now, being able to hold up that much weight for 12 rounds straight. And that's all Fury's going to do. He's going to grab him and lay on him. And that's it.
I don't really disagree with your assessment on that. If Usyk allows Fury to do that, then he will get what he deserves in that fight. Can Usyk stop Fury from doing that? It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very difficult to avoid a man that size from leaning on you. And, you know, it's going to be difficult for Usyk. I do agree. I believe Usyk, boxing skill-wise, I believe he's better than Fury. But like I said, it's not always about skills when you're in that ring. There's a lot more intangibles in that ring than just boxing ability. So I can't really disagree with you or give a massive argument on why Usyk would beat Fury, because for me, I don't know who's going to win that fight. Like you said, if it goes how you said it'll go and Fury leans on him, yeah, Fury wins that fight. But only thing I could say is I don't know if Usyk will allow him to do that. If he doesn't allow him to do that, then it's a fight. If he can't stop him from doing that, it's not really competitive.
Let me chime in real fast, piggyback off of you. He's not going to be able to stop him, and I'm going to tell you why. We're going to come back full circle to where we started. Chisora. He couldn't stop Chisora from holding him. If he couldn't stop Chisora, who's only 6'3", maybe 6'3.5", probably, and slow as slow can be. Like he makes AJ look like Sonic in the ring. Like, gotta go fast. Like Chisora's slow. Like if he couldn't stop Chisora from grabbing and holding and hitting, there's no way in hell he's gonna stop the giant crackhead.
Tony, we seem to forget. Fury has sparred Chisora twice before that, remember? And I'm saying sparred because all three of them wasn't fights.
No. What I'm saying is Chisora held Usyk easily. He clinched.
No, but that was but Tony. That was how many fight? That was Usyk's first fight as a heavyweight or second? Second fight. Come on, like.
He's only had 4. He's like, look, stop, pause.
No.
Wait. We're acting like this was years ago, ages ago.
It was
literally. He's only had 2 other fights against the same guy at the division. He's only fought 3 heavyweights. So my counter to that is he ain't experienced enough heavyweights to be able to adapt.
But Tony, come on. What the caliber between Chisora and AJ is fucking light years away.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. If AJ would have fought Usyk like Chisora did, AJ would have beat him.
No, I don't. I don't subscribe to that.
If he would have grabbed his
AJ don't fight like that though.
I don't subscribe
a pressure fighter.
Simply because, you know why I don't subscribe to that? It's simply because Chisora fights with zero technique.
He does.
And it's a lot.
It's not about
that. It is about that because one second. When you're fighting a bigger guy, when you're new to a weight division, you've not put on, you don't know what weight you're gonna be good at, right? You're also fighting a guy who's awkward and who's very unconventional. You're going to look bad against them when you're a master boxer because you want to do things right, and they're doing things completely fucking wrong. It's weird. So sometimes it takes you a little bit of time to and Usyk now has proven that when he is fighting somebody who's technically good, he outclasses them. Will he outclass Fury? I don't know. I don't believe it'll be an easy fight. I don't think I think it's going to be hard because, like I said, and I agree with you, if Usyk cannot stop Fury from doing what Fury does best, he's going to lose. I can agree with you on that. But what I'm saying is you can't look at the Chisora fight and say, oh, well, look how Chisora did. Like, come on, it's completely different.
Let me
Fury
ask you a
also had
question.
fought
Let me ask you a
Chisora twice
question.
before.
Let
Fury
me ask you a
fought
question.
Chisora 3 times. Put Chisora in the ring 2 more times with Usyk and see what happens. I
Let me ask
guarantee
you a
it ain't going
question.
to be close.
Let me ask you a
I
question.
guarantee you.
No, let me ask you a question because I've been to the UK's airport, but I've never been out into the city of Britain, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming y'all have these. Do y'all have crackheads in England?
yeah.
Okay. Have you ever,
yeah, we do.
have you ever seen a crackhead at night?
Yes.
Have you ever shined a light on that crackhead at night?
No, I haven't, because I wouldn't go near them.
Okay, if you had, you would know that they take off very fast like roaches in the light. They move very quickly when a light shines on them at night, okay? What do we know about Tyson Fury? He's a giant crackhead. What do we know about a boxing ring? What do we know about a boxing ring? You're surrounded by lights. That motherfucker can move.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you on the.
But no, listen. If me and you were to box, right? I don't know how tall you are, but I can tell
I'm
that
5'10". I'm 5'10" and a half.
Okay, so I've got you by either we're the same height or I've got you by 1/2 inch.
Yeah.
We're about the same height, but I know I'm significantly bigger than you.
Yes, you are. Yes.
So if I'm standing in front of you, right, and we're boxing, and you're piecing me up, I can't outbox you. I have a choice. I have to get in the pocket and beat on you and keep you from clinching me, or 2, early, I've got to get you in the clinch, hold you, and beat you with the free hand. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to impose my size. I'm going to impose my will and my strength on you. If I can get away with it, I'm going to try to nudge you with my shoulder or push you into the ropes so I can corner you.
Yeah.
These things are things that AJ did not try to implement because, in my opinion, he took off too much weight. He has not looked the same since he dropped down to his 240s. He does not. When he fought Andy Ruiz, and AJ can tell you, I said this a million times. That's how I knew Usyk was going to win. I knew it because AJ's power is significantly not the same. So when AJ fought Ruiz the first time, you said he fought the wrong fight. I disagree. When he fought the first fight in the 3rd round, the first solid shot he hit on Ruiz, he dropped him. He went down like a sack of potatoes. Where AJ messed up was Deontay Wilder had just won in spectacular fashion. AJ went and got reckless and tried to finish him, and he got caught and never recovered. That's where the mistake was. The mistake had nothing to do with his muscles. It had nothing to do with his endurance. It had nothing to do with anything, not the tactics, other than the fact that he got sloppy. Now, he takes the weight off, says, I don't want to be a bodybuilder. He fights Ruiz in the rematch. He doesn't hurt him once. He hits him all night long. Ruiz couldn't touch him. There was points whenever Ruiz put his arms down or waved him to come forward because he was getting frustrated because he couldn't do anything. However, when I look at the first fight, first solid straight that was landed on Ruiz, he dropped him. Second fight, AJ's hitting him at will, not getting touched, and he can't hurt him. Then he goes into the Pulev fight. He literally hits Pulev with his signature move that knocks people out, or at least down, the uppercut. Except he hits Pulev 7 times in a row with it. 7 times in a row, and Pulev keeps coming forward, did not get knocked down. I knew at that point, seeing those 2 fights, that AJ, without the size, without the mass, without the muscles, without the strength, he doesn't hit the same. Now you're putting him in there with a guy who is proficient at boxing. This is the same guy who was around Lomachenko, who was arguably the most technical boxer in all the boxing, trained by Vasil Lomachenko's dad. Okay? So you know you're getting in there with a technical monster, and you've already neutralized your strength. You don't move as good as him. Your punches don't come from the angles that his punches come from. Your head doesn't move like him. You don't control the range or the pocket like he does, and you're still coming into this fight little. So when you're AJ and you should be a 250 plus pound man, and you're now coming down, I believe he was like low 240s in the first fight, which he was probably like 237 in actuality because he had on sweats and everything else when he weighed with the headphones, the beats. So he was probably only about 237 pounds when he got in there to fight a guy in Usyk who did the exact opposite. Usyk said, I'm way too small. I'm going to come in at 220, my heaviest I've ever been. I'm going to put on this weight. So now that size advantage that AJ should have had has been brought to a minimum. Now, instead of him outweighing him by 20, 25 pounds, we're talking about 17 at the most. So the writing for me was on the wall. That's why I'm saying that, because in my opinion, he was mentally weak. He changed everything that made him great. He forgot who he was. He doesn't know what he is. And that's a problem. When you're a pit bull, you need to know you're a pit bull and you don't fight like a chihuahua. Like, you know, and try to nip at somebody's legs and then run away. You have to know what you are. And I feel like through the losses, he's forgotten who he is. And I don't see him being successful. And that's why I'm so critical. Like, Kelvin could call me a hater all day, and I'm going to hate all day until AJ wakes the fuck up and realizes I'm a killer. I run this division. I won 3 out of the 4 major titles by stopping all these dudes with no fear. I walked through them. I took Klitschko's best shot, got up, attacked him. But since he lost, that fire that I once saw, that same fire that he had whenever, what's his name? Buddy that, oh, fuck, I'm drawing a
Miller.
blank. No, not
Miller.
No.
Dominic Brazil.
Brazil. There it is. The same fire that he had whenever Brazil tried to touch him, he was like, Eddie, you better tell him not to touch me. You better get him right now. He doesn't know who I am. That same fire, since he lost to Ruiz, I have not seen. It's been extinguished. Until he gets that back, he will never be where he once was. Even if he's successful, he'll never be where he was, in my opinion. He's forgotten.
You know what?
But that's his journey. It ain't yours. That's his journey. That's something for him. That's something for him to figure out. It's not for us to figure out. We can only just speak our opinions as fans, but you know.
What I will say on what Tony's just said. What I will say.
But Tony, I gotta go. Okay.
All right. Good night, Lisa.
All right, Lisa.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Night, Lisa.
What I will.
Okay. Good night, guys.
What I will say on what Tony's just said is that I actually don't disagree with Tony. I actually agree with him. We need that AJ back. We need the AJ with the chip on his shoulder and be not so much in press conferences and thingy. Just when he's in his fight, when it's fight time, he needs that anger. He needs that Dillian White anger. He needs that Charles Martin trying to tell him he's gonna step on him like a god. He needs that because you see in those fights, you see that glint in his eyes when they say something that pisses him off. The Dillian White, the Dominic Brazil, the Charles Martin, the Gerald Miller. When it pisses him off, you physically see a switch in him. You physically saw switches in him. I feel that he has so much respect for Ruiz, with the Ruiz first one coming in late notice. He'll be a gentleman. Even with the Usyk shit, I feel like that he had that reaction because he was more pissed off with himself that he was being Mr. Nice Guy. And he's like, no, you know what? Fuck this nice guy shit. I'm sick of people telling me I'm a nice guy. I'm not a fucking nice guy. I'm a bad man. And I feel like all that reaction from the Usyk second fight is built up shit that he's being nice. He's being so nice and forced himself to be nice in those situations for the rematch and the first fight with Usyk, because Usyk doesn't speak English. He's quite a respectful person. That there was no need for there to be that needle. And AJ's just being nice. I don't actually disagree with what you're saying, Tony. We need that AJ where that switch clicks when someone says something and you physically see that switch. That's where you get the best AJ. I actually agree with that. the first fight, the reason why I said it was I said it was the wrong game plan is when he did hurt Ruiz, his corner needed to fucking tell him, take your time, that shot will land again. But they didn't. And they didn't say shit. His corner's been shit for a long time. They didn't say nothing. They just allowed him to go in there recklessly. When AJ hurts people, and earlier on, when he hurt people, when he finished them, you look how calm he was going to finish them. Dillian White, when he'd hurt Dillian White and he did the skank leg, AJ literally walked across the ring, smiling, waiting to pick his shots to finish him. With Charles Martin, it was only took 2 shots, but he took his time to finish him. With the Ruiz thing, like you said, Deontay Wilder just knocked out Ortiz, and I think that was playing. He rushed in. As soon as he hurt Ruiz, he rushed, instead of doing what he normally does, takes his time and picks his shot, because we know AJ is not a guy that when he hits people with loads and loads and loads and loads, rushes in and does a Wilder and windmills people down to the ground. He picks his shots, he lands his shots perfectly, and when that happens, he stops them.
Right. Now, let me pause you real fast. Keep that thought, whatever's going on in your mind. I want to pause you with this in your break, because this again comes back to mental strength, and I'm going to explain. He was trying to do something stupid. He tried to compete with Wilder's win. You acknowledged it. He saw the spectacular win. He got reckless. He got caught, and that's the story has been wrote. Had he not gave a fuck like he should about what people thought, about what Wilder did, and he would have done what he normally did instead of trying to compete with somebody who was beneath you at that time, because people in America were like, oh, Wilder will beat him. Wilder. I never believed that. I always said AJ would knock him the fuck out. I always said quality of opposition matters over quantity. And Wilder would be no different than everybody else from America that came over there. He would get stopped. However, that was really, truthfully, now that you're talking, I'm really thinking about it, that's the first thing. That was the first sign of the mental weakness, because why are you trying to do what Wilder did? You shouldn't be. You're in a fight. You're not here to compete or try to one up. You need to focus on what you're doing and not what other people are saying.
I mean, I could honestly concur, because, like, why are you focused on what he did? It's like you beat that guy already when he was unbeaten. Who cares when Wilder knocks him out a win, you know?
I agree, but I still don't agree with a mental weakness. But I do agree with you. I do agree with you on the fact that you shouldn't be concentrating on Wilder. But also that's just a human nature of someone's just done something. I want to do it better. That's human nature. That's just human nature.
Who do you consider? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go on. Go on, ask the question.
I was just going to ask you, while we're on human nature, who do you consider the greatest boxer of our era? Not all time, just of our era.
It depends, because it's either Floyd. If we're going with if Floyd's in the era, then it's Floyd, 100%.
Okay, so if Floyd's in the era, we'll go with Floyd, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this: did Floyd try to compete with Manny Pacquiao?
Yeah, he did, because all Floyd did was say, "I beat him first, so it doesn't matter what happens after."
That's not what I'm talking about. When he was in the ring, did he ever?
When he was in the ring, no. Floyd did what he needed to do. Floyd did what he needed to do, and he was on it. He was on Floyd's side. When it was Floyd's side, Floyd didn't think about anybody else.
Right.
I agree.
Whenever people were talking about Floyd, saying this, that, you should do this, you should do that, you should train, did he ever listen to anybody?
No.
Did he ever change who he was?
No, hell no.
So when you talk about human nature, look at the greatest era. That is mental strength. Somebody who doesn't really give a fuck what you think about them, they're going to do. I don't care that you got this guy coming up 8 weight classes who's 5 foot nothing and y'all think he can beat me. I'm going to do what I do. Y'all say I run? Fuck it. I'm going to run some more. I'm going to get on this bicycle and make this fight look even more boring. Why? Because I can't lose.
What I will say is I am not disagreeing. The only thing I'm disagreeing with you on is the mental weakness saying. So I don't disagree with him thinking about Wilder. For me, as an athlete, you need to focus on yourself and yourself only, especially when the other person What they did, they're not in the ring with you, so you shouldn't be even thinking about them. No, you shouldn't. But you also can't forget that you can't forget the fact that that whole fight and the whole build-up wasn't supposed to be about Andy Ruiz. It was all about AJ and Wilder. AJ was the whole build-up was about AJ Wilder. So it was always going to be difficult not to have a Wilder implementation in your head. It was always going to be difficult. It was always going to be difficult because the whole show, it was in the first time in America. It's all about, oh, well, Wilder's just fought, so AJ's going to fight. AJ wins this, Wilder, AJ. Well, we're never ever going to get it regardless anyway. But
Right.
that was the whole thing. So dropping Ruiz when he did is probably, which it shouldn't, and I agree with you that that's a massive mistake. He's probably seen Ruiz on the floor and thought, right, this is over and done with. Let me finish him off so I can focus on Wilder. Because we both know, had AJ finished Ruiz off in that round, the first question on the mic on the post-fight interview would have been about Wilder. It wouldn't have even been about that fight.
Right.
It had nothing to do with the fight.
But like you said, AJ has never been reckless like that. Now, let's flip it. Let's flip it to the other side, because I hate doing Deontay Wilder versus AJ, but it always seems to turn into that, and somebody's always going to be like, what about Wilder? What about Wilder? Whenever we're not even talking about Wilder. But on the flip side, when Wilder fought, did he change up anything? Did Wilder say, oh, I'm not a good technical boxer, so instead of me swinging wildly like I do and doing all this ugly looking stuff, I'm going to try to be a ballerina in here. I'm going to try to look like a Usyk in my fight because I might fight AJ.
But he did. Wilder was never fighting AJ.
He fought Brazil like he fought nobody different. That's my point.
He fought a Brazil that decided it was a good idea to stand there for 20 seconds and get hit with a fucking punch.
Hey, you know what? That's Brazil's fault. And what's so crazy about it is Brazil got beat up in front of his kid and wife in a restaurant. And then to get beat up again in the ring by somebody who did that to you in a restaurant, like, you should not have taken that loss. If you were going to win any fight, that's the fight to win.
What I will say, though, also, we were talking about what now you brought Wilder in it. Wilder did try to change up against Fury. He did listen to people when people was like saying he needed to do this, he needed to do this, Wilder did not need to try and box Fury. Everybody can say in the third fight that he was doing well in the first couple of rounds where he was going to the body or whatever. Like that performance was the worst performance I've seen from Tyson Fury in years. That third fight, and he mollywopped.
What was worse, that one or the one against Chisora, in the third fight? No, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, it's like even though he dominated those fights, he didn't look the same.
No, what it is?
Don't forget Otto Wallin. Don't forget Otto Wallin.
What's up, IB?
No, what I will say is that...
Nah, hey, I ain't going. I'm listening to y'all, bro. I'm listening to y'all.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest real fast, and then you can take off with it. I just want to chime in. I don't believe Fury is 33 or 34 years old, however old they say is. I think that man like 43, 44 years old. I think he had some. I don't know nothing about the gypsies other than they're travelers. I think he had some gypsy birth in a field somewhere 10 years earlier than what they're saying, because he looked way too old. And I think that's why he's looking not as good, because his age is catching up to him.
Well, I don't know. To be honest with you, I know a lot of gypsies and travelers. It wouldn't surprise me. That's all I will say. But going on the Chisora fight, he didn't look bad in the Chisora fight. He just wasn't trying. Like we all watched it. You can see he wasn't trying in the Chisora fight.
He tried hard.
Chisora lasted
longer than White.
I lied. He tried not to stop Chisora. That's what he tried. That's the only thing he tried to do.
And that's trying hard in itself.
That fight was boring as hey. ERF, that fight was boring as hell, bro. Keep it real.
Oh,
That fight was
okay.
boring, bro.
That's my point. That's my point.
I
Against
should have never
Deontay
watched
Wilder,
it. I should have never watched it.
the third fight against Deontay Wilder, he actually looked bad. He looked. It
That
sounds
was
bad
one of
me
the most exciting fights of the year, though. Heavyweight.
that, but this is why it was exciting. This is my point. The whole reason it was exciting that Tyson Fury was so bad. He came in out of shape. Don't get me. Fury's fat, and we know that. But there's a Fury that's a fat Fury
That
that's
was the
in
heaviest he
shape.
came in. That was the heaviest he
There's
came
a fat,
in.
there's a fat Fury that's in shape, and there's a fat
No.
Fury that's out of shape. He wasn't the heaviest he ever came in. He was just out of shape. He was
He was
out of
like,
shape. He looked horrible in that
Wasn't he
fight.
277? I thought that was career heaviest.
no. He was heavier in the rematch than the trilogy.
No, he was heavier in the third fight.
Are you
He
sure?
was heavy.
Yeah,
He was heavy.
yeah, he was.
He was awful in the third. He
I mean, he
looked
could have
awful.
looked awful, or what I've been saying, under Malik Scott, Wilder may have just been that much more improved.
Wilder threw a jab to the body. That doesn't make him more improved. Well, then
No,
it does.
but look what he just did in his last fight. Look what he just did in his last fight. In his last fight, he did something we've never seen him do. He pulled back and then countered off of it with the hook. We've never seen him do a full hook like that to set up a counter shot, moving backwards.
No, I am. When you say against Malik, I thought you was talking about the Fury fight. I thought you was talking about the Fury fight. So
I'm talking about as Malik Scott, his trainer. He's looking better. That was the trilogy was the first fight he had with Malik.
Yeah. No, but that's what I equated it to. That's what that was my fault. That was my fault.
You talking about when he fought Malik Scott?
No. I'm saying when you said he looks better under Malik Scott, I was only equating the fight he had against Fury under Malik Scott. I wasn't equating the Hellenius fight. That was my bad. That was my bad.
But that's what I'm saying, like, because that's more time of training under Malik. To me,
yeah. I'm not disagreeing.
Well, I mean, speaking of mental weakness, I mean, y'all see the post-fight press conference when Wilder did not. He starts crying.
Wilder's a performer. He's a performer.
You know what, AJ? There's a difference in tears of joy and tears of pain.
Oh, stop.
What tears? I didn't see one tear come down that man's eyes. He did tears. This is the same guy that insisted he wanted to kill Dominic Brazil in front of his kids. He wanted to do this to Dominic Brazil in front of it. He wants a body on his record.
Now you care. Now you care what happens to your opponent.
Because Robert, but this is you know what pisses me off more about this, and I will take it there right now, about this, when he goes on about black fighters. You're wanting to kill a black fighter in Dominic Brazil. You want a body on your record in Dominic Brazil. But you go and you stop Robert Elenius, who's a white guy, and you're sat there in the press conference crying, saying, he might not be able to feed his kids. Like, shut the fucking hell up, man. What are you talking about? The next black guy he's supposed to be one of your men. He's supposed to be one of you. You're supposed to be a protector of your own. You're wanting to kill him. You want his body. You want his life. For the sport, you want his life, but you're there crying over the white Russian, whatever Scandinavian.
ERF. Let me double down. Hold up. Let me double down right quick. Hold up. That'll be because you know what makes this worse? Okay, you have that right. So then, like after the rematch, after all the excuses, what the hell's his name? Jay. What the fuck?
Fucking JD's.
Yeah, JD. He's in there watching hand wraps, right? Having a jolly old good fucking time with Fury. He's laughing, ha ha ha, yada yada yada, this and that. So when Smart Blink, you sack the black guy, but you keep the white guy on who's watching the hand wraps.
Don't get me wrong, Tony. I do not subscribe to anything that fucking idiot says. That idiot called Deontay Wilder, I don't subscribe to his fucking narratives of black versus white or all this in the sport. Because this guy is he's been hanging around with Tyson Fury for so long, he contradicts himself like fuck. You can't scream in fucking what's his name? Fucking interviewer. Seconds out to interviewer. Radio Right. You can't stand in his face and scream saying, oh, this, oh, brother, you scream it. Yeah, another black guy. You're screaming in his face, diminishing him, belittling this guy who's supposed to be the same color as you, from the same denomination as you. You're supposed to be looking after. You're 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 literally screaming in his face, making a meme out of him because that's all you did. You made a meme out of this guy.
To this
Yeah,
day.
it's the same people you're supposed to be protecting. You're making memes out of, but you're happy. You're more than happy. But the white people, oh, I'll do you an interview. Not a problem. I'll do this. I'm happy to do an interview with you. I'm happy to. Oh, Robert Lanius, I'm so hurt. You'll never be the same again. But when you knocked out Luis Ortiz twice, I didn't see you crying about Luis Ortiz. Were you crying when you knocked out Luis Ortiz twice? Were you crying when you knocked out Dominic Brazil? Were you crying when you knocked out Romain Devin and you were stepping over his body?
Doing
This guy,
the
hypocrite.
chicken dance or
This
whatever the
guy's
hell
a
he was doing.
hypocrite. And the problem with him, he subscribed to the LDBC and he fucked himself because he showed himself as a hypocrite. The LDBC took him under his wing and he needed to say the shit he was saying to fucking please them.
I'm gonna say
And
this
to,
disclaimer.
I mean, just
I'm
Tony
gonna
could
say
ask.
this disclaimer real fast. There's a lot of people in the LDBC that listen to my channel, that like my channel, so I don't have no issues with any of them. And a lot of them I don't even know. Like I know there's some channels I've never even watched one video of theirs. But I don't like anything that's narrative based for any way it's going. I just don't like that. I don't adhere to it. I don't support it.
No.
And I don't make my channel about it.
No, I don't support it. What I'm saying because AJ brought up him crying, I just couldn't deal with. Like I tried to block that image out of my mind and just stay away from that. But the facts are the facts. The guy contradicts himself and he lies. He lies and contradicts himself constantly, and that is a direct thing of being near. Trying to please certain people. He's trying to please certain people. If Wilder just be, and this is what I mean, when you're saying about people being mentally weak, this is a guy that was mentally weak because he went the Glovegate narrative simply because YouTubers came up with a narrative. He went along with this narrative because YouTubers said it. This is the guy that said his brother said he's going to get an autopsy or whatever they're going to get to show that Tyson Fury cheated and used what he used. That has never ever been proven or never ever come out to be proven. This is my point. When you say about people being mentally weak, this is a guy that I could see mental weakness because you literally listening to YouTubers telling you got cheated and you went along with it. You did a fucking poem.
Let me ask you a question. It's being, but I hear what you're saying and I understand, but the problem is, and I disagree with all their conspiracy theories. Every single one. I made a video debunking the
I mean, because Tony, like, right? I mean, pretty much like. Good.
I made a video debunking all that, but there's a difference in mental strength and being naive and manipulated. Like to me, was completely manipulated by these people to really believe. Because look, I truly believe he believes the lies that they were telling. Because I think they're lying.
But Tony,
he believes it.
If you can be manipulated into thinking something, that is mental weakness, isn't it?
It could be, or
I mean, I let fellas. Let me say, look,
could be right.
Mental weakness. That's making 100. That's making over like 100 excuses after you lost, and like, and you go into. Well, hold up. Let me cook. Hold up. All right, then you do that. Then you pretty much go into hiding for nearly a year. You're popping up on milk cartons. Nobody knows where you are or how to find you. And then like when you finally come face to face with this man after so long, after you get on board with all these what the LDBC had to say, you get on board with the narrative, this and that. You go out there and put headphones on, and you pretty much did this.
La 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 la. I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Yeah,
But you know what I'm just thought of, Tony.
You
You
know
know
what
what I'm
that
just thought.
reminded me of, AJ, whenever he did that?
it-
I'm gonna be honest. You ever seen an old movie? You ever seen an old movie? There's something about Mary.
yes,
Yeah.
many times, hilarious.
Remember her brother, like baseball? That's what that reminded me of. Like,
Wait, Tony.
But
Let me just go back. It just reminded me of something. When what's the,
Mhm.
those were the wings I ate,
what's
AJ,
that?
for the new year.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
While you were getting Wingstop, these is what I was eating.
Oh hell, okay. I see you. I see you, boy. I see you,
I was
Tony.
I was just thinking, Tony. You know when you're going about AJ and these college kids when they
Yeah,
changed their energy completely when AJ stepped to them.
yeah.
That, as AJ was talking about Deontay Wilder not saying anything for he went missing. Deontay Wilder put his poem out. He did a video for his poem, everything about you tried to kill me. Our people have you've been your people's tried to kill our people for years and whatnot. And then when he got into the same space as Tyson Fury, he acted like them college kids. He literally acted like them uni kids. They
Ooh,
sat in the corner. He didn't say shit. He was like, let me put my headphones on. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear him. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear no one. I'm going to sit here and be quiet. And then when he leaves, I'm a talk.
yeah.
Oh, God damn it. You know
I
what?
gotta go to bed. I'm looking at the time, my dude. I was supposed to get off at 11. It's 1:30 a.m.
Well, it's 6:20 here.
Time flies,
It's
buddy.
early for you. It's early.
It,
You about to
A little
start
after ten
it,
o'clock.
sometime
A
it,
little after
anytime.
10 o'clock for me,
depends
y'all.
on which way you look at it. It depends on which way you look at it. It's either early or late.
It depends on if you slept or not.
Well, I haven't slept, so yeah.
Yeah, it's late. It's
But
late.
I work nights, so it's all right. It's calm.
Okay.
This is around the time I finish work, so this is normally around the time I'll go to sleep anyway. So
Yeah, I gotta be at work tomorrow. Like,
my
um,
first
Shit, I'm just
my
starting
yeah.
first
work at this. I start work at this time. Shit.
I appreciate you hopping on and baiting me to stay 2.5 hours past when I was supposed to get off.
not a problem. Always enjoy being on, Tony. You know, we can debate, we can come to a mutual agreements, a
We can.
mutual disagreements. We always have been able to. That's why I enjoy our talks.
I mean,
It's
we are boys. We are boys at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
yeah, we don't need to call each other our names to have debates. We can think differently, and like I always say to you, Tony. I respect your opinion on stuff. I don't always agree with them, but I do respect them because I do know you. When you say something, it's something you believe, and it's not just a clickbait or
Right.
something to say to piss people off. So I'm always willing to debate you.
But
And on
one
that
last thing. One last
topic,
thing before y'all go.
oh, I'm not gonna go
Apart
yet, AJ. On that topic of what you're saying, I'm mentally strong enough to say what people don't want to hear. Go ahead,
Well, that makes
AJ.
two of us. That makes two of us, so we're
Yeah,
good.
you're right there with me.
Right, peace. I'm gonna catch you on the next one.
All right, man.
RDIF.
Right, okay, peace.
AJ, say what you want to say before we get off.
I got a theory on Wilder and the headphones.
What's that?
I think that he heard everything that happened. Them shit. He wasn't playing the music. He just sitting there like, oh yep, let me just yeah. I got a theory. I could be wrong, but I got a theory. Like he wasn't playing the music. He sat there. He heard everything that was said. Everything.
Man, so you say he was eavesdropping the whole time, acting like
Mhm.
good.
Hey, it's the wise man that plays the fool, but still, he ain't a wise man. He's still a fool. But so.
I will say this. I would probably agree with you that he could hear it because these right here, the best noise canceling earbud, well, I guess you call them earbuds that I've ever had, and I can still hear people talking.
Oh, you mean these?
Yeah, those right there. Those the twos?
These the third generation. Let me see.
Okay, these are the Pro 2s.
Got it. Yeah, these are the thirds. Current ones that are out.
But I think you got the same. I think those have the same noise canceling as these. I don't think there's any difference.
Yeah, they do. They cancel noise. I mean, but I
Yeah.
can still hear shit with them. I can still hear shit when I'm in though. So
yeah, and those are the best ones for canceling. So I agree with
I
you.
think they mean probably when you hear stuff through them, they cancel out noise. I mean, but you know, they're probably like when you play music or whatever else. But I still hear shit through them regardless without them.
Yeah. But yeah. On that note, I'm about to go to bed 2.5 hours late. And struggle to get up in the morning because I'm not a morning person.
Yeah, I gotta eat some shit. Yeah, me too. I gotta eat some shit. I'm hungry.
Well,
too late for me.
Lucky, it's early for you. You 3 hours back.
Yeah, man. All right, Tony, IB. Always a pleasure, man. Kicking it with y'all.
Yeah, for sure. Y'all be easy, man.
Can't
Y'all
wait till
be
the next
easy.
one. Yep,
Yeah, for sure. Yes, sir.
All right, y'all hold it down. I'm out.